I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. Oh, I will praise thee, oh Lord, with all my heart, and I shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, yes, and doest wondrous things. Thou art great and do 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 wondrous things.
Shalom, family.
Among the gods.
Shalom, family. Shabbat shalom. It's been a long time. I feel like about a year now. I feel like it's been gone for about a year, but it's been only two Shabbatot. May the Most High be praised for keeping us. And may the Most High bless each and every one of you who have remained faithful and loyal to the teachings that we bring forth by coming in every Shabbat and being a part of what we do and sharing and even contributing your finances to help us to grow. We are extremely appreciative. We thank you so very much. May the Most High be praised, and may the Most High bring blessings of prosperity in your life for all that you do to help this mission and this broadcast and this vision that we have to be fulfilled in this lifetime. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. We want to apologize to you all for the last 2 weeks, but as you see, we had some work to do, and this is just a portion of the work that we had to do. Mental work, physical work. We are experiencing a lot of things taking place behind the scenes that many don't know about, that we are dealing with and fighting with and experiencing, and it's on a deep level. But the Most High is King, and the Most High is with us. So we thank you all for hanging in there, for being a part of Temple, Butyland Temple Kifarim. Thank you. Shabbat Shalom, Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Gabby, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. Mr. Otter waiting on the scene when we open the screen. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. Asa, my brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom, bro. All right, here you go, family. Let's get started because we got so much to do, so much catching up to do, so much teachings need to come forward to the family today. Brother Asa, I sent you the link, or anyone else who wants to come on the screen. If you have anything you want to contribute to today's lesson, may the Most High be praised. But Brother Asa, we know you like a normal. You supposed to be up here with us. You know how that go. So we understand that, and we're grateful. So here we go, family. Let's go back to the routine. Let's talk for a little bit about some of the things that we are grateful to the Most High for. How about that, family? Let's talk about some of the things that we are grateful to the Most High for, that he has done for us, to us, with us throughout the duration of our days. Let's talk about it, family. Let's open up and let's speak. Y'all see that crown in the background? Y'all know what that crown in the background means? That's what it means. Yup, that's exactly what it means. May the Most High be praised. Come on, y'all, let's go. Who would like to be first? Who would like to be first to thank the Most High for whatever they are grateful for and whatever they are thankful for, and however they would like to give him the best of them? I'm going to go on silent now, and let's see who speaks up first. You can either type it in the room, or you can hit the link. I just sent the link. You can either type it in the room, or you can come on the screen and speak your piece. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Our first representative to give thanks to the Creator, Chief Malak. Thankful to the Creator for keeping my Beulah family safe and sound. Thankful for another Shabbat service with Beulah family, Baruch Shemo. Thankful to the Creator for my life and the lives of loved ones.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. All right. Anyone else? Anyone else want to thank the Most High at this time for anything special? Come on, y'all know y'all don't have to wait for me. Just go do y'all thing. Y'all know how you go. Just go ahead, type it in the room, grab the mic, come on the floor, platform, speak, and give praises to this King, for he is worthy of all praise.
Well, I'll go. I mean, it's kind of long, but that's how it is. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
You look so nice, princess.
Toda. May the Most High be praised for this day, for blessing us with another Shabbat, allowing us all to be here on his Shabbat day, because so many have not made it, so many that we know and some that we don't know have not made it to this day. So I'm thankful and grateful that the Most High saw fit to restore my life, restore my spirit into my body, to rise up and give him praises. I am so thankful because I really just love the Shabbat day. I know a lot of people sleep in. I try all the time. Y'all don't know how much I try to sleep in, but it never works. My body just gets up. And so I'm just thankful that I'm able to do that. I have a lot to be thankful for this month, because we're like almost at the end of the month now, and we've missed y'all for the last couple of weeks. So first and foremost, after thanking the Creator, I want to give and pay homage to my parents, my Horim, for everything that they have done, their sacrifices, the legacy that they have left here, not just for me, but to my whole family, and to the community and to the nation of people that they touched. I'm so grateful to be born in the family that I was, so many say, chose to be born into. And I believe that to an extent, but I also believe that the Most High places you in the families that he sees fit for your spirit to dwell with. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to the Most High for my Ish, for his everlasting strength that he bestows upon community, family, with his Yeladim, with his Nashim. I'm grateful for just the patience that the Most High has placed on him, especially during these times. During hard times is when the Most High touched you the most. He touched your faith. He touched your patience. He touched your strength. And I'm just grateful to witness the strength that he has shown, not just to me, but to so many who are watching and who are here witnessing him go through the process of the things that he has gone through and is going through. I'm super grateful to my family and for my family. I'm grateful for my sister wife. I'm grateful for our bonus baby. I'm grateful for all those children that came out of my womb and those children that we've collectively gathered together in our family that didn't come out of my womb, but I look at as my Yeladim as well. So I'm just grateful to be able to be a Ima to many, and some that are friends of my children who call me Ima on a daily, or their siblings whom I didn't birth, but they call me Ima. And I'm grateful, and it's humbling. And the most humbling part of being a mother is watching your children grow and grow into the beings that you thought they would be, but they grow even further into it for themselves. They've defined themselves. And so I'm super grateful. This month we celebrated a year of the life of my bonus son, our son BK, and I'm just grateful for his life and everything that came from his birth and his life story that one day he'll be able to tell. And I'm grateful that we get to witness him grow and become stronger and stronger every day. I'm grateful for this. I mean, so much has happened this month. I'm grateful. My oldest daughter graduated college. Um, yeah, it's an overwhelming feeling to watch your children grow from in your womb to become these great human beings, these adults, and living the life and doing it righteously. So I'm so proud of her. Like beyond words. We had a surprise graduation party for her, and she was able to get all her flowers there, all the words of congratulatory, uh, just pride, just her wisdom and her being a great example to her generation. She's the first generation of my parents' grandchildren to graduate college. And she's the oldest female of my, actually, she's the oldest grandchild of my parents together. And so for her to set that example to her siblings and all her cousins is amazing. And it's an amazing feeling for us to celebrate this part of life after so many things that we've celebrated the deaths of our families and our elders. So I'm grateful that she's carrying on the legacy, and she's not finished. She's about to go to law school, take her LSAT. So I'm praying for her success in that. Um, yeah, I mean it's an overwhelming feeling. I can't really describe it in words without like crying and tearing up. So I'm gonna move forward on other things. And so I'm grateful for being here. I'm grateful that we were able to, come back on the scene in a stronger presence that the Most High placed on us to be. I'm grateful for all those who reached out to make sure that we were okay when they didn't see us. I'm so grateful for you all because they showed the love that that you all have for us, and we're so grateful for that love. We definitely missed you all, and it's just a pleasure to serve our people. I'm grateful that the Most High has allowed us to do that once again on this platform to serve you all who cannot be here physically to be in our presence. And I'm also grateful for this week coming up. We just ended our final last week of school on Friday.
What
Going
school? What school?
of the
What
school
school?
that we own, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim. So we're going to be going into our 5th year in August of teaching, and I'm super grateful. Next week we have it's our fun week for our students who are coming on the land. Some are virtual, but we're having so many things going on for them. A couple of aviation days, the awards program, the Princess and Princesses Ball, and then that'll end out our full year. And I'm excited, honestly, y'all. When my husband first brought this idea of a school, I was real hesitant and like, oh my gosh, one more thing to do, and just thinking of like, I don't know if I want to be, I don't look at myself as a teacher. However, these last 4 years, I have grown into a different part of my life, and I've grown to really love these children. I've watched some of them grow from like 4 years old. Now they're 7 and 8 and 9 and 12. And it's just amazing watching these children grow and become so strong in who they are and knowing the creator and accepting the creator. So total most high for this opportunity to be a light for our children, to be a educator, a voice or a listening ear, a shoulder, whatever they need. And I'm just grateful because the Most High has opened our school up to so many. We have children in Belize, Abu Dhabi, all over the United States. We got educators in Africa and all over the United States. And it's just beautiful to see our people come together for our children. So, yeah, Zehu, I think that's it. Toda.
All right. May the Most High be praised. You're right. That was a whole lot, but it was all worth saying because the Most High has been good. Look like the Most High been good to us all. We're so grateful and thankful. All right, Ima, you want to read the comments on the side?
Okay. Salakla, y'all. Also, y'all, just give me I'm fasting. It's my 3rd day. So
I got to be the most spiritual people I know. Every time I turn around, y'all fasting. Y'all must don't never eat.
And I
That's
love
we got a whole lot to go to the Most High about. You know, we got
yes.
a lot to ask the Most High to forgive us for, and healing that needs to be done within the nation. And we got so much, man. We got to get on our knees and turn down our plate and fast to this King in honor of his blessings. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised. All right. Shalom, shalom to my sissy Gabby and her sons SJ and Beanie. And Sister Gabby says, all praises to the Most High for the gift of life, keeping me and my children safe at all times, healing, and my beautiful and my Beulah family, and all of those that is in the chat, able to praise him on his day.
She was right. And beautiful Beulah family. I like that. Beautiful. We're going to adopt that now as a slogan. Beautiful Beulah family. I like that.
Okay.
Thank you, Sister Gabby.
Our dear sister Malka Higdalia says Shabbat Shalom, Prince Kaz, Baby Kaz, Malka Hagado, Princess Medaya, Gever Autumn, Weko Mishpati. And she also said her thankful is, I am thankful that we have so many examples of different scenarios in our scripture to draw understanding from about what to do and also what not to do, considering those situations can be helpful. I am thankful that the Most High has placed great people in my life to be examples in real time. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Toda. Toda Rabbah.
Oh, Aim Sukari says, I am grateful for the grace of the Most High to follow him in the comfort of none but the righteous, of none but the righteous.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Is that it?
Trying to see.
Beautiful Beulah family. BBF. The new BBFs.
Aim Sakari says, magnificent educational pride in all your daughter's accomplishments.
May the Most High be praised.
My sister Wife Autumn says, Shabbat Shalom to all our family, both close and far.
All right.
Aim Kitar says, Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom, Aim. Shabbat Shalom, Aim. Sister Aisha. Look how she gave me that screen. She keeps running. Why you keep running off that screen, babe?
I didn't see it. I'm Salakli, Sister Aisha. She says, Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Aisha. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High be pleased. May the Most High be honored, respected, and given the highest praise from all of his creation. From everlasting to everlasting, he is King. All right, family. So at this time, I hope you all got your commandments together, because that's what we're about to do. All right. So you might, yeah. You want that? Go ahead. You got it.
All right. My sister wife, Autumn says, I am very, very grateful to be with all of our family on today's Shabbat day and hear from everyone again. I'm glad that we're all up and accounted for.
May the Most High be praised.
And then Zaquina Lorel, she might be texting me her thing.
In the family. That's in the family. You know, you close. You ain't far off. That's the family.
Aim Kitar says, I'm thankful to the Most High for family, biological and adopted, grateful for life and opportunities to function daily and lend helping hands within the spaces granted to me.
Well, may the Most High be praised, but Aim, that just shows the kind of heart you got.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're thankful for being able to help somebody else. They ought to be thankful, but you're thankful to be able to help somebody else to get over their hardship and trouble. That's a beautiful thing. That shows the type of spirit and essence that you possess, Aim. May the Most High be praised. And that's what we're talking about. All right. Where we at, Ima? Anyone else? Not yet?
No.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
So here we go, family. Now is the time for you to present your commandment. Anybody have their commandments together already? You can just go ahead and do it. You got your commandment together. You can type your commandment in the room. You can take the link and you can come on the platform and you can spring. Brother Asa, I don't see you, Brother Asa. You want to thank the Creator for anything special, Brother Asa?
I don't have my commandment ready yet, but can I read that passage I sent to you from the Apocrypha?
Sure.
Okay.
You could do whatever you want. Give them the background drop to it too, so they can be fully understanding.
Okay. Shabbat shalom, everyone. So during the 7 days of my cycle, I don't pray and everything. So I became off my Nita a few days ago. And then my Ish was telling me he was on this fast. And I had been yearning to actually like get on a fast. And prior to him telling me, I was talking to the Creator about how I haven't fasted in a while and my purpose and, not feeling like there was truly a purpose to fast, just different things emotionally that, and mentally that I just been dealing with. And so when I was speaking to my Ish and he was like, yeah, I'm on a fast and and tomorrow's my last day. And then I just said, oh, you know what? I'm going to join him on his fast. And so I joined his fast. And then the day of the day the fast was to end, the Spirit was like, no, keep going on your fast. So I was talking to my Ish and he was like, well, what did you initially, vow to do for your fast? I said, well, I was just going to end the fast with you, but my spirit is like, keep going. And he said, well, technically you can end it or you can, move forward based off of what your spirit is saying. So I moved forward with my fast. And yesterday evening, after the sun went down, I said a prayer to the Creator and I was crying out to the Creator because, like my Ish said, so much is happening within our family and within the families around us. And one of a friend, and I call her a friend and a sister because I've never even met her physically. But when I was going through some really hard times, when my husband and sister wife were going through times, I never met this sister in my life. And out of a lot of the sisters, I won't say all, but most of the sisters that I knew who didn't reach out to me during this point, this sister reached out to me at a very vulnerable time in my life and showed true sisterhood. And so ever since then, we've been like really connected. And on May 13th, she lost her son. He passed away. He was 12 years old. He had been battling different ailments from birth. And she was very transparent with his health and the things that were going on, the good times and the bad times. And she shared a lot of this on Facebook. My sister Shimonia, I asked her if we could pray for her. Of course, she said yes. And she reached out to me at times when I may have needed it and didn't know it, and vice versa. And so after I said my prayer and, cried out to the Creator for just mercy and for him to strengthen those who are in need mostly at this time, whether they're sick, ailing, mourning, because mourning doesn't have an end date. You mourn. Sometimes you could just think about a person and who they were to you in your life, and it will take you into a whole nother space and time. And that's a part of mourning. That's a part of mourning and healing. And so when people say, oh, it'll be okay, you'll be fine in a couple of months or whatever, my mom's been gone 9 years, and there's days when I'm not fine, where I can just remember her voice and just start crying, or something reminds me of her. And so, during that prayer, after the prayer, I lay down and was like, I want to, something was like, read the Apocrypha. So I opened up my Apocrypha. We don't usually, when we open our book, if feel like a message is coming to us, we don't necessarily go look for it. We just open the book, and where it lands, our finger is on it. That's where we read from. And so when I opened the Apocrypha last night, it landed on Tobit. And I've never read Tobit before, y'all, being very transparent with you guys. And so when I landed on it, it landed on chapter 12, verses 4 through 13 is what I read. And so, but what stood out to me most was verse 8 through 13, and that's what I want to read to you guys. It says, prayer is good with fasting and alms and righteousness. A little with righteousness is better than much with unrighteousness. It is better to give alms than to lay up gold. For alms doth deliver from death and shall purge away all sin. Those that exercise alms and righteousness shall be filled with life, but they that sin are enemies to their own life. Surely I will keep close nothing from you, for I said, it was good to keep close the secret of a king, but that it was honorable to reveal the works of Elohim. Now therefore, when thou didst pray, and Sarah, thy daughter-in-law, I did bring the remembrance of your prayers before the Holy One. And when thou didst bury the dead, I was with thee likewise. 13. And when thou didst not delay to rise up and leave thy dinner to go and cover the dead, thy good deed was not hid from me, but I was with thee. Selah. That's it. And yeah, so that came to me and it really stuck out to me. And in so many ways, it answered some of my prayers that I prayed to the Most High about. And so I just, I pray, as Sister Gabby put his name in it, I pray for little Luke's soul to continue to rest in peace. The story of his life, he was very strong. A young man who smiled. Like every picture she put up, he was smiling, he was having a good time, enjoying his family. And so I pray for that family because it's nothing, I've never lost a child, so I can't even compare it to anything. And all I can say is that mourning the loss of anyone very close to you that you either bore through the womb or that bore you through the womb, and even siblings that you share the room with, it's a connection that you have with those souls. And I just pray for their family, for the strength, for her, his mother, his sisters, his aunts and uncles, and his grandparents who loved him all his life. So Most High be with them and be with all of us. Zehu. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
I said, may the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. We got to give up 1,000 blessings for all that he does. My question was, do anybody know what alms is? Because when you were reading that, the word alms kept coming up. And alms is something that you do for others. It's you can pray for them. You can physically go help them, like Aim Katir spoke about earlier. Alms, meaning that you do the works, not for your own benefit or for your own gain, but because you see somebody else in need of something that you're able to help them with. That's alms. So the scripture that she actually read was kind of saying charity, zadika. Zadika is what we should be doing for people. For by doing charity, zadika, they called it alms. By doing charity, zadika, for others, it actually brings blessings in our own lives. So while we think and while we have our intentions of bettering someone else's life, we are actually building up money in the bank or blessings in the bank for our own life. So that's a blessing. And that's why I said about Aim Kater, the type of woman that she is, her heart is pure and real and just. And all she wants to do is see people come up and be prepared and help people. And Maisha is sitting back speaking about the sister that we never met. And she's been around for a long time. And as long as I can remember, she's been struggling with that. I can't even say burden. I don't even want to say burden because it's actually a blessing to have the child. But the struggle part of raising a handicapped child is real. It's real. But it's something I want to bring to your mind, family. And this is it. We put all of our energy into preparing our children so that when we get old, they can take care of us. Am I right? That's what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about you raising your children so that when you get old, you don't have to worry about nothing. But I'm here to tell you, All children don't think that way, especially when you got Americanized children. You look at all the other nations around us. Look at all the nations around us. The Chinese people, their parents get old, they live with them. The white people, their parents get old, they put them in a shelter, so in a homeless place, in an old folks' home somewhere. Quick. Black folk don't like their parents living with them. That's not our culture, though. In our culture, we was required to provide for the elderly. Our parents, especially our parents. So it's best that when you got elderly parents, they're in the comfort of someone great. Not just elderly, because something else is coming to my spirit too. Sick parents. Whenever you got parents that can't do for themselves, it's your responsibility to step up to the plate. I don't care what your job is that you punching a clock 9 to 5 at, that don't even matter. None of that matters what your job is. When your parents get sick or go down or under the weather and can't do for themselves, you should be at their door, providing every service and need. I don't care if they're married, husband and wife. None of that stuff matters. It's your responsibility as a child. When you're raised in the proper spirit of the Most High, everything else in your life gets put on hold so you can attend to the needs of your parents. So many of us have failed in raising our children to be responsible adults in that fashion. So many of us. And it's sad. It really is. Some of the things that you see and experience when the one who has provided so much for you from birth until your age of 40 or 50, now you're an architect, an engineer, a doctor. You could even be a supermarket helper. You could do whatever you do. You could be a trash collector, but you made it. And you forget that the reason why you made it is because the creator of all creation has gifted your parents with the ability and the mind and the KSF to provide for you to get to an age where you can take care of yourself. I'm telling you, family, don't be surprised. Maybe you need to sit down with your children and have these conversations with them, but your children are here to provide for you in your time of need, whether you're elderly, whether you're sick, or whatever it is that you just can't do for yourself. That's when your children are needed most. And all that you instill in them, you will truly know when you really need them the most, who they are and where they're from. May the Most High be praised. Just don't let this go to your head and come out of the other side of your mouth void and let it fall to the ground. If you got children, you need to have a sit down with your children and explain to them what it is that you may need or do need at this time in the future. And teach your children to teach their children that their job is to provide for their parents. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. I think we have some more comments over here. Brother Asa, you ready to take the mic, Brother Asa?
Shalom, family.
Bye, shalom, bro.
Yeah, we were. I really missed us being together for the last 2 weeks. You know, it was just an abnormal day for me. You know, I still read my scriptures, but there's nothing like sharing. So I'm just happy that, you know, we can reconvene, and I hopefully in a much better way, sustainable way. I have a lot to thank the Most High for. From the family, from my mom as well. You know, just thinking about her, not because of this Mother's Day celebration for the past week, but just everything that she has done for me. You know, when I think about it, I actually delayed my decision to migrate for 21 years because, you know, I was just concerned that my mom would not be fully taken care of. So we must honor our parents as best as possible. And so I celebrate with Princess Medea and you know, the entire family success of her daughters, and congratulate them and hope that they continue to excel and recognize Most High's hands in their success and progress. Also, the sister that lost a child, That's a very sad thing, and life is precious. So we won't understand fully how, what the process is, but let us support her as best as possible. I always joke and say, I wish I had got 12 children, so that's a command that's given for us to multiply. So, regardless of the challenges that the children come with, the Most High will and can guide us through. There are some issues, that deter people. I hear a lot of young people talking about they're not planning to expand their families because of society. I mean, there are a lot of things that discourage when you look at the ADHD and other things that farmers effects that farmer is having on children nowadays. You just can think twice. So it's a lot, but the Creator is able, and He's the one that guides us. Um, yeah, it was a good week for me. Work was productive and it's fulfilling, and I like that. And I'm just happy that we have another Shabbat to relax and meditate on the words of the Most High. There's a command that I share in the chat. It's Leviticus 21, speaking to, well, it says, a leader does not defile himself among his people, to profane himself. And when you read the chapter in its entirety, it speaks about a lot of things that the priest does do, is required to do, and does not do. Much is required of leaders, and and the priest back in the day. He was not to defile himself, profane himself, not to take a woman who's a war, take a woman that is divorced, you know, not to touch dead body. It's quite a few stuff, but the summary of it basically for me is too much is given, much is required. So a lot is expected of us as set apart people, even though we are not priests. Yes, that's it.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah for that. Words of advice, words of encouragement. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this time? All right. Anybody want to do some of the comments, or we moving forward? Now, look, family, also remember, now is the time to grab your commandments. Now is the time to grab your commandments. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. Zaquina Sukari's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 6, verse 13. The fire shall ever be burning, and upon the altar it shall never go out. And her explanation reads, this is what helps to understand how to stay involved in the ways of the Creator. And then she says, keep the fire burning and maintain the home you grew up in. Family is essential, so prayers should always be often. You're on mute.
I said, may the Most High be praised. I mean, y'all know, y'all probably read my lips, right? I know. But she said, the fire shall ever be burning, and upon the altar it shall never go out. Meditate on that for a moment. What fire are we talking about? What's the altar? What's the symbolism of an altar? An altar is something that you utilize to offer up things to the Most High. So let's look at the body could be an altar, because we sacrifice our bodies, our lives, to give glory to the Most High. We wear certain kind of clothes, certain type of fabric. We don't go in certain places. We don't do certain things with our body that any and everybody else does. So it's like an altar that we're offering to the Most High. And that fire that should never go out, that should always burn, is that desire, passion in your heart for the Most High. Always have that fire inside your essence for the Creator. For I remember I read some information years ago about these people who had practiced witchcraft and sorcery. It wasn't even witchcraft and sorcery, it was demonology. They was practicing devil worship. And this man said that he tried to get away from practicing devil worship. And when he finally got away from practicing devil worship, he tried to pray to the Creator. And there was an emptiness inside of him. That fire was gone. Y'all understand what I'm saying? That fire, when you pray to the Most High and you don't feel no connection anymore, something is really wrong inside. And that's what that man, he has sacrificed so much of his life, his time and energy, giving it to an energy that wasn't worthy. That all the light inside of him that was able to reach out to the Creator had been zapped out of him. He had an emptiness when he cried to the Creator, but yet he pursued and cried in short, and even deed. And eventually it came back. I would like to think. I never followed up, never even researched anymore to see what happened with the brother. But he bare record for me that there is an existence in this existence that's outside of the Most High's protection. Not outside of his protection, but outside of the comfort of knowing that the Most High is with you, or even feeling that the Creator is with you. But let's not be the ones that go on that level to that extreme to do things so evil, to chase the one connection that we have with the Creator, the element of thought and power, the power of the mind. And let's not chase that out of our essence and our existence. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. Just letting you know, it can happen, family. If you persistently and consistently give yourself to evil, the Most High, the essence and the connection that you have with the Most High will gradually remove itself from you. And he will give you over to your desires, because the Creator does that. He'll give you over. He don't demand or force anyone to walk in his ways. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right.
Well, I have mine.
All right. You got the floor, Ima.
Smoothly. All right. My law can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot, chapter 19, verse 4 through 6. It said, ye have seen what I'm sorry. I'll start at 3. It says, and Moshe went up to High Elohim, and the Creator called unto him out of the mountain, saying, thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. 6, and ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. So when I was reading that, it just reminded me that the Most High set us apart. He said, well, and he set us apart based on, of course, standards. And so if we obey, hearken unto his word, obey his law, do his law righteously, then he will set us apart. He will have that covenant with us. We will be a nation of priests and kings and queens and all those holy things, all those royal beings that we know our ancestors to be. And so it just resonated with me because just this week I was reiterating to the principal of our school and to my Ish about the standard of our school and how we have to set the standard and maintain the standard for us to, reap the blessings And by reaping those blessings, it's seeing the youth, the Talmudim, the students that attend our school become better and better. And so, yeah, when I read it, it resonated with me and it reminded me of that. Like, we have a standard to keep. The Most High has placed us on a mantle, on a pedestal, if you like. And in order for us to remain on that pedestal, to be the light to the nations, we have to hearken and obey and do his laws and statutes and commandments and heed to his word. So, Zehu.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. So where we at, family? Y'all ready to get started? We ready to?
I have my commandment.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let me put you up, please.
Okay. My commandment comes from Leviticus chapter 1, verses 1, I think 2. And it reads, and the Creator called unto Moshe and spoke unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto the Most High, he shall bring the offering of the cattle, even of the herd, and of the flock. Verse 3. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Creator. So I just wanted to point out that the Most High wants, yes, that the Most High wants the absolute justice, the best that we can do. I believe all sacrifices are supposed to be free will. I think the Most High wants to force sacrifice. But I know there are different kinds of sacrifices, but with this burnt sacrifice, he wants a male without blemish. And I believe that the Creator wants us to be without blemish as possible, so that we may reflect us being the in a sense that sacrificing what sacrificing our lives, our old ways, our old thoughts, and our old patterns to be even closer to him and be like him, because we are an extension of him. He is our father. He is actually our father. So we have that ability within us, but we have to sacrifice things on the daily too, just to get back to that, since we are in um, wrapped in flesh as of right now. We're going down like princes, but we are Elohims. So just like we are to have our physical sacrifice of the animals and things like that without blemish, we are to strive for that same thing also in our body and our mind as much as possible. You want to say anything? Yeah? Say shalom. Yeah? Yehu.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Thank you, Avi. May the Most High be praised. Are there any other comments? Anything else that we need to discuss before we go into today's lesson? Just that moment of silence. Any other comments? Anything that's in your spirit, that's in your mind, that before we move on to today's lesson, is there anything that we need to cover, to clear up, to move so we can get this done? May the Most High be praised. If not, we're going to move on. And we're going to get, yes.
I did want to, it was another situation I wanted to speak on. So, y'all, this sister reached out to our school a few months ago. She lives in Florida. She has 2 sons. And we talked. We kept missing each other, but finally we talked. And when we talked, her sons were so excited. They were like, we want to go to the school today. And she was telling them, no, we got to wait, close out this year. And then, y'all will begin in August. And so I started to tell her about the events coming up. And her family will be here next week for some of the events of the school. We'll meet them for the first time. Now, when all this first happened, I'm looking on the land. We didn't have any vacancies when I first spoke with the sister. But then she started telling me she'll be traveling. It'll be 4 of them. She never explained who all was coming, just her children, and a 4th person, which I assumed was the father or her husband. So, we're talking and talking, and then she started reaching out to me like, "Do you know any hotels in the area?" So I started sending her different places. And yes, not yesterday, but Thursday, something told me, because now we have a few vacancies on the land with our campers and things. I texted her and said, "Hey sis, if y'all need a place, we have an RV on the land that you and your children, your sons and your husband can stay in for a few days. All we ask for is like a donation to, like the utilities or whatever, right?" And so she texts me back like, "Oh, praises, all praises to the creator, because every hotel I called was booked in your area." And she was just saying how like they kept trying to figure out like what's gonna happen, what's gonna happen. And then she said her email was like, "Don't stress, the Most High is gonna make a way." And she said almost as soon as that happened, I got your text that we could stay on the land. And then we talked, physically talked, and she was saying that it's going to be her mother, and her two sons. And that just confirmed to me more that they need to be on the land, because it would just behoove us to have a woman, an elder woman, and two young sons out there at a hotel 40 minutes away from us, give or take. And, you know, there's literally no covering in doing that. And so I'm just thankful that the creator, just put it in me to send her that message. And that they hadn't booked a hotel and wasted money, but that they're able to actually come and be here on the land with us. And one thing she said to me, she said, and my mom, kept telling me, "Oh, just pray about it. Don't stress. The Most High is going to make a way." And she said she had just been talking to this sister about, we have to fast. When we really truly desire the Most High to hear us, we need to fast and fast. And, and I just wanted to acknowledge that was the day I started my fast. And something I've been wanting to invite them to the land, but we had different things going on where people were coming or not coming. And finally I just, sent the message, or the Most High, put it in me to send the message to her. And I'm just thankful that we're able to house them and have the ability to have that family, in the midst of us, versus being, far away from us. So to the Most High for that as well.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So let's go, family. Let's get started. And we ain't had nobody right in the room in a minute. What y'all sleeping? Y'all going to sleep, bro? Sis, y'all sleeping? I ain't seen nobody commenting in the room in a minute. Okay. Guess y'all ain't got nothing to say. Y'all too busy listening. That's good. I'm glad y'all that way. Glad y'all that way. So we got something wonderful that we need to discuss today, that we would like to discuss. We got something that we need to, let me see if I can do this. All right. So now I got to make that a little bit. There you go. All right. It's coming together. It's coming together. All right. Iman, you got that? You with me? We get ready to get started. Nobody else has any commandments, right? Nobody else has any acknowledgments to the Most High, correct? So we're going to get started with today's lesson. The name of the lesson is Your Servant Uriah the Hittite is Dead. Y'all know the story with Uriah the Hittite? Everybody who remember who Uriah the Hittite was, right? Do everybody even remember who the Hittites were? Does anybody even remember who the Hittites were? Well, the Hittites was a nation of people that the Most High despised. He hated the Hittites. The Hittites were a group of people that we know as the Canaanites. But the Most High hated the Hittites so much that he put it in the scriptures that we should not allow our seed to mingle, to marry, to intermarry with the Hittites. Now, I got to get this to y'all because I got to give you the backdrop to what's taking place here, because this may change the way you see the reality of life and who can serve and who can't, and why people can, all that in reference to the Almighty. because these things are going to come out when I start teaching today. When the Most High, Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 1, when the Creator, your Elohim, Ha Elohim, shall bring thee into the land, whether thou go to possess it, and has cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the number one list on the list. These are Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. 7 nations. Now watch how he describes these nations. 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. You know what made them greater and mightier than us at that particular time? Is because they had existed as a nation way longer than us. The Hittites is an ancient Indo-European nation, as they would say, not white, but Indo-European, which means they covered the land of Europe. All right? That's what that means, Indo-European. That not Europe as we know today, but outside of Israel. There was some great nation, Canaanite people. A lot of people don't know that Canaan spreads from Lebanon to Foot. It's way up, and Foot is right outside of Europe. All right, so let's look. A nation greater and mightier than thou, and when the Most High thy Elohim should deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them, and thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show them mercy. That sounds like the Most High don't even want you intermingling with these people. He wants you to stay away from them. He said, kill them, destroy them. And when you read on, it says, neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughters shall not be given unto his sons, neither his daughters shall be given and taken unto your sons. And why? The most important part, this is the reason why. For they will turn away thy sons from following me, that they may serve other Elohim, other powers. So will the anger of Ha Elohim be kindled against you and destroy you suddenly. We're going to read this story with Uriah, who came from that bloodline. That bloodline that the Most High said for us, when we went into the land of Canaan, we were supposed to kill them all. We were supposed to destroy all the inhabitants of the land. But as you know, Israel don't do what the Most High tells them to do in fulfillment and in fullness. Therefore, we didn't kill all of them, and we had to inhabit with them. We had to co-inhabit the land of Canaan with them right next to us. And we learned a lot of their ways. A couple weeks ago, a young lady, beautiful young lady, she asked us about a sister named Asherah. And Asherah was introduced to us from the Canaanites. They introduced that worship and that deity to us. And that became as a result because we didn't destroy them when the Father told us to. He said, when you go into this land, you are to completely annihilate everybody in that land. All of them. But we didn't. And we cohabited and mingled, and we learned their customs and their ways and their traditions. And we brought it upon ourselves, and we worshiped in that manner. But that was not the Most High's desire for us. So let's move on. So what we have today is we're going to read in 2 Samuel's chapter 11. 2 Samuel's chapter 11. Second Samuel's chapter 11. I keep trying to bring this up, but it's not coming up the way I want it to come up. So I'm going to do what I got to do right now. All right. 2 Samuel's chapter 11. Y'all with me, family? All right. I know how I can get it up. Give me a second. I know how I can get it up. All right. This is how we're going to do this. Bang, bang. Right. There you go. That's how I want it. I think that's better that way. Let me know, family. Is the scripture large enough for y'all? Can you all read that? Is that large enough? Somebody in the room, let me know, please. Somebody in the room, let me know if that's large enough. Well, I'll make it a little bit larger, a little bit larger. Okay, there we go. One more, because I don't want no questions. It's large enough? All right, let's rock and roll. So we're coming out of 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 1. Now bear in mind that these Canaanite people was a people that the Most High deemed for death. That the Most High said, destroy all of them when you go into this land to possess it. Kill them. We didn't obey the Most High. We allowed a lot of them to live. And as a result of that, it hurt us. It tore us down and it moved us further away from the Most High. And every time the Creator tells us to do something and we don't follow his instructions, it takes us away from receiving his glory and the benefit of knowing him. So let's read on. Let's see what's happening. Today's lesson, we're going to deal with a lot of the sins that we have inside of ourselves, that we hide inside of ourselves, deep down inside. We hide it and we camouflage it and we cover it up, but that sin lays deep within us. And some of us pretend that we've gotten over this sin or over this evil, but yet we really haven't faced our demons yet. A lot of us pretend to have conquered the illnesses, the sicknesses, the sinful lives that we have. A lot of us pretend to have conquered that, but we haven't. And the level of sin can go as small as being a liar to people, to actually molesting children and raping adults. Sins can go that deep. And a person can, in their mind, believe that they've conquered that, but actually what they did was they repress it, and they have selective times when they draw upon it or call upon it to bring it relevant in their lives again today. This range of ability every human being contains within him. And we selectively choose when to allow this wickedness or this demon to control us. These are the realities of life that so many people don't focus on, don't pay attention to, and it slips and it goes unbeknownst to them that they are saturated with demons and don't even understand it. And if you begin to expose them to it, they become angry and aggressive, don't want to talk to you, want you to get away from them, and they consider you not to be a friend. But the people who exposes your demons to you are truly the people who care about you more than those that allow you to walk around with those demons and don't say anything to you, but yet they hang with you every day, or they'll talk to you often. Those people don't truly care for you, because the people that truly care for you are going to tell you what's best for you, not always necessarily what you want to hear, but what's best for you. If you are an aggressive man, you're abusive to your wife, you're abusive to your family, and you got associates that's close to you and nobody pulls your coat to that, then bro, you need to check who you got in your circle, because that's not good. If you're a male that doesn't provide for your household, or you're mistreating women, or you're mistreating children, and you don't want to get up and go to work, you don't even go look for a job, and then you got homies that hang out with you, want to smoke weed and drink some liquor with you, and y'all ain't got no problem doing that, and they never pull your coat until you make them mad, then those are the type of people you need to stay away from. Because the good people to be around are those people who are going to tell you your deficits and your defaults in life to try to build you up and make you better. But a lot of us, we want and we draw to those people who tell us all good things about ourselves, because every soul wants to feel good about himself. Everybody wants to feel good about themselves. So as long as you're talking good, man, we got that good feeling going on, then we can roll, we can rock together. But let you be the one to tell them, yo, bro, you need to stop eating all them cheesesteaks, man. You need to stop eating so much meat. You need to cut sugar out your life. You need to stop eating chicken. You need to do all the things that the law requires you to do and wake up to. you begin to tell your brother you need to start exercising. Or sis, you getting fat. You my homie, I love you, but you getting fat, girl. Get it together. Instead, you might say it a different way. I'm just saying. But if you see your sister getting heavy and fat and out of shape, you should speak to her. Why? Because you love her. You care for her. And you don't want to see all the sicknesses that come with heavy people take place in her. Because when that comes and she gets sick and she go down, then you got to step up and start taking care of her if you're really her friend. So to avoid all that, let's just change our diet before we get to that point. And the sad thing is that a lot of us don't think it is going to happen to us. Therefore, we eat what we want, we gain as much weight as we want, and we do what we want and don't want nobody judging us. It's not about them judging you. It's about somebody giving you a hint or warning before tragedy sets in that you need to change your life. But as we know, there are so many hidden sins within us on different levels that we suppress, and we try to move on and thank the Most High and praise the Most High and shout to the Most High, that when the Shabbat day is over, we go back to that sinful life again. And it's easy for us to do because we go in and out so often. We do these things so often that it becomes like second nature for us to be these people, where it no longer makes us feel guilty for abusing our children. There's a man right now as we speak, that's sneaking into his stepdaughter's bedroom. Right now as we speak, he's creeping back there with his, no, he ain't got no business back there, but he does it so often, and he's been doing it so long that he no longer feels any guilt about the things that he's doing. He has no shame to it any longer. When the time comes that he's exposed, that shame will jump up. But the adversarial energy within him that's causing him to do that will fight against what it is that you're bringing to him. But you only doing this because you care. He won't see it that way. He'll think that you're interrupting what he wants to do, and you think you better than him, and you trying to make him out to be less than you. He can't see the sickness that lies within his life. He definitely can't see the demon that possesses him to cause him to be sleeping with his stepdaughter. Wickedness on the highest levels. And don't be surprised, but this happens so often in our communities with our people. And these same people be saying, Shabbat Shalom to you. Shabbat Shalom to you. I knew a brother. He was an elder of mine many years ago. He introduced me to his daughter. He said, you can't get with my daughter. You can't get with my daughter. She too cool for you. So I started talking to his daughter. Little did I know that he meant what he was saying, that I couldn't get with his daughter because he was sleeping with his daughter. He was molesting his daughter. And she had grown up so long. She was about 17 at the time. I might have been about 21 at the time. He had been doing this for so long that she thought it was normal. She felt a little way about it, but she thought it was normal. She thought nothing was wrong with what her father was doing to her. She absolutely thought he was having full-blown out sex with his child, his biological child. He was sick. And this same man will be shitting up in the Shabbat, at the Shabbat house of worship, praising the Most High, singing songs to the Most High, and disrespecting the Most High to his face. He was the cool dude. Everybody liked him. Elder Shalomo was his name. Everybody liked Elder Shalomo. Elder Shalomo was sick. Elder Shalomo had a mental issue that nobody knew about but his daughter. And she was engulfed with it. She didn't understand that it was a sinful thing. She was the victim in all of this. We got this type of wickedness all around us, family. Please don't close your eyes to it. If your child comes to you and says something is going on with this person or that person, I'm not telling you to call the cops right away. I'm saying carefully investigate. Even if you got to put a camera in your child's room to catch it, then you go catch it. But the wickedness that I'm talking about is not just that particular type of wickedness. It's the wickedness that whenever a man's desire inside of his heart rises up and he wants something to himself, he will disregard the laws of the Most High and partake in pleasing his flesh over and above that which the Most High requires of us. That's called sin. That's the definition of sin. If you pushes the Most High's laws to the side and you do what you desire to do, irregardless of what the law says, you have sinned. And we do that often, and we don't know about that. And today we're going to read about one of the greatest men that ever lived on this planet, King David. King David, his name within itself means my beloved. David means my beloved. So this man was loved by the Creator, protected and blessed by the Almighty. And he was the king. Do you know what it means to be king? To be a knowledgeable king, that everybody honors you as king, means that you can do what you want and have what you want in righteousness, because you still got the Most High to answer to. But nobody checks the king. You still got the Most High to answer to. But David forgot about the Most High. He forgot, and he did exactly what I said. When that passion ran through his heart, he put the laws of the Most High to the side. It don't even make mention of the laws of the Creator. He moved the laws of the Most High to the side and had his own desire fulfilled to please his flesh. This is wicked. And then after he had his own desires fulfilled to please his flesh, he did it again to cover up what he had previously done. The thing that he did to please his own desires, it was exposed through a way that it could be acknowledged by the people. So what he did was, to please his own desire again, he covered it up. And he took an innocent man's life. I'm talking about King David, the one the Most High went down in history and called my beloved. My beloved. He sinned an awesome sin before the Creator. Let's get into it. Do we have any volunteer readers for today? Do we have anybody that want to volunteer to read? Anyone would like to read today? Please let us know. Here's the link. If you like to read, just come on in and we can get to reading. We're going to be reading in the 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 1. 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 1. Now, I think I understand what you're about to say. You say, well, Prince, I read this 1,000 times. But you know what I say? You ain't never read it like this before. Because we're about to bring out some information, expose you to some things that I think that all of us need to hear to help us in our journey toward righteousness, to honor, to worship, to serve, and to please the Creator. Who is it that's among us that believe we don't sin? We have no sins. We don't raise your hand. Just let me see. Who is it among us that feel like our lives are void of sin? We don't have any hidden wickednesses about us. Who is it among us that feel this way? The truthfulness is that we all sin. And to be sinless is a lifelong journey. But the types of sins is something that needs to be dealt with immediately. All depending on what that type of sin is. No sin is good, but no man is without it. Every man has a lifelong journey to completion. I think I'm going to have to read for myself today. Nobody volunteered, so let's get it done. Here we go. 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 1. In the spring of the year, the time when kings go out to do battle, David sent Joab and his servant with him, and all Israel, and they ravaged the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah, but David remained in Jerusalem. There was a certain time of the year when kings went out to try to conquer other nations. when they thought it was best. And I guarantee it wasn't in the winter. It happened that late afternoon when Uriah arose. What happened? It happened. What is it? The demon that was inside of our king. Besides him being a great general, a great military man, a great servant of the Most High, besides him having all those qualities and characters, he suppressed something inside of him. And it was a lustful demon. That lustful demon had the opportunity to awaken and consume him. And instead of suppressing the demon, instead of taking control of the demon, he gave in to the demon's desire. Watch how this goes step by step by step by step to expose the power of those demons that lay within us. David is king, beloved of the Most High. That means he walked around doing the laws of the Creator all of his days. How could a righteous man such as that, a great man that the Most High is blessed, such as King David, give in to a lustful demon that lies deep inside of his spirit? It happens with every one of us. Even you, sisters. You walk around like you're righteous, like you're without sin. You know the wickedness that you do. You know the sin that lies within your life that you hide from everybody else. All I'm asking, because this is a plea. This is a plea for us, family. This is a plea for all of our people to get right with the Most High. Get right with the Creator. We have to. And whatever it is, the demons that's plaguing you in your life, control them. And how do you control them? By doing the opposite of what that demon tells you to do. Let's watch this. It happened late one afternoon when David arose from his couch and was walking on the roof of the house, of the king's house, that he saw from the roof a woman bathing. That was it. That point right there was the issue. He's looking over across his balcony, looking over off the roof, and he looks through a window or peers inside somebody's house or wherever she was at, and he saw a woman bathing, and he allowed his mind to run. So do you see what that is? You see what's happening? He didn't know if the woman was married or not. Well, we do know that there's not a lot of single women living in Israel, in the nation. And she had to have a little bit of prestige. Why? Because she's living near the king's house. She was within eyesight of the king's house. So she had to have a little bit of prestige. You follow what I'm saying? All he needed to do, and all we need to do, is immediately suppress that demon by doing the opposite of what that demon tells us to do. Now, David is up there on his roof, and he looked. He just didn't glance. I mean, David was like, damn, look at that. And she might not even been all that fine. She didn't necessarily have to be that much of a fox. It's just the fact that a man knows what he shouldn't be doing, and he does it anyway. Suppressing the righteousness, that demon will take over and grow within you and manifest itself inside of you and completely consume you. You don't understand? Okay. How many times was it that you have seen something that you know you shouldn't do, and the thing wasn't really greatly desired by you or something that you really wanted, but the simple fact that it was available for you, you took advantage of it and took it? Because that's how David felt at that particular time. It happened late one afternoon. 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 2. One afternoon, when David arose from his couch and was walking on the roof of the king's house, that he saw from the roof a woman bathing. There you go. There you go, sis. She says, not the beauty, it's the booty. There you go. Because like I said, it has nothing to do with how attractive that individual thing is. Just the simple fact that you are committing sin feeds something inside of you and make that sinful thing joyous and pleasurable. Just the fact that you're doing something evil or wicked, it brings a pleasure to your soul and it makes you feel good. Is what you're doing is you're not actually feeding you, you're feeding the demon that resides within you. You're pleasing that demon. And anybody who coerces you to move in the direction of pleasing that demon, you get them out of your life too, because they will continue to bring you down in the sight of the Creator. That he saw from the roof a woman bathing, and the woman was Yafeh Basar. The woman was beautiful. She had a beautiful body. She was beautiful. He was lustful. It's not like he didn't have other wives. Girl, you cutting it up in the audience today. You want the mic for a few minutes, sis? You can take the mic. I'll give you the mic and you can let it all out because you got a lot of positive energy that you need to bring forward. Dawid was just lustful. It's not like he didn't have other wives during this time. This is a great chapter, one of my favorites. And you're right. You know why I think it's one of your favorites? Because we are faced with this reality daily in our lives that a lot of people suppress and pretend as if it's not an issue, but it's a big issue. It's the main reason why so many of us fall short of the glory of the Creator, because of lust, because that lustful demon resides, and I'm talking to men and women. Don't just think I'm talking to the men, because I'm not. A lot of you women got full of demons, and a lot of them are lustful demons. And they eat at your core. They mess up your marriage. They tear up your homes. And you think you're getting away with it because nobody's bringing it to knowledge, but the Most High sees all. The Creator knows all. He knows everything. And he sees what's taking place. And Dawid sent and required about the woman. Hey, yo, man, who lives over there at such and such house? Right there. Whose wife is that? And one said, is not this Bathsheba? Is not this Bathsheba? Is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? Now, at that moment, Dawid should have shut it down. When he found out that woman was married, he should have shut it down at that moment. But so many of us, we don't do that. What we will do is this. We will pretend as if she's hands off, but in our essence, in our mind, in our spirit, we suppress that emotion, just moving it to the back. We don't alleviate that emotion from us. We suppress it and just move it to the back. Now, he heard that that woman was married. He should have changed his whole focus and direction, but he did not. Watch what happens. He was so mesmerized by her beauty. No, it ain't necessarily that. He lost control. I mean, let's think about this for a minute. Dawid is a man who is very much in control of his emotions, and that's what makes him a great warrior. That's how he's able to defeat his enemies so easily, so swiftly, and so often. Because you have to be in control of your emotions to be a great warrior. Your mind, your body has to be able to respond and react based on the situation that you're in. But Dawid, being challenged with man's greatest fall, fell victim to the greatest fall of mankind since the beginning of time. And that was that lustful demon. The Most High says in the book of Genesis, he says, sin lieth at the door, but you can rule over it. This message may not be for you right now who's hearing here, sitting here right now, listening to this lesson. It may be for somebody you know that you have to take this message to try to train them or teach them to fight that demon that's really lying within them. So we're going to use the lustful demon as we speak about Dawid. But what other type of demons do you have within you that's you're suppressing, that you're holding out on, that you think you have control over, But in reality, when you're placed in that situation, that demon takes control and consume. How many of you are ready to really have those talks right now? Because a lot of us don't want to have those talks because we don't want to come face to face with the demons that lay within us. A lot of people, demons is masturbation. A lot of women and a lot of men can't stop masturbating. They can't stop pouring. You leave them alone, 15 minutes later, that's what they're doing. I knew one young lady, she was so possessed with that demon, she'll be at work, go in the closet and masturbate and go back to work like nothing happened. These are the things that are real in our lives that we have to face. These demons are horrible, but there's so many different ones. Masturbation ain't a sin. You think masturbation ain't a sin? Why do you feel so bad after you do it? Why is it that when somebody walk in and you're startled and you're scared and you don't want them to know that you're doing? I'm talking about when your own wife or husband walk in, you're scared and startled. I'm not talking about a stranger. I'm talking about your own husband and wife, somebody that fully knows your body. Why you just don't lay there and continue to do it then? If it's not wrong, if it's not something that you shouldn't do. So many of us have these demons and don't understand that it's a lack of self-control. It's a lack of discipline. Nothing that you have in your life can you not be able to walk away from. Everything in your life, when the time calls for it, you should be able to drop it and move away. And now that Prince has educated your mind to let you know that you're really being governed by demons. Now, let's think about this for a minute. I'm not talking about a selective form of masturbation. Like if you're trying, I would pray that we're all adults, but I hope we can all receive this message. I'm not talking about a selective form of masturbation, like I'm laying in the bed with my wife and I'm really trying to turn my wife on, so I'll tease her a little bit by doing something that I think might turn her on, or vice versa. She doing something that she think might turn me on, and it works, then that's a selective thing. We're talking about the things that you hide and do, that you know you shouldn't be doing. Things when you got to wait till you by yourself alone and in the dark. Oh, I struck a nerve. Porn. Another demon that lays deep inside of us. That's right next to masturbation. Another demon. We're talking about Dawid with this lustful demon, but Dawid's lustful demon had to lay dormant inside of him for a period of time until it was time for it to come up. And when it came up strong. Your demons are being exposed to you right now. How are you going to deal with the demons that you got in your life? How are you going to face the reality of the life that you have so secretly hidden for so long that nobody knows about? Now, these are things that we need to deal with because self-control is extremely important. And right here, we're reading about Dawid. He completely lost his mind at that time. He had to be brought back to reality, and nobody could do it but the Most High, because no man could judge him. The Most High was the one who had to bring Dawid back to reality. Sis says, and it can cause you to find yourself doing things that can potentially be breaking code of Torah, of laws. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're going to find that out right now. So what Dawid said, that's only one sin. These demons there's legions of demons. So there are many different sins that plague the minds and the bodies of man. And there are none of us who are completely without sin. None of us. But most of these sins are motivated by demons. Let's read on. Verse 3. 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 3. And Dawid sent and inquired about the woman. And one said, is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? So Dawid sent messengers and took her, and she came to him. Wait a minute. Dawid sent messengers, and they took her, another man's wife. They took her, and she came to him. and he laid with her. I found it kind of funny how the scriptures take the time to pure this out because I want to make this clean. Now, she had been purifying herself from her uncleanness. Dawid committed 2 sins. I know you ain't never seen that. That's okay. That's what Prince's job is to do, to expose you to things that you don't see on your own. She had been on her nida. And there's a law for when a woman is on her days of purification from her nida. In the law, on the days of her purification of her nida, right, she's unclean for 8 days or 7 days, and she's clean on the 8th day. At the end of the 7th day, she's clean. She's not supposed to touch any holy thing. Anybody who touches her is unclean. Anybody who touches anything that she sits on is unclean. Leviticus, the 15th chapter, 19th verse. All these things describe what this woman was going through at that time. She had been purifying herself from her uncleanness. She was going through the purification process. So there's a large possibility she was still unclean when Dawid lay with her, therefore making Dawid unclean spiritually at that particular time. So he laid with her. Now let me say let me clear this up for a lot of people who don't know. During your days of purification, right? During your days of purification for a woman, when she becomes tamah, during the days of her purification, you don't bleed the whole time. So if you're not bleeding the whole time, some people think they're clean, but they're not. You still got to go that 7 days, the completeness of 7 days. Even though the blood flow stops, you still got to go the additional days till you complete the 7 days. Different women, the blood flow is a different amount of days, all depending on what they're eating and what they're thinking about and how they're living. The stress that's on their lives is different combinations of things that causes the blood to flow differently in different women. Now, once that blood flow stops, she might think it's cool for her to have intercourse, but the law doesn't say that. So the blood flow stops and you go out and you have intercourse now, you're still doing that in the time of your purification, which makes that man spiritually unclean for that time. I need y'all to understand that. So she had been purified or purifying, which means she was in the process of being purified. After she laid down with Dawid, because that was the time that he had intercourse with her, she refused. She then returned to her house. Let me jump on this for a minute. There's a saying that during that time, when a woman comes off her cycle, her ovulation period starts right soon after. I think it's 3 days or 4 days after, or somewhere during that time of her purification. And it's kind of funny that this girl Bathsheba gets pregnant by Dawid. We don't know how many times they had intercourse. We don't know how often it happened. We don't know the answers to that, but we do know that she was going through a purification process of uncleanness. Then she returned to her house, and the woman conceived. She got pregnant with intercourse from Dawid. And she sent and told Dawid, so they done had this whole ancestral relationship. I want y'all to understand what's taking place. Dawid, our king at the time, has allowed a demon to possess his mind, one that he had deep inside of him that he had been suppressing, because this didn't just jump out of the blue. You have to be of a certain nature to do a certain thing. I got a lot of guys that come to me and say, well, Prince, I used to be a homosexual. I'm not a homosexual no more. How are you going to convince me of that? I want to come and serve the Creator with you. How are you going to convince me that you're not a homosexual no more? Because once you get put under the pressure, who knows what will come out? Dawid, a righteous man before the Most High, was put under the pressure of lust. And look what came out, a whole baby. Dawid was put under the pressure. Then she returned to her house, and the woman conceived, and she sent and told David, I am yet, I am with child. Wow. Now, once David realized that he had committed a sinful act, he couldn't just let her have that baby and not have a way to pretend as if that child wasn't his. See, when you do evil and wickedness and you become living in that evil and wickedness, you do things to cover up your actions, to pretend to the world as if you're not a wicked person. You follow what I'm saying? You do things to pretend to the world that you are not this individual. This is what I'm telling you about this suppression of wickedness. We suppress these things. David is going to try to cover up before the nation his sin. He came up with this brilliant plan. So David went to Joab and he said, oh, wait a minute. I'm going to act like this is his baby. So David sent to Joab, who was the captain of his guards. He says, send me Uriah the Hittite. Uriah the who? Uriah the Hittites. Who are the Hittites, family? The Hittites was the nation that the Most High described in the book of Deuteronomy, the chapter 7, verse 1, that we are not to relate with, inhabit, or cohabit with. You follow me? We wasn't supposed to be with those people. Matter of fact, we were supposed to annihilate all of them, but we didn't. These people was deemed to be wicked because they would turn your children from the Most High. He said, bring me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to King David. When Uriah came to him, to David, David asked how Joab was doing. This was all a front. He was all camouflaging, pretending that he was using Uriah for a greater purpose than what he was trying to use Uriah for. He's hiding that guilt. That demon has consumed him. That demon has taken over. He says, how is Joab? And how is the people were doing and how the war was going? Why would the king send for Uriah, a soldier, to ask those questions? It had to be running through Uriah's mind. Then David said to Uriah, go down to your house. Now that was his true intention. But he couldn't just say, go to your house and lay with your wife. He had to cover it up like he was concerned with something else. There's a lot of people that will come into you in the name of the Most High, but their intentions is about wickedness. Their intentions is about deception. Their intentions are about evil. How you got a spiritual leader and you ain't never seen them pray? You ain't never heard them pray. You never seen them fast. You never heard them fasting. You never been to the struggle with them. You never spent time with them. How you got a spiritual leader that you never spent time with? How is that possible? You don't know him to no degree. All you know is the smooth words that comes out of his mouth up over the podium. Get to know these people, family. Spend time with these people. Start a little bit of trouble with these people and see how they respond when you start a little bit of trouble. See, just to see how they act. Get on the negative side and see how long and how hard it is to get from the negative side to the positive side. And don't do nothing outrageous, something where you have to get beat up or castrated or put away. Don't do nothing that crazy, but do little things. Challenge them on some of the things that they teach. Do little things to upset them, and that will show you the true character of people. But as long as you walking along with people and you smile in their face, they're going to smile back and you're going to feel good and you're going to think it's cool. And they can just teach and teach and teach and tell you anything. Challenge them to see what they're really working with. And then you know who you got in your corner, who's real with the Creator and what they're really about. David had allowed himself at this particular time to be possessed by a demon. The demon was called a lustful demon. It was a lustful demon that had possession over him. And if you would have went to Dawid, he wasn't in his better judgment. Because if he was, he would have known not to even look at a married woman. He would have known that. But he didn't know it because that demon had possession of him. And if you were talking to him at that time, you wasn't talking to Dawid. You were talking to that demon. Let's read on. Verse 8. Then Dawid said to Uriah, go down to your house and wash your feet. And Uriah went out from the king's house, and there followed him a present from the king. Uriah, had to have been questioning, why is the king being so good to me? Why is the king speaking to me in this manner? And now for the king to send me gifts, why is the king showering me with gifts? You have to be careful of people sometimes, because every gift is not a gift. Some gifts, as the scriptures teach, are meant to blind your eyes. David's intention was to make Uriah feel good about himself, go home, lay with his wife, so that she can possibly say, hey, baby, husband, I'm pregnant. Look, this is yours. But she will be deceitful and lying and covering it all up. A lot of people look at David in this situation and only make David out to be the villain because David's supposed to know better. He's the king. But let's take a look at Bathsheba in this situation. What was her sin? Because obviously Bathsheba was a willing participant in what David was doing, knowing that she was a married woman. Not once did she step back from the scene and say, hold up, wait a minute. King, we can't do this. She never even, according to the scriptures, she never even tried to prevent him from violating the laws of the Most High by violating her. Not once did she do these things. But as we understand and as we know, as a king, you're held to a different standard. As a leader of the Most High's people, as the brother said earlier, Brother Asa, you're held to a different standard than the people. Now, we're not talking about nothing where people got something against you and they're just trying to bring you down. So they make all these accusations in this big show to try to destroy you or take you off your throne or the throne that they think you got. We're not talking about that. We're talking about pure evil, pure wickedness, pure demonology taking control over you, and you're allowing it to happen. You cannot give in to your own desires contrary to the law when you're a leader of the Most High's people. You have to put your own desires to the back burner, and you have to do what the law requires for you to do as the servant to the Most High's people. Let me see what my sister say. What she say says. What you say says. She said, David wasn't no idiot either when it came to his desires. In my perspective and understanding, he had no regard to disposing Uriah because he was from the people whom was supposed to be taken. Oh, you seeing my point then, huh, sis? You seeing my point. You see what I'm trying to say. You see the point that I'm bringing out. But I even got a rebuttal for that, sis. And watch, I'm going to get into it. Oh, you on point, sis. You on point. That's why I kept bringing up the fact that these people he wasn't supposed to inhabit with. So it's almost as if this person was a non-factor. But I want you to know, family, that the Most High honors marriages of other nations. If you meet these people, they're introduced to you as husband and wife, you have to honor their marriage, whether you agree with it or not. You're supposed to honor it. And David was supposed to honor the marriage that was not ever supposed to take place between an Israelite and a Hittite. You on point, sis. I like that. Keep up the good work. But watch this, family, because it's all going to come out to the top. Let me read verse 8 again. Then David said to Uriah, go down to your house and wash your feet. And Uriah went out of the king's house, and then followed him a present from the king. But Uriah wasn't a regular man. Uriah wasn't even a regular Hittite. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, Uriah was one of those people who was doomed to death, doomed to destruction, but came to appreciate the sparing of his life and dedicated himself to the power of Israel. Ha Elohim. That's my opinion of the matter. That's my opinion. Uriah shows us an example of how a wicked person can be transformed into a righteous individual. Uriah cared more about the people, his army, his military, his might, and he was just a soldier. He cared more about his people than he did his own selfish pleasures. He had a whole beautiful wife at home. And he was given leeway by the king to go spend this time with your wife. Let her wash your feet, comfort you, eventually get some nookie. That was David's intention. But Uriah's heart, who was pure to the mission. I need some Uriahs around me right now that's pure to the mission. Uriah's heart that was pure to the mission. This is what he did. Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all of the servants of the Most High. You see what I'm saying about this man who was destined to die? Who was born of a nation that was cast out of the sight of the Most High? He cried for the Most High's mercy. He wouldn't go and take his own pleasures and luxuries upon his own life, but what he would do is sacrifice his own pleasures for the sake of his people so we can win this war. And I say his people because remember, his house was right behind the castle. He lived with the people. He was in the army fighting for the people. He meant it. He was about it for real, for real. Where the real men at today? Where they at? Show them to me. Who really out here for the Most High and the Most High's people? Or we still playing that ego trick that it's about me? Where they at? You know them? Expose them to them. Show them to me so I can build with them. Because those are the type of people you got to have in your circle. Anything other than that, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing for the last 500 years. And that's nothing. Playing these games. As soon as somebody get enough information from you or enough knowledge, they off and they go start their own stuff. That ain't the way this is supposed to go. That ain't the way it's supposed to go. We're supposed to be about it for the people, not for ourselves. And if we keep separating, we're not doing nothing for the people. We got to bring it together. We got to uniform, organize, structure this thing so it's tight, so we can get strong. Uriah was a man with a heart after the Most High. But he was a people that was destined to die. But what did he do? He gave himself to the Creator and to the people of the Most High. So much that on his day home, he was out to war. He was out to the battle. And his day home, he didn't think with a lustful mind like most of our males do today. Man, I'm home from the military. I'm going home. First thing I'm thinking about is my wife. Oh, I'm going to get my wife. And that's what they do. Because that sexual demon runs deep inside of us. And that's all the most of us think about is how I can get some nookie. And it's not good. It's not good, family. It's not good. My brother say right here, all right, bro, let's get it in. Reach out. Let us know. Let's build. Let's get this thing going. Let's move on. Let's get it going. Verse 10. Now, I want to read verse 9 again because I want to jump on a little bit on verse 9. He got past to go home, even got some gifts to go on with him. But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house. What does that mean? See, a lot of people don't see that part right there. He slept at the door of the king's house. What was he saying? He says, I love my king as well. And he's loyal to his king. He slept at the door of the king's house. He only lived around the corner, but he didn't go home. He had to protect the king. That's what my name means. The creator shall protect the king. Kizaridar in Aramaic, look it up. The creator shall protect the king. But that's what Uriah understood his job to be at that particular time. He slept at the door of the king's house, and he did not go down to his own house. He could have had that opportunity with the king's blessings to enjoy his wife, rub up underneath of her, get a back massage, a leg massage. He was commanded to get a foot massage. But guess what? Didn't happen. Instead of all that, he stayed and he slept to make sure the king was cool. He didn't know the king was putting it to his wife. He didn't know that. His loyalty alone shows you the type of character that he had. This was some powerful stuff, man. But too many people just read through this chapter and just read through it, and their main focus is Dawid. They don't even think about the other people that display in messages all through the lesson. Today is very difficult to get a man to humble himself to another man, to sit at the feet at another man for any duration of time. Well, I'm a prince like you. I'm a king like you. I'm a teacher like you. I'm a moray just like you. I ain't got to sit underneath you or sit at your feet. And then when it come time to pay the bills, where you at? What you doing? When it come time to really lead the people, where you at? What you doing? When it come time to go to war against the other nations, where you at? What you doing? When it comes time to sit in council and teach other people the way that they're supposed, where you at? What you doing? See, that's when all that leadership stuff fall in play. Let somebody die next to you. How do you handle that situation? Somebody gets created forbid, but let a sister call you or a brother call you, tell you his wife died or his son died, his daughter. What do you do, Mr. Leader? How do you handle it, Mr. Leader? When somebody call you and tell you, I ain't got nowhere to live, me and my 8 kids, we got put out of our home. What do you do, Mr. Leader? How do you provide for them, Mr. Leader? You's a fool. You think you got some leadership capabilities, but you ain't, because it ain't been blessed by the Most High. True leaders care for the people more than they care for themselves. That's what you don't understand. Therefore, if that person got 8 children and they need a home to stay in, you move out of your home and you put them in yours. If you ain't got nowhere else to put them, true leadership will sacrifice his own for the people. That's what I'm trying to get explained across here, brothers. Y'all got to understand that. So much about leadership that so many people don't even see. What I would suggest you do is challenge your leadership and see what your leader is really about. So he didn't even go down to his own house. 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 10. When they told Dawid, Uriah did not go down to his house. See, that was a conspiracy. That whole situation with Uriah, it was conspiracy, and other people was a part of that. Dawid said unto Uriah, have you not come from a journey? He was out on a journey. Why didn't he just go home and relax and take advantage of that opportunity? Watch what Uriah says to the king. Watch what he says. I need me some Uriahs today. I can swear I need me some Uriahs so we can change the nation of Israel to dedicate ourselves to the Creator, so we can get some stuff today. But you can't find, it's very difficult to find loyalty today in these things that we call men out here in these streets. Bunch of niggas working, looking for themselves. Ain't about the nation. They talk like it's about the nation, but they ain't really about the people. When they told Dawid, Uriah did not go down to his house. Dawid said to Uriah, have you not come from a journey? Why did you not go down to your house? Watch what Uriah says to the king. Uriah said to Dawid, the ark, the Most High, the Ark of the Covenant, you know that box that the Most High has? The ark and Israel and Judah dwell in booths. They're living in booths. And my Lord Joab, and the servants of my Lord are camping in the open field. If my people are not enjoying the luxuries of a home and a wife, why should I? Y'all got to understand what's being said right here, man. This is a whole lot deeper. There's so many messages in this other than the story of adultery. There's so much to unfold through this chapter. I see why my sister said this is her best chapter. She loves this chapter. Sister Sharon, she says she loves it. And I can see why. Because there's so much messages, so many messages within the walls of this chapter. The ark and Yisrael and Judah dwell in booths. And my Lord Joab, my commander, my leader Joab, and the servants of the king are camping in the open field. Should I then go to my house to eat and drink and to lie with my wife? Oh, man. See, when one of us suffer, all of us must suffer. That is the true key to unity. So many brothers that say they're brothers that understand brotherhood don't truly understand what brotherhood means. That is the key to brotherhood. If my brother hurt, I'm hurting. If my brother need, I'm needing. And if I don't have to give to my brother after he proves himself to be a brother, then I got to go get whatever I can get to help my brother get out of his condition. That's what true brotherhood is about. I had a guy's brother, Samak, Israelite brother, spiritual leader, Moray. I had some contact with him a little while ago. So I asked the brother, I said, I need your email so I can send you something. So he sends me the email, and it said something like true brotherhood. You know, I can see that in him. I can see that he means what he says. Now, I haven't challenged him yet on it to see if he's really about that brotherhood like he says, but he displays true brotherhood characteristics. And he's a very, very, very diligent brother. I got a lot of love for the brother and a lot of respect. May the Most High bless him and strengthen him and cause his ways to go in the ways of righteousness throughout the duration of time. I pray that for him. May the Most High be with him. His email was something like True Brotherhood 101, something like that. I can look it up and give it to you, but it was something like that. And it touched me when I read that. And he does display a lot of that type of character in his actions from the little that I've known of him. May the Most High be pleased. So Uriah, then David said to Uriah, remain here. I missed something. As you live and as your soul live, I will not do this thing, is what he says to the king. Then David said to Uriah, remain here today also, and tomorrow I will send you back. So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day and the next. Now here's the deal. At this particular time, Uriah did not realize what was going on. And the king at this time had to devise another plan. For the plan that he had, the initial plan, did not work. So he had to come up with another plan. And that he did. And this is the second plan that he came up with. He said, you wait here for a few days and then you can go back. So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day and the next day. And David invited him and he ate in his presence and drank. Again, Uriah, in my opinion, should be wondering, well, what's going on, man? Why is the king being so good to me? Wow. Wow. This brother right here. This brother talking about, what you talking about, bro? He says, I'm not a Uriah. I am Yisrael, David's anointed. Spirit of Elijah, you going to teach me or what? Or you just talking right now? Okay. I don't do that. I don't waste my time just talking. I'm serious about this, bro. If you serious about it, we can make it happen. Hit me up on Facebook, man. Hit me up on Facebook and, message me and we'll talk in the background. Give you my number. We can blow it. We can chill. We can do whatever we need to do. But I like the part about you asking, are you going to teach me or what? I like that part. That's a very humble approach. A lot of people might not see it that way, but I do because I'm an honorable person. And the way you put that, I have respect for that. We can do this. May the Most High be praised. You don't have any of that? Here, take my number down. Take it down. I don't think there's any other way that we can conversate. So take my number down. I'm going to give it to you right now. And then later on, I got so much going on. Let's say sometime tomorrow, you give me a call tomorrow morning in the daytime, however you feel. 706-998-0888. 706-998-0888. Now you got my number. You call me and we're going to see what you're about. If you're really about it or if you're just like anybody else. I pray that you're really about it because now is the time for us to build this nation. Then Dawid said to Uriah, remain here these days. Now Dawid invited him and he ate in his presence and he drank so that he made him drunk. And in the evening, he went out to lie on his couch with the servants of the Most High, but he did not go to his own house. Even in a drunken state, he did not go and lie with his family. Aim, what you say there, Aim? That says something powerful, Aim. Let's see what that is. Military strategy and strength requires true brotherhood, united in order to progress and win the battle. Absolutely, Aim. Absolutely. Absolutely. In the morning, Dawid wrote a letter to Joab. See, when he did all those things to Uriah, he was actually plotting in the back of his mind how he can take Uriah out. You see what I'm saying? He was plotting in the back of his mind how he can destroy Uriah. And he came up with a plan. And he included Joab in his plan. And let's see what happens. In the morning, Dawid wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah. Now imagine Uriah is carrying his own death letter in his hand. In the letter he wrote, set Uriah in the forefront of the hardest fight and then draw back from him. Leave him. Dawid, come on, Dawid. Come on, Dawid. Do y'all see what's taking place? This is some sick stuff right here. These demons are strong. These demons are powerful. These demons are powerful, y'all. It controlled Dawid's. Dawid's name means my beloved. The Most High would not love someone so wicked because that wasn't Dawid. Dawid was being possessed with that demon. Just like a lot of us are possessed with those demons, but we suppress those demons and we selectively let them out when we feel it's time to let them out. Dawid's demon had control over him. So bad, and this went on for days, man, or weeks even, or even months. We don't know how long this went on, but we know it went on for a matter of time. He set this man up to lose his life. He told Joab to pull the army back. Once he gets out there and Uriah is out in the front, pull the army back and let the enemies devour him. This is some true wickedness. Remember, because I just told y'all how loyal and dedicated Uriah was to the Almighty. I mean, to not just to the Almighty, but to the king. So much that he wouldn't even go home and sleep and lay with his own woman, his own wife, because he was dedicated to the king and he wanted to make sure the king was right, but the king wasn't making sure that he was right. The king wanted him to die so that he can have his wife. And there's a lot about this that you may not know, so we're going to try to get into it today if the Most High allows us the time. Set Uriah in the forefront of the hardest fight and then draw back from him. Leave him alone, that he may be struck down and die. Moot, die. And as Joab was besieging the city, he assigned Uriah the place where he knew there were violent men. And the men of the city came out and fought with Joab. And some of the servants of David among the people fell. Uriah the Hittite also died. A lot of people will say that Uriah should have never been with Bathsheba in the beginning. A lot of people will say that. I would agree to that if Israel had first done what the Creator told them to do by destroying the Hittites and Israel kept the law. We don't know if Bathsheba was Hebrew or not. We're assuming she was. Eliam was her father. I assume that he was a Hebrew. I'm assuming. I don't know for sure. But let's say she was Hebrew. And let's say we already know Uriah was a pagan. His history was from pagan people. The difference is Uriah wasn't a pagan. Uriah had given himself over to the power of Israel. He also gave himself over to the nation of Israel to try to help them to conquer and defeat their enemies. I don't see any other greater way for a man to be remiss of his sin than to dedicate his life to the Most High as Uriah did. If anything, Uriah should be commended for what he's done, what he's achieved, and what he's accomplished. And he was a pretty well-to-do man because he had a house next to the king's castle or the king's house. So he was a pretty well-to-do man, which means that the Most High has some blessings on him. King David, who was king, was a wicked man at this particular time by allowing his demons to control him. He's going to come back to his senses, but for a temporary period of time, all men fall. There is none who is without sin. None. 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 16. And as Joab was besieging the city, he assigned Uriah to the place where he knew there were violent men. And the men of the city came out and fought with Joab. Some of the servants of David among the people fell. Uriah the Hittite also died. Then Joab sent and told David all the news about the fight. And he instructed the messengers, when you have finished telling all the news about the fight to the king, to the king, to the king, then if the king's anger rises, and if he says to you, why did you go so near the city to fight? Did you know that they would shoot from the wall? Who killed Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal? Did not a woman cast an upper millstone on him from the wall so that he died at Thebez? So this whole purpose why he's saying this is because he knew that he made a bad strategic move. But he made that bad strategic move for the purpose of killing Uriah the Hittite. But the part that goes unbeknownst to us, unnoticed to a lot of us, is that a lot of other men died with Uriah, not just Uriah. That wasn't David's plan. So Joab probably had some other ones that he didn't like that he threw up in the mix. But that wasn't David's plan. David said, I want all my men to back up and leave Uriah out there by himself and let Uriah die. But if you read the story, when Joab sent the message to David, he said many of the men of Israel died. So he had his own plan in the midst of all that. But let alone, he did what the king told him to do, and then he comes back. And he talks about, he had his men relay a message. And then he said, why did you go so near the wall? Then you shall say, your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also, justifying why he allowed these men to be put to death. He's letting the king know in a strategic way, king, I didn't make a bad move and get your people killed. But king, I did what I had to do to make sure the one that you wanted to die, died. So Joab put a lot of other men out there to get them killed along with Uriah. Those probably were some of the ones that he felt wasn't serving him properly, or he didn't like, or felt they were weak. That's right. Uriah was not the only servant of the king that was sacrificed for David's sins. That's right. You're right. You're absolutely right, Aim. And that's right. Joab didn't follow specific instructions. This is sad, man. This is really, really sad. It's a real grievous sin because you trust the king and you expect the king to live up to kingly standards. Uriah would have never even questioned the king ever. That's why nothing entered his mind. Why is the king treating me like this? It never entered his mind to question the decisions of the king. He was loyal to the king, as a man should be to his leader. Today, you don't find that in guys today. Males today don't even know what loyalty looks like. They ain't even loyal to themselves. They tell themselves they're going to stop smoking weed. 2 weeks later, they're back smoking weed again. They're not even loyal to themselves, let alone loyal to a spiritual leader. A lot of people go where opportunity is. Wherever they think there's opportunity, that's where they go. They forget you can bend over backwards and provide and take care of a man and his whole family for 3, 4, 5 years. And I mean, really take care of a man, set him up, give him a job, put him in a position, teaching the laws of the Most High for 5 years, him and his 9 children. And the one moment when he gets good at his work and another company wants to hire him and give him double the salary that he gets, he's gone. He won't even think twice. He's gone. He don't think about the hard times when he was suffering and there was nobody there to provide for him, and you provided for him. You carried his family through the load when he couldn't do it himself. They don't think about that. The only thing they think about is opportunity for themselves. There's no loyalty. Well, let me say very little loyalty in the minds of the males in Israel today. And it's sad. It's real sad. Most people don't even know what loyalty even looks like. Don't even begin to think. Maisha says, this chapter is so powerful yet so very sad. It just reminds me that all people, servants, leaders, can have downfalls or in a period of time of weaknesses. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. He said, when you go back and you tell them all that these people died, tell them Uriah dead too. And that was supposed to compensate the king and make the king feel better. That's supposed to make the king say, okay, all right then, you did a good deed. David said to the messenger, thus shall you say to Joab, do not let this matter displease you, for the sword devours now one and now another. Strengthen your attack against the city and overthrow it and encourage him. That's what he's telling him to tell to David, to Uriah, to Joab. When the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah, her husband, was dead, now what I say about this woman, you got to hold this woman accountable too, family. Don't just look at David and say all the evil and wickedness that David is doing. You got to hold her wicked and evil. And also, just like she did the same thing. She was a part of this. She enjoyed it. Now, let me break this down to you. Do you know, which a lot of males might not know, but a lot of women, they desire to be with leadership. They desire to be with the king. They desire to be with the boss. They desire to be with the manager, the supervisors. They desire to be with men in charge. They desire that, whether they're married or not. If they got somebody over top of them, secretly they have that desire and passion inside of them to be with the boss, the supervisor, or whomever it is. It's only a virtuous woman who would allow a demon like that to try to rise up in and cut his head off from the door and say, huh, that don't happen around here. We don't do that. Are you a virtuous woman? Or are you one of those women living a secret life? You have to ask yourself that. A lot of women desire, it's nothing wrong with you desiring that type of man if you're a single woman, if you're not married. Even if he got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 women or wives, it's all right for you to desire to be with that type of man. Who wants to be with a weak man? I would hope that none of us does. None of you women ever would. I would pray that that's the answer. You would always desire to be with a man of means, of skills, of loyalty to the Most High, and ability to get things done in the time of need. I would pray that that's the type of man that you're looking for. And usually that type of person is a leader, a real leader who provides for his people. Well, a lot of females desire that. But if you marry, you have no business desiring anything except your husband, no matter how powerful or how weak they are. Bathsheba didn't do that. Bathsheba probably, well, Dawid wasn't a bad looking dude from what the story says, but she probably was engulfed with his power, his position, more than she was with him. And then you have to also ask this question, family. If Dawid took a walk on that balcony every day, are we sure that she didn't seduce him by taking a bath at that particular time, thinking she might have been in that tub 4 or 5 hours, looking out the window, peeping to see if he was over there yet, because she knew he walks on his balcony. She might have been over there 7, 8 hours, just peeping and looking, acting like she was bathing, so she could seduce him. Because her husband ain't never around. She probably getting a little roused up inside and want to be satisfied. If your husband ain't around, right? And you get a little roused up inside, right? And you feel like you want to be satisfied. Y'all hear me? Go take a cold shower and leave it alone. I'm telling you. Take a cold shower and leave it alone. Learn some self-discipline. Leave it alone, because that is a demon aching to take control of you. It will start off with you touching yourself. Next thing, after you done did that for a little while, touching yourself ain't good enough. Now your coworker starts looking good to you, but you don't say nothing right away. The coworker starts looking good, and he starts doing little things because the demon inside of him is attracted to the demon inside of you. He starts doing little things that your husband don't have the opportunity to do because he ain't around. He's off working somewhere to make life better for you so you can sit home and chill, or have your little part-time job to make money for yourself. Not that he needs your money, but it's just for you. Now, from you touching yourself because you're missing your husband, that demon grows and grows. And as he grows, his desire and his passion grows and grows and grows inside of you. Now, that coworker that makes that little gesture by touching your hand slightly as he walked past or as he reached for the paper, it turns into a big thing. And that feeling feels so good inside you. And now you want him inside you. And all it is that demon, but you don't know it. You start thinking that you desire him. You don't. It's your demon desiring his demon to cause you to sin. And that's how it works. The moment that demon rises his head, cut his head off and tell him he can't be here and force him out of your life. If you don't, sisters, believe me, you will sin before the Creator, and you will fall to the demons that possess you. Wicked spirits lie inside of you. And you can get a wicked spirit from just being in association with, it might be your girlfriend that you talk to. That's a player. She sleep with all types of men. That's a harlot. She be with all types of men. You need to stay away from her, but you don't realize it. You know there's no righteousness in her, then why she's still your girl? Why y'all still chilling? Why you spend so much time on the phone with her? What you don't know is those wicked people that you got in your circle that you so willingly, voluntarily allow that spirit access to you, that spirit will consume you. And that could be where you got that demon from.
that wicked woman, that wicked friend of yours. Eradicate wickedness out of your lives, family. Please. It all started off because your husband had been away from you for a period of time and you got lonely. Read a book, buy a dog, get a cat, get a hobby. Do something to occupy your mind. Read the scriptures, make prayer, fast, meditate. Come and work at our school. Do whatever you got to do to clean your spirit and keep it clean. And keep it clean. Because the moment you give possession of your most sacred altar to this demon world, they will totally annihilate it. And you can be an altar boy today and be clothed with Satan tomorrow. It's just that simple. Read on. Let's get done. When the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah, her husband, was dead, look how it says, her husband. She lamented over her husband. Why did she lament over her husband? She was remorseful that she deceived him to the degree that she deceived him. But Uriah had to die. Why? Because the baby was going to be born, and Uriah knew that he hadn't laid with her. Therefore, if the baby was born and she was pregnant, Uriah would have said, hey, who slept with my wife? The thing would have been known that David slept with his wife. So in order for him to cover it up, he had to shut up Uriah. And the best way he knew to shut up Uriah was to take Uriah's life to protect his own honor. You know how many people do that? Some people will frame you just to try to get you guilty of something that they themselves have committed. To cover up their own sin. They want all the attention and spotlight to be on you. So they will appear to be the victor. And when the mourning was over, and usually we mourn for 30 days, but when the mourning was over, David sent and brought her to his house. And she became his wife and bore him a son. Do you see what just happened? You see what just happened? David called for that woman after that man died. And David let that woman live in his house and become his wife. How many wives did he have prior to this? I think he had 2 prior to Bathsheba. In my opinion, I believe David only had 2 Nashim prior to Bathsheba. Abigail and another young lady, the 2 that got taken hostage when the men came in and took his wives. I believe it was Abigail and another young lady. And Abigail was the truth. Abigail was the bomb. Beautiful woman. In every aspect of the word, Abigail. Even the name itself is a beautiful name. Abigail. Beautiful personification of righteousness lie within Abigail. Every woman that I know, well, exception of one that lived in Boston, but every woman that I know with the name Abigail, it's like you harness a certain spirit by allowing that name to be placed upon you. A certain spirit that sets you apart from all the other Abigails in the world. I mean, all the other women in the world. Abigail is a beautiful name. And if you have that name, you walk around with your head held up high, but obey the Creator in all of your essence. Walk in honor and integrity in all of your doings. Beautiful name. But the Abigail of the Bible was the truth. I don't know who to say was better, Abigail or Ruth. I don't know who was the best. And when the mourning was over, David sent and brought her to his house. And she became his wife and bore him a son. But the thing that David had done, it displeased the Creator. Now, let's talk about this for a minute. Ain't nothing gonna slip past the Most High. David might have got some past mortal man, but he ain't getting nothing past the Creator. Remember, he's the king. So who's going to challenge the king? He had the ability to do what he did, and he did it, but he didn't have to. He could have chose the righteous path. Same thing I'm saying about all of us today. There's always a choice in the matter. The way that you decide to go is the way that you decide you want to go. Most of the times when there's not a choice in the matter, it's an issue pertaining to life and death. Other than life and death, usually you always have a choice in the matter in how you want to handle something and how you want to do something. So if that thing arises in your life and you have that decision to make, always lean on what thus saith the Most High to make your decision. Sisters, I know you get lonely a lot. You don't have a husband, or your husband is on a journey. He's away from you for a long period of time. Things like that happen. But sisters, you got to find that time when you're lonely and you're hurting and you're in pain. That's the time when you call out to the Creator. If you find your body going through a lustful transition at that time, that's the time you call out to the Creator. The moment you take your hand and you try to please yourself, you're giving that demon access to you. And that demon is only going to want to consume you more and more and more. Men or brothers, males, same thing with you. You got a problem watching porn all the time and masturbating in a room by yourself. That's that demon gaining access to you. And once that demon gets in, he's going to invite other demons as well. And you are giving them access because you are allowing that spirit to be within you. You understand what I'm saying? They can't come unless you allow them to come. And if they come in and you don't want them anymore, then you have to do the opposite of what they're telling you to do to get them out of you. Demons come in funny ways. And that demon that possessed Dawid was a powerful demon because he just took hold of a powerful man. A little minority demon that ain't got all that much strength is not going to even try to approach a powerful man. Like a powerful man can conquer a small demon with no problem. You don't understand what I'm saying? Okay, let me deal with it this way. A straight man who don't deal with homosexuality will not be enticed with a homosexual spirit. See, that's a weak spirit to him. So it'll come in his mind. He'll brush it out and keep it moving. Never think twice about it. You understand what I'm saying? But a demon, they know what you like. They know what lies deep in your heart. They know what you're suppressing in your character and in your personality. They know what you try to pretend don't exist in you. They know what it is because they've seen it. They know you. They've experienced it. And they'll try to test you to see where your weakness is. And once you give in to it, they will consume you. Once they figure out and find out where your weakness at, that's why you got to remain in this book for good, for life, forever. Stay stern on the laws of the Most High, and you won't have these problems. You won't have these issues. They're sitting here, lying at the door, waiting to get in. Matter of fact, they knocking. And they knocking through that girl that you know, or through your homie that you get high with, that you smoke that weed with, that crack, and drink that liquor with. Those three things you shouldn't do. Shouldn't smoke, shouldn't drink. You shouldn't do none of that if you want to walk right with the Most High. Because by doing these things, you're opening the door for demons to come and possess you. Believe me. They will, they do, they done it. Fight them at every chance you get. Because if you don't fight them, they will consume you. And then you will find yourself slipping and slipping further and further away from the Most High until one day you feel like that guy that I told you that just separated from devil worship. And when he would make prayer to the Creator, he had an emptiness inside of him because he felt the Most High wasn't there. This is real, family. You all have to understand this. This is real. And this is something that we need to pay attention to and focus on. We need to. These demon possessions are real. And a demon can possess you so long that you allow it to become who you are. You just that person now. Every time you ride by a girl, you looking, look at that big butt. You sizing her up. You're proportioning her. You figuring out how the best way to approach, because you have allowed that demon to get in you. And sisters, every man that you come across, you're thinking about how his follicle will feel going up inside you. You're imagining that, you're seeing that, and then all of a sudden you're laying with your husband, but you're thinking about that dude that you saw that you never had intercourse with. You're thinking about making that you laying with your husband, but you're thinking about this man. And to you, because it's a sin, it will, and I promise you, it will arouse your sexual activity because it's wickedness. It will make you, you will have sex like you never had because that demon inside of you has been ignited. You don't understand it. Stay away from evil, family. You have to. Stay away from it because it will annihilate you, control you. It will make you feel good so that you do that sin, so that you continue to sin, so that you live in wickedness. So you can't go by that feeling. Can't focus on that. Focus on righteousness, doing right before the Most High. 2 Samuel chapter 2, 12, verse 1. Now we just finished talking about David. We just got finished talking about David and this big sin that he's committed. And then the woman had the baby, the pregnant. She's going to have a child by him. But we all know it was wickedness. Now, a lot of people says the Creator didn't punish David for committing adultery with Bathsheba. I want you to focus on this. The Creator allowed David to keep Bathsheba. He could have struck her down. He could have took her life. He could have did a lot of things, but he didn't. And obviously it's because the Creator saw something in Bathsheba, which you'll find out later, that was worthy of her staying alive and with the king. And it could be because the Most High loved David so much that he allowed her to stay alive and stay in his life. But let's think about it for a minute. Did David go unpunished for all that he did? I would say no. David paid a price far beyond what man could have put upon him. David paid a price for the one sin that we know he committed. The one sin, and it was a great sin, that we know he committed before the Most High. One thing I love about David, and when I read the stories of David, is that when David does something wrong, he realizes it, and you never read about him ever doing that thing again, ever, whatever it may have been. Never. I pray that this message is sitting in. I pray that it's opening up the minds of the people. I pray that you are acknowledging, not just being on the side saying, see, there are people like that, but I pray that you're saying, I'm one of those people and I need to fix this problem. That's what I really pray. That you work on you to make you the best version of yourself. Too often, we are always looking outside of ourselves to fix these issues that lie right within ourselves. We want to blame everybody else for what's wrong around us, but we don't want to see the reality of who we are and the role we play in these issues. That's called the lack of accountability. And there are a lot of us who move in that spirit, the lack of accountability. Let's read on. Let's move on. Let's complete. 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 1. And the Most High sent Nathan to David. He came to him and said to him, there were two men in a certain city. the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had very many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing but one little ewe lamb, which he had brought. And he brought it up, and it grew up with him and with his children. It says, it used to eat of his morsels and drink from his cup and lie in his arms. And it was like a daughter unto him. Now there came a traveler. I like that. You see how it says it was like a daughter to him? How many men got this type of relationship with their daughters, where your daughters can actually lie in your arms, where you're actually providing every meal that your children eat, the food that they eat? You're living in the house, which means you're sheltering over your children. How many males right now are providing for their daughters in this manner, giving them a place to stay or making sure they got a place to stay, food to eat, and emotional comfort? How many males? And I'm talking about the daughters that reject you. I'm talking about the daughters that accept you. Because a lot of them want relationships with their fathers, but their fathers are nowhere around. Neither are their fathers trying to be around, because they too off running and chasing after things that profited them not. So if you're listening to this lesson today, brothers, and you're one of those guys who don't do anything, especially for your daughters, may the Most High enlighten you and teach you your responsibility to your female offspring. Our jobs as fathers goes way beyond what we imagine right now in the roles and the lives of our children, especially our daughters. For your daughter will not know how to pick a man if she doesn't have a good example of a man to look at. And you should be that example. You don't have to be in her life all the time, always around her. You don't have to do all that. But there's a greater responsibility to being absent in her life. You have to live up to your responsibility of that child, especially when you got a girl. Now, boy children, you should have your son with you all the time, every day, everywhere you go, and all that you can do, as much as you can. Your son should be right there with you as much as you can. Your son, your grandson, your great-grandson. All of the male figures should be taught by men, not males, but by men how to be men. And you'll be surprised at how many males are in the bodies of a man, somebody of age. You could be 30, 40, 50 years old, but you're a boy in your mind. And you do not know what honor, integrity, loyal, responsibility, trust, loyalty. You don't know what those things are because you're a male and not a man. Males don't understand and protect and cherish responsibility. Males don't do that. Only men do that. Now, you could be a male and rise up or level up to the level of manhood, but you got to be taught by a man how to do it. No matter how that man comes into your life, you have to be taught how to be that. Let's go. Brother asks us a question. Let me see what he's saying. Please give me a second, please. He says, what if your father is jealous or envious of you? We must honor our mother and father, but what if your father doesn't honor you? Well, does the scripture tell your father to honor you? If the scriptures doesn't tell your father to honor you, then you shouldn't be asking that question. But what the Creator tells us is to honor our mother and father. Honor them. Doesn't mean you have to be a fool for them. And it doesn't mean that you are to check them and look for them. See, I use this story of Dawid for a reason. I wanted to tell and share with the people. Nobody could check Dawid. Dawid was to be checked by the Most High and the Most High alone because he was a king. Same thing, women. When you're in a marriage and you have a husband, you can't check your husband. It's not your responsibility to check him. You get leadership or you get the Most High to check him, not you. Too many women think that they can check their husbands, and it ends up in an argument. It ends up in a fight. It ends up somebody getting hurt, beat up, put out, killed, put in jail, all types of things because it was dealt with in the wrong manner. We have to understand that there's a structure and order to everything. And sisters, I'm telling you, if you have a problem with your husband, take it to your leadership and take it to the Almighty, Most High first and then leadership. Most High first and then leadership. And you let them deal with your husband because you can't. Women want to stand and go toe to toe and try to fight with their husbands and argue them down. And men, you can't beat a woman with the mouth. She got the mouth. That's a gift. She got that. You can't beat her with that. But she won't be satisfied with that. Women, what I'm trying to explain to you is stay in your femininity at all times. I talked to a sister the other day, well, a couple weeks ago, and she said, I'm looking for a husband, Prince, and I want a husband so I can remain in my femininity and stop doing this masculine stuff. Like she got to provide for her children. She has 2 children. She has to provide for those 2 children, so she go out and do jobs that she ordinarily don't want to do and wouldn't do if she was married with a man, not a husband, but a husband, yes, but a real husband, a man husband. If she had a husband, she would be able to stay home and take care of her children and remain in her femininity. She said because she don't like when she get into that masculine, she can feel that masculine energy. Well, too many females today like it in that masculine realm. And they think that that masculine realm is where they need to be, but it's not. Remain in your femininity. And anytime a female feel like she needs to check her husband or put him in place and tell him his wrongdoings and his faults. I mean, I ain't talking about just tell him about it. You can tell him, show him, but you leave it alone after that. I'm talking about the ones who's trying to enforce it. You ain't this, you ain't that, you no good, want to argue, want to fight, and he might not be no good. You might be correctly right in what you accuse him of, but your approach is wrong. Because you're stepping in a masculine realm, and you being a woman should always be in the feminine world, delicate, antsy, prancing, looking pretty, looking good, smelling good. Feminine in every aspect, soft tone with the voice. At night, you should take baths and oil yourself down with oil and just soaking in herbs and stuff in the tub every once in a while. You should go to sleep with face masks on and focusing on looking beautiful for your husband. That's what you should be doing. Keeping your hair looking good, smelling good, and every time your husband come home, he can't wait to just, oh man, he run home because he know his wife is looking good when he get there. But instead of that, you give him another thing. He don't even want to come home because when he comes home, he got to pick up with the argument that he left off with when he went to work. And that's not good. We have to fix that, family. So my brother that said, what if my father is jealous of me? I want to make a comment on that too, because I haven't forgotten about that point. Your father may be jealous of you. You may be correct in thinking that your father's jealous of you. It just may be that you're correct. But how you deal with that is, the first thing you do is you have a conversation with your father to find out why your father feels the way he feels about you. Sometimes the answer to the problem lies within us. Like, if I'm the community leader of the land, and I'm driving nice cars, $100,000 trucks, $150,000 cars. My house is $400,000, right? And I'm living amongst my people, but yet my people are sleeping in tents, ain't got a car, or the car broke in the driveway, they can't get around. This is going to build some type of envy or jealousy within my people toward me. That's not a good thing to do. So in turn, what you should do as a man of means, and if this is your situation, my brother, if you're a man of means, then what you should do is make sure that everybody's eating that's in your circle. Everybody, not just you. See, because if you got a $100,000 truck, $400,000 house, that shows that you have the ability to feed others other than just yourself, especially if you're leadership. So, however you get in yours, maybe you want to go out and help somebody else or the other people in your community come up with you so that everybody can live the fullness of life together. That's how it should be. But not enough of us think like that. A lot of us is only worried about what we got in our bank accounts and how our family is surviving and provided for, and not about the rest of the people. You follow me? As leadership, that's your responsibility. But you don't even have to be in leadership to do what it is that I just spoke to you about. All you have to do is a man of means. Be a man of means. And if you're able to help your brother next to you because you see he's running in poverty, he's down his luck, he's not. Now, don't get your mind twisted thinking that you can bless what the Most High is not ready to bless. You cannot bless somebody if the Most High is not ready to bless them. No matter what you do for them, no matter what you give them, it will be removed shortly thereafter, because the Most High wasn't ready to bless them. But you intervened because you was a man of means and say, hey, here go a new car. I see your car in the driveway, broken down, it's dead, don't run. Hey, I'm going to give you a brand new car, give you a new start. I promise you that car won't last for long. You can't bless what the Most High is not ready to bless. It has to come by way of the Most High. But you can give him a job. You can let him earn his own money to go buy his own car if the Most High is ready for him to have that. So that's another lesson for another day. And we'll talk about that. All right. That's right. Let's pick up where we left off. Verse 4, 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 4. Now there came a traveler to the rich man, and he was unwilling to take one of his own flocks or herds to prepare for the guests. Now look at this part, y'all. Let's think about this. Always, brother, that's what I'm here for. And now that you got my number, we're going to talk a lot more. You just be ready for the transition to take place in your life. Be ready for the altering of the mind to take place in your life as well. Because we're going to go deep, real deep. We're going to go deep. And I'm going to expose you to a lot of things about yourself that you need to correct and fix that you didn't even know was there. But that's all right. Because if you're really with it, we're going to make you a man, a real man, an honorable, strong, powerful man. And that's how we move. But now look at verse 4, because verse 4 covers some things that we don't even know that's in verse 4. Now there came a traveler. This is the prophet speaking to Dawid in a parable. He says, now there came a traveler to the rich man. Who's that traveler? That traveler was that spirit, that lustful demon. And that rich man was Dawid. That spirit of lust came into Dawid, and it wanted something from Dawid. And watch what Dawid does to please that demon. And he was unwilling to take one of his own flock or herd to prepare for the guests. So when that spirit of lust came up into Dawid, he could have took one of his own women and laid down and satisfied that demon. But that's not what he did. He went and took somebody else's woman, somebody else's lamb, and gave it to satisfy that traveler or that demon that had possessed him. Now there came a traveler to the rich man, and he was unwilling to take one of his own flock or herds to prepare for the guests who had come to him. But he took the poor man's lamb and prepared it for the man who had come to him. That man that came to him was a demon, a lustful demon that came to Dawid. Then Dawid's anger is greatly kindled. He had the nerve to get mad at the parable. He got mad at the parable, but did not recognize that he was guilty of allowing that traveler to possess him, and him to be the man that wanted so much to please the traveler that he committed sin in the sight of the Creator. Dawid's anger was kindled against the man, and he said to Nathan, the prophet of the Most High, as the Most High liveth, the man who has done this deserves to die. What am I saying right now, family, before I move on? Don't be so quick to condemn somebody else to death, because you may be the one that the Spirit is talking about. David, who was king, had the power to execute people and have people executed with no repercussion. Like the United States government, you know how they do it, right? With no repercussions. And he shall restore the lamb fourfold, because he did this thing and because he had no pity. If you notice, the prophet Nathan never mentioned anything about killing the poor man. He only talked about taking the poor man's woman or lamb. He never mentioned about killing the poor man and taking it. So David gave a way for that man to fix what he has done. But yet that man, according to David, was supposed to die. Nathan said to David, you are that man. He says, thus says Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Ha Elohim of Yisrael. He says, I anointed you king over Yisrael, which means I gave you great responsibility. I gave you great responsibility. And I deliver you out of the hands of Saul. When people came to take your life, I said, hold up, don't come no further. And I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your arms, and gave you the house of Israel and of Judah. And watch this part right here. Listen to this part right here. And if this was too little, I would add to you much, much more. Anything that David wanted, the Most High would have given to him. If he wanted more wives, all he would need to do is go cry to the Most High for some wives, and the Most High would have given it to him. Sisters, brothers, when that lustful demon hits you, all you got to do is cry to the Most High for help, and he will heal you. You have to know that he will heal you, but he will. You have to know that. And you have to invite him to do such. Cry out to the Most High next time you feel like you want to go downtown on yourself, and ask him for his healing. All David had to do was ask the Most High. When that lustful demon rose up inside of him, all he had to do was cry out to the Creator, and that demon would have been dead. He would have been destroyed. He wouldn't have been able to possess nobody else. But David didn't. David made him stronger by giving in to that desire. And when that demon took possession and David made him stronger, he opened the door and let other friends in. The friends of murder, the friends of jealousy, the friends of hatred, friends of deception, not just the demon of adultery, because that was the first one that came in. But when David opened that door, other demons came in. I laid the whole story out for you and showed you all the different things that he did in the process. All those was different demons that came into him and consumed him because he let the first demon in. The Creator said, I anointed you king over Israel, and I delivered you out of the hands of Saul. And I gave you your master's house and your master's wives. I gave them all into your arms, and gave you the house of Israel and Judah. And if this were too little, I would have added much more to you. He had multiple Nashim. And the Most High said, if that's not enough women, I'll give you more women. This is how you know a man is able to have more than one wife, because it's been ordained by the Creator to do so. But a lot of people still argue that point today as well. He says, why have you despised the words of Ha Elohim, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, to do what is evil in his sight? When that lustful demon inside of you start talking, you set the laws of the Most High aside, and you fulfill that covenant that you got with that demon, kicking the laws of the Most High behind your back, and that's not good. Why have you despised the words of Yahweh to do what is evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword. You killed a man. You murdered a man. And have taken his wife to be your wife and have killed him with the sword of the Amorites. This man was loyal to you, David. This man was a servant of the Creator to the best of his ability. He loved the children of Israel. He sacrificed his life for you, and you killed him, all because you couldn't control your spirit. And therefore, and here's the punishment for David. And it was fulfilled. Now, therefore, now imagine how David's life may have been if he never laid with Bathsheba deceitfully. The Creator might have destroyed the Hittite on his own, and David could have took the Uriah's wife because Uriah died. He could have did it on his own and did it in righteousness, but he did it in wickedness because he didn't trust in the Creator. He didn't give his hands to the Most High to lead him. He went with the demon. Now, therefore, the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me and have taken Uriah the Hittite's wife to be your wife. While I'm reading, family, what I would like for you to do in the listening audience is all the different ways that the Most High used to cause David to pay for his sin. Write the chapter and verse and post it in the room. All the different ways that David went through whatever he went through as a punishment from the Most High for his sins. Find it, write the chapter and verse, and give a brief summary if you like, and post it so others can see the price that David paid for the sin that he committed by killing Uriah and stealing his wife. Now, therefore, the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Thus saith Yahweh, behold, I will rise up evil against you out of your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wife in the sight of this son. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun. Let me tell you something, family. Adultery is something that the Most High doesn't play with. He doesn't. He doesn't play with adultery. The Most High said to David that you did it secretly, but I'm going to do it publicly. And I'm going to let the world see your wickedness and your sin. And that's what the Most High did. He exposed it. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing by exposing you before all Israel and before the sun. David said to Nathan, he didn't argue with Nathan. He didn't justify his actions with Nathan. He didn't say, but, no, see, it wasn't like that. No, see. Or he did not answer Nathan. He didn't just shut up and not say nothing and move on with the next question, like so many of us try to do because we don't want to face the reality of the demons that we have inside of us. David said to Nathan, the prophet of Most High, he said, I have sinned against the Most High. Accountability. Accountability is so important. And so many of us don't take accountability for the sins that we commit, but yet we claim that we changed our ways. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like that. You have to be accountable for what you did by first acknowledging what you've done And most of us don't want to talk about the things that we've done that's wicked, that's evil. We don't want to talk about it, let alone try to defend it. We don't want to have those discussions. You know why? Because we want to keep those demons buried inside of us. We don't want to expose them, and we don't want to kill them. We like the comfort that they bring to us, how they make us feel. You follow me? And Dawid said to the Most High, I have sinned against the Creator. I have sinned against you, and I'm sorry. And Nathan said to Dawid, immediately he confessed his sin. Immediately. But when our sin is exposed to us, we still got some kind of justification or some kind of reason. But I know I did it, but no, man, you guilty. There is no but. You acknowledge you're guilty, but what's the but for? If you did it, own up to it and do what you got to do to make it right now. And Nathan said to Dawid, Yohewahe also has put away your sin. He forgave him of his sin. You shall not die. Yohewahe forgave him of his sin. He said, you shall not die. Can y'all see that? Can everybody see this? Let me know if y'all can see this or not. Can y'all see this? Is it large enough? Is the print large enough? We're going to talk about when a man sins and how this affects his standings before the Creator. The word of the Most High, I'm reading out of the book of Ezekiel, the 18th chapter. The word of the Most High came unto me, saying, what means ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge? As I live, saith Yohewahe ha Elohim, ye shall not have occasion anymore to use this proverb, meaning that if the fathers teach you how to do wickedness, that's why you do wickedness. Once you come into the knowledge of knowing that something is good as evil, good or evil, you're now held responsible on your own to change your behavior. And we haven't gotten to that point. As I live, saith the Most High Ha Elohim, you shall not have occasion anymore to use this proverb in Israel. Behold, all souls are mine. As the soul of the Father, so also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. No man shall be put to death for the sins of another man. And I know they taught you that in Christian school. But leave that back in Christian school. But if a man be just and do that which is lawful and right, and have not eaten upon the mountains, neither have lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, neither have defied his neighbor's wife, neither has defied his neighbor's wife, neither have come near to a menstruous woman. Now, we covered both of those in that same chapter that we just read about. He came near to a menstruous woman because she was going through a process of purification, and he also defiled his neighbor's wife. So Dawid was considered wicked at that time. And he has not oppressed any, but has restored to the debtor his pledge, have spoiled none by violence. That's what my wife was speaking about earlier when she was talking about alms, doing things to help people that are not as fortunate as you are. Has not given his bread to the hungry, and have covered the naked with his garments. He that has not given forth upon usury, neither have taken any increase. That means if you are in position to loan somebody something because they need, therefore you loan it to them. If this is an Israelite, you shouldn't look for a higher payment in return than what you gave to him if he's poor. You should just look back for what you gave him, and that should be it. But a lot of people, Israelite people who are pretty well to do, take advantage of a lot of trying to up and come Israelite people by putting usury upon them and charging them extra money on the money that they loan to them. I gave a guy $300. That's been over a year ago. I ain't got my $300 back. But that's all I expect to get back is my $300. If you listening to this lesson, bro, I want my $300 back. I got a lot of kids I got to feed. And have covered the naked with a garment. He that has not given forth upon usury, neither has taken any increase. And he that has not, he has withdrawn his hand from iniquity, has executed true judgment between man and man. This is what the Creator deems as a righteous man. Has walked in my statutes and has kept my judgments to deal truly. He is just. He shall surely live, says the Most High, Ha Elohim. If he begets a son, and if this righteous man begets a son that is a robber, a shedder of blood, that doeth the likes to any one of these things, and that doeth not any of these duties, but even hath eaten upon the mountains and defiled his neighbor's wife, he has oppressed the poor and needy, have spoiled by violence, have not restored the pledge, and have lifted up his eyes to the idols and have committed abomination. The point I want to bring out, he says that if he does any of these things, not all of these things, but if you find yourself or somebody you know that's doing any of these things, he shall surely die. His blood shall be upon him. Now, lo, if he beget a son, if that evildoer begets a son, that seeth all his father's sins which he has done, and considereth and doeth not the evil of his son. So my brother who earlier spoke and said that he believes his father is jealous of him, it's your job to not make your son feel the way that you feel about your father, about you. Has given forth unto usury and have taken increase, shall he then live? He shall not live. He has done all these abominations. He shall surely die. His blood shall be upon him. Now lo, if he beget a son that seeth all his father's sins which he has done, and he consider and doeth not, that has not eaten upon the mountains, neither have lifted up his eyes unto the idols of the house of Israel, neither has defiled his neighbor's wife, neither have oppressed any, have not withholden the pledge. That means, now that withholding the pledge means that everybody is supposed to donate to the worship of the Most High. Everyone is supposed to give to the organization of their choosing to elevate the teachings of the Most High so it can go out throughout the earth. A lot of y'all guilty of that. Not withholding the pledge, neither have spoiled the violence, but has given his bread to the hungry, and has covered the naked with a garment, that have taken off his hands from the poor, and have not received usury nor increase, has executed my judgments, has walked in my statutes, he shall not die for the iniquity of his fathers. He shall surely live. As for his father, because he cruelly oppressed, spoiled his brother by violence, and did that which was not good among his people, lo, even he shall die in his iniquity. Yet say ye, why does not the Son bear the iniquity of the Father? When the Son has done that which is lawful and right, and has kept all my statutes, and has done them, he shall surely live. And this is the part that I want to bring out. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. The Son shall not bear the iniquities of the Father, neither shall the Father bear the iniquities of the Son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. And this is where a lot of us fall in play right here, at this part right here that we're getting ready to read about. Because at one point, we were that wicked people. But if the wicked will turn from all his sins that he has committed, and this is what David did, he turned from his wickedness that he committed, and keep my statutes, and do that which is lawful and right, he shall surely live, he shall not die. All his transgressions that he has committed, they shall not be mentioned unto him. Didn't mean that they were going to be removed. Didn't mean that they were going to be completely blotted out. It only meant Kippur. It only meant Kippur. And Kippur is a covering. It only meant that your sins would be covered, not mentioned anymore. They ain't going nowhere, but they're covered up so that they don't affect the blessings that the Most High has for you in your life. But if you don't continue to live in righteousness, that covering will be released, and all of your iniquity will be standing before you in the day of judgment and through your lifetime. His righteousness that he has done, he shall not live. He says, have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die? The answer is no. He doesn't want the wicked to die. The Most High only wants the wicked to change their ways. So that man who molests his daughter or his daughter-in-law and said, I want to do a better life and I don't want to do that no more and I'm not going to do that, you, by law, have to give him a chance. If you didn't already kill him, you have to give him a chance to change his life. But how do you do that? I didn't say you had to trust him. I said you had to give him a chance, not trust him. It's a difference. Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die, saith the Most High Elohim, and not that he should return from his ways and live? But when the righteous turneth away from his righteousness and committeth iniquity, and doeth according to the abominations that the wicked man doeth, shall he live? So when a righteous man, you've been walking in this way forever, and now all of a sudden you feel like you want to do wickedness. The Most High says, you live? Should you live after that? I don't think so. All his righteousness that he has done shall not be mentioned. So the same way, like when you confess your sins before the Creator and the Most High covers your sins, the same thing works the opposite effect when you have lived righteously before the Most High and now you choose to live in wickedness. All his righteousness that he had done shall not be mentioned. In his trespasses that he has trespassed, and in his sin that he hath sinned, in them shall he die. Yet ye say the ways of the Most High are not equal. Hear now, O house of Israel, is not my ways equal? Are not your ways unequal? May the Most High be praised. It's deep, y'all. It's deep, and it runs deep. We have a lot to learn from these lessons. We do. But the thing is, we got to take heed and allow the Most High to teach us. And not a lot of us do that. So when we read down here in verse 13, 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 13, David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Most High. And Nathan, the prophet of the Most High, said to David, Yohe-Wahe also has put away your sin. ye shall not die. Now you see a lot more clearer why this was able to take place. Because all you need to do once confronted with your sins, or even before you're confronted, is to confess your sins and change from your wicked ways. Then the Most High will give you opportunity. Dawid took full advantage of that, and he changed from his wicked ways. But he still had a price to pay for what he had done. Because thy deeds you have utterly scorned the Most High. Because the Most High had a lot of trust in Dawid to live faithfully before him. The child who is born to you shall die. Then Nathan went to his house. And the Most High afflicted the child that Uriah's wife bore to Dawid. See how he calls it? Uriah's wife bore to Dawid, and he became sick. And again, I want you to watch the character of Dawid through this tormenting process. My wife said it earlier. How many of you have ever experienced a child passing, your son or your daughter passing away? That's not the normal way of things. The way that things normally go is that the parent grow old and pass away. But this experience right here, and the experience my wife was speaking about, the child passed before the parent. Uriah said that the child that Uriah's wife bore to you shall become sick. Dawid therefore sought the Most High on behalf of the child. Dawid had a strong love for his children. So much that it wasn't observed by people how much a righteous man feared losing his seed. Dawid loved his child so much that he cried out to the Most High on behalf of the child after he heard that the Most High was going to take the child's life, and he fasted. And he went in and lay all night on the ground. And the elders of his house stood beside him to raise him from the ground, but he would not get up, nor did he eat any food with them. He fasted right there on the ground all that time because he wanted that child to live. He didn't want his child to die. Very important. But he wouldn't even eat. On the seventh day, so he did this for 7 days. And on the seventh day, that number again, that holy number, 7, Shabbat. On the seventh day, the child died. And the servants of Dawid were afraid to tell him that the child was dead. For they said, behold, while the child was let alive, we spoke to him, and he did not listen to us. How then can we say to him, the child is dead? He may do himself some harm. They thinking like Dawid is weak and he might kill himself. That just shows you how deep in prayer and meditation Dawid was. He probably was sobbing all over the place. He probably was hurting to his heart. He was probably bent over in pain, but we know he was lying on the floor. He probably was crouched up on the floor, lying on the ground for 7 days, wouldn't eat, wouldn't drink. How many of us have fasted for 7 days? How many of us have caused that kind of affliction upon ourselves for something that we desired that was so serious for 7 days? How many of us even did it for 1 day? Just so that the Most High would have his way with us. But when Dawid saw that his servants was whispering together, Dawid understood that the child was dead. And Dawid said to his servant, is the child dead? They said, he is dead. He is mute. He is slow mute. Then Dawid arose from the earth and washed and anointed and changed his clothes and went into his house unto the house of the Most High and worshipped. The Most High giveth, the Most High taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Most High. from everlasting to everlasting. Let it be. And he went to his own house. And when he asked, they set food before him, and he ate just like nothing ever happened. Then his servant said to him, "What is this thing that you have done? You fast and you wept for the child while he's alive, but when the child died, you arose and you ate food." He said, "While the child was still alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, who knows whether the Most High will be gracious to me that my child may live. But now he is dead." Watch this part, he ready to say something powerful. "Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? Oh no, I'll never be able to bring him back again." He says, "I shall go to him, but he will not return to me." That's some powerful stuff right there. There are so many of us who weep and moan because we lost someone. We cry and we just be in the bitterness of pain for years and years and years. Just the mere mention of the person's name bring tears and sadness upon us. This is a good example that you shouldn't allow that to be. When a person moves on from this life, you might moan for them for a period of time, but after your mourning, maybe 30 days, because that's what we did customarily, after that 30 days is up, let it go and leave the mourning alone. It don't mean that you have to forget the person, but it means you have to let the mourning go because it will make your life miserable. Then David comforted his wife Bathsheba and went into her and lay with her, and she bore a son. Now, this was the same the same wife that he stole from Uriah the Hittite. He went back into this woman again because the Most High didn't take his wife. The Most High took the production of what they produced together that was born in sin. He took that away to hurt them and to correct them and give them an opportunity to do it right. But it's a lot to this that we're not paying attention to. Why didn't the Most High tear up the relationship between Bathsheba and David? He didn't tear that up. Matter of fact, he began to bless it. And part of the reason why he blessed it was because David was truly committed to the Creator. David had destroyed that demon that was inside of him by doing what? By confessing his sin to the Most High. He said to the demon, "No more." And he meant it. He changed his ways. And he lived the life that he was intended to live from previous. That's why he was able to continue on with Bathsheba. No matter what you may have heard, the Most High is the final judge in all things. No matter what your opinion is of the matter, the Most High is the judge, the final judge of all things. He went and laid with this woman, and she bore a son, and he called his name Shalomo, or should I say Yedidiah? Shalomo. And the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, loved him. Loved who? Loved Shalomo. And sent a message by Nathan the prophet. So he called his name Yedidiah because of the Most High. Now, Shalomo had two names. One name was Shalomo. The other name was Yedidiah. Now, Joab fought against Rabbah of the Amorites and took the royal city. And Joab sent the messengers to David and said, "I have fought against Rabbah. Moreover," now this is all the same story in the same time frame, "I have taken the city of waters. Now then, gather the rest of the people together and encamp against the city and take it, lest I take the city and it be called by my name." So David gathered all the people and went to Rabbah and fought against it. Rabbah, you're going to get yours. You're going to get yours if you haven't already got it. And they fought against it and they took it. And he took the crown of their king from his head. The weight of it was a talent of gold, and in it was precious stones, that it was placed on Daweed's head. And he brought out the spoil of the city, a very great amount. And he brought out the people who were in it and set them to labor with saws and irons and picks and iron axes, and made them toil at the bricks kilns. And thus he did to all the cities of the Amorites. Then David and all the people of Israel returned to Jerusalem. May the Most High be praised. What a reading. What a story. Boy, I tell you, that was a great reading today. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. All right. So do we have any questions, family? Are there any questions that we may have at this time? Any questions? Any comments? Anyone? Any questions, family? Any questions, any comments? The sword never leaving Daweed's house means chaos will always be in his home. Absolutely. Absolutely. This seems like one period of indiscretion weighs more heavy on us than a lifetime of right doings. Why is that? Wow, that's deep. Tell everybody. Go ahead, Iman. Drop them. Show us what's going on. Are there any questions, family? Any comments? Anyone? Brother asked me a question and he had nothing to do with what we're talking about. But because it's Mr. Otter, Prince gonna answer. If it wasn't Mr. Otter, I probably would have just said, come on, bro. Why you ask me that right now? We're trying to get other stuff done. But because it's Mr. Otter, I'm going to deal with it. What's your take on the wedding ring? Well, someone once tried to tell me that a wedding ring was a token of idolatry, a symbol of idolatry. But when I look in the book of Ezekiel, the 16th chapter, the Most High says that he gave that woman a token of marriage. And that's how I see a wedding ring, as a token of marriage. Something to let people know that you're married. A symbol for this woman that you are honoring her. So that's my opinion of it. I don't see anything wrong with wedding rings. My Nashim, they all have wedding rings. They love wedding rings. And sometimes you got to put them on layaway to get them if you ain't got the money to get it, but you got to get something nice. Because if you got a quality woman, she going to want something nice, but she ain't going to demand nothing nice, but you're going to want to give her something nice. So take your time, save it up, and give her something beautiful. Something that she couldn't have got on her own. That's an important part of that. Whenever you give a woman something, give her something that you know she can't get on her own. I mean, when you want to give her a gift, you know, you buy her something that you think she wouldn't be able to afford on her own or be able to get or purchase on her own. Any other questions or comments, family? One of the punishments that King David received from adultery with Bathsheba was a child dying, 2 Samuel 11, 15, and 18. That's absolutely right, because he had a lot of love for his children. The Most High knows us intimately, and knows how to appeal to our senses of righteousness and unrighteousness. I order for us to uncover our guilt. There you go. May the Most High be praised. Absalom's rebellion against his father, King David, and his subsequent death are narratives in the Old Testament book, 2 Samuel. Another reason of David's punishment. His son had to die. Now, I don't want to tell y'all anything else about what his son did because I'll be giving away all the answers. Yes, that's why his son chased him. That's why his sons raped his sisters. That's why his sons slept with his wives on the roof. All those things were all punishments for David's sins. And as I stated earlier, these are not things that man could do to punish someone. They didn't think to bring these punishments upon David. The Most High, in his divine wisdom, in his unfathomable wisdom, decided to punish David with these types of things that man could not do with his hands. The Most High did it on his own power. He caused his daughter to be raped and all types of things. Go ahead, Iman. What was that? Lo, feel you. Would love to build on that in the future at Prince. Okay, whenever you're ready, bro. You know how we go. You know how it goes. The story is very good. The story of Moshe is great. Something doesn't add up for me in the Dawid story. What would that be, Brother Asa? What is it that doesn't add up to you in the Dawid story? Share it with me, because you might be having the same thing running through your spirit like a lot of other people. So if you could possibly relay what's going on with your story, what you feel is not adding up for you with the Dawid story, then maybe we can bring some light to it and put it to bed. So let me know what you think. You want the mic, Brother Asa? You want to take the mic, or you just want to type it? You know, sometimes it's better you come and speak your piece than to type it, because the full essence of what you're trying to say might not be captured when you type it. Okay. Are there any other questions, family? Quite a powerful story. Yes, it is. And it's so much, it goes so much deeper than what we've covered thus far. It's a whole lot deeper than what we've covered. But my main desire in bringing this story further through to us was to cause us to see our sin, to know that none of us are perfect, and that we all stand in the realm of being corrected and chastised by the Most High, but also that we all sin. So while you're busy judging somebody else for what you think or what you heard, you should be judging yourself for what you know, and correcting and focusing that time and attention on fixing yourself, because you know you got a lot of issues within yourself. But a lot of us are not accountable for our own actions, our own sins. And what we do, we find more pleasure in holding others accountable for what we think they've done, as opposed to we ourselves are guilty of. May the Most High be praised in all that. All right, baby brother As is not at his computer right now. Okay. You say David wasn't anointed by a Levite. Brother Asa, you say David wasn't anointed by a Levite? Why wasn't he? Why do you say, okay, here you go. Let's bring the brother to the stage.
Shalom.
Are there any other questions, family?
Shalom. I'm just thinking about the whole story of David. It's a great story about overcoming sin, repentance, and all of that. But I don't know. It's like I find Moses to be a better example for me than David. He committed so many sins. He broke almost all the laws. And at the one we can recall that is the child died. He was punished because he lost the child, but the child having died is like the child was like a punishment for the child of the sin that the child didn't commit. So I'd like to have your input on that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's deal with your first comment. You said that Dawid wasn't anointed by a Levite.
Oh, yeah.
Dawid was the first king that I know of that was anointed twice. That's too loud. Can you turn it down, please? The first anointing took place when he was in his youth by prophet Samuel, who was a Levite. Samuel was a Levite. Matter of fact, Samuel was of the Kohath family, same as Moshe, the one you spoke of. So Samuel was a Levite, and he anointed Dawid when he was in his youth. And then Dawid came back the second time and was anointed again in 2 Samuel's chapter 2, I believe it's verse 4, by all the people. So Dawid was the only king that I know of that was anointed twice. So when you say he wasn't anointed by a Levite, that's absolutely not the correct answer.
So what I'm saying, the reference to Samuel um, does not, well, I'd have to be guided by a reference that Samuel is a Levite.
Oh, wow, really? Okay. All right, let's go. Let's see where we want to go first. Samuel. You ever looked at the genealogy of Samuel?
Yes, I did. I did look at the genealogy of Samuel.
Mm-hmm. And what does his genealogy say?
Well, it says, I it's not clear to me.
Okay, well, we're going to clear it up for you. I'm just looking for it right now. It's been a while since I looked up the lineage of Samuel, but his lineage is powerful, strong. He is a Levite in every way. He's actually of the tribe of Kohath. But it's been a minute. So I believe it's in the Chronicles we might find his lineage. So let me look up Samuel. All right, move on to your next question. So maybe I can answer that while I'm looking up Samuel.
Oh, well, my next question would be, yes, we know he broke the, we know we know the sins that he committed, right? So there's no excuse for that, and we know that he repented of majority, if not all of them. But his son died for the sin of his adultery, right? What do you make of that?
I don't believe his son died for the sins of his adultery. I think that the Most High took his son's life for whatever the son may have done. Who knows what the son may have done? We don't know how the life story and life cycle works. I don't have an definite answer for that. I truly don't, because I do know that no man shall die for the sins of another man. But it's clear that when we see that, it was directly as a result of what Dawid had done and what Bathsheba had done. So maybe the Creator did that for his own reason, his own purpose. I can't speak on that because I don't know. And I don't like to say what I don't know.
Okay, I understand. Well, if there are other questions, you could take them, but those are my issues. And then there's a text that says we will worship David, in one of the prophets as well. I just wonder if that was inserted or that's really a true translation.
No, it's a fact. This worship is not worship. It's probably just a bad interpretation, or like you said, bad translation. But you are to honor the king just like you would honor the creator, in reverence and respect. And we are supposed to, we're required to. We're supposed to honor the king just like we would honor the creator. It's our responsibility to. In Dawid, it will be no different because it's mentioning in the book of Ezekiel that Dawid will be king and that the people will respect and honor him as well.
Okay. He seems elevated, very much elevated among all the kings, despite all the sins that he committed. And if I'm not careful, he seems to be revered above even Moshe.
He seems to be what?
Revered above Moshe.
And who we talking about? Samuel?
Well, no, just that
Dawid?
way. Right.
Oh yeah. Dawid was yeah, I would agree with that. Dawid was well, his name, as I said, means my beloved. He was really beloved of the Creator, but he wasn't greater than Moshe in as reference to the Almighty, because there was none like Moshe. And the Most High made clear that we understood that.
Okay. Well, back, I don't know if you found the reference for Samuel, but among every prophet, the prophet is mentioned as son of this, son of that. But I don't see where Samuel was mentioned as a son of someone.
Okay, well, I'm looking it up for you. I'm going to find it for you
to show his genealogy. So it feels slotted in the story itself.
Yeah, and I can understand your feelings. I understand that. It's not a problem with that. But Samuel was definitely of Kohanim, and I'm going to find it for you and present it to you. I did this research on this years ago. And, I was looking out the lineage of Shemuel, and that's what I found.
Okay.
I'm looking for it. So go ahead if you have any other questions while I'm looking.
Well, maybe we could take up this another time, because it was a wonderful presentation on the story of David, and I would have to look at the Samuel thing is distracting me from the fullness and the authenticity of the story of David.
So you're saying that once you see that Samuel is a priest, you're good with that?
Well, yeah. Well, there are issues for me in some aspects of the Tanakh where Samuel actually, you would have to be a Levite to anoint, right? And there are instances where he would have been, well, he has his sins mentioned too in terms of witchcraft and mentioned associated with him. That's why I want us to go back to David, because it will be just straying. The other issue you have with David is the relationship with Absalom. It seems, forgive me, but it seems like it's man to man.
Say it again.
The relationship between David and Absalom.
Yes.
It seems more than an ordinary brotherly relationship.
Ordinary father and son relationship?
Yes. It seems, intimate.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Well, it seems like it's a lover relationship.
With who?
With David and Absalom.
Father and son, and it seemed like a love relationship?
Well, there's a reference that says David loved Absalom. Right? But the texts are surrounding it. That they lay on each other face to face. In the normal English seems graphic. It says that the soul of Jonathan was knit to the soul of David, and he showed him love, right? And I do not know how to put it.
Yeah, you said the son of David or Shlomo. I mean, Jonathan.
No, not Jonathan. That's it. Sorry, I mistakenly said Absalom, which.
Okay, let me explain this to you.
Jonathan.
You go ahead and state your point, and then I'll speak. Go ahead.
Okay, so the relationship between Jonathan and David, it it doesn't seem like just brotherly love. It seems like a man and a woman love, for me to be clear when you read the two references to it, right? And the sins of David and the fact that he be worshipped in the new kingdom. A lot of the David story, to me, it doesn't go according to Torah, right? So whenever you're ready, I can share the text for any of those.
Go ahead, share your text.
All right. 1 Samuel 18.
Go ahead. Read, brother.
1 to 9. As soon as he had finished speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan was knit to the soul of David. Jonathan loved him as his own soul. Right? And Saul took him that day and would not let him return to his father's house. Then Jonathan made a covenant with David because he loved him as his own soul. And Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that was on him and gave it to David, and his armor, and even his sword, and his bow, and his belt. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And this was, so in other words, that kind of interaction, you can say it's smutty or whatever, but that's not a general brotherly interaction.
And you have a problem with that because it talked about the type of love that they have for each other?
The way it's described.
So if I said to you, or let's say this, for example, when you came to Butterland and you witnessed us and you saw us, if I was to walk up to you and kiss you on the cheek and give you a big hug, would that also make you think that something is flaky going on with Prince?
Well, no, I would know that, I do not give that kind of energy. So definitely not. But I'm not in the situation, right? It kind of suggests otherwise.
What does it suggest? I don't understand. The only way you would think something like that is if you had that type of thought about the individual to begin. Because honorable men move in honorable ways. Earlier, you heard me mention about brotherhood and what brotherhood was all about, and that so many people don't understand what brotherhood is. And when you have a brother that you see as yourself, that you truly care for, you love him as you love yourself. You love your brother deeply. You will want to see no harm or hurt come to your brother. And it has nothing to do with a homosexual relationship. It has everything to do with how men honor each other. Some men honored each other so much that they were willing to die for the other brother. I also spoke about how the brother Uriah had so much love and respect for David that when he got the chance to go home and be with his wife, he slept outside the gate of the king's house. That could be taken as a homosexual move if you got a homosexual thought about it. If somebody introduced it with you as a homosexual, well, Uriah must have been gay. He ain't sleeping with his wife. He's sleeping outside another man's house. He's waiting for the other man to come out. You'd be surprised how people take it. The thing I'm trying to share with you is that honorable people recognize honorable things. People who are not honorable, they can't see the honor in things. So they have to relate it with the situations that they are most familiar with. Abraham, our father, do you think Abraham is gay too?
No, actually, nothing is wrong to kiss a brother because I'm
Right.
a brother to kiss a brother. So let me put that clear.
You're not answering my question, though.
Yeah.
Did you think Abraham was a homosexual also?
No, that would never come to my mind. Not the least.
All right.
Right. So,
All right. So watch this.
It's only David and his relationship with Jonathan that
Let me finish.
gives
Let
the
me
suggestion.
finish, Brother Asa. Let me finish, please.
Yes.
It never clicked your mind, but Abraham actually had a man to put his hands right by his testicles to make an oath and swear into an oath with him today. Another honorable thing that a lot of people would shun and think, hey, something must be wrong with him if he's doing this. No, it's not. In that world that they lived is completely different from the world that we lived in, which means that men honored each other in different ways. It had nothing to do with homosexuality. Nothing. They will try to make you think that, but that's not the reality of it. They make you think that just to discredit our people and to discredit our lineage, but it's not true. Abraham told a man to put his hand under his thigh to swear an oath to him. His testicles is right there. Why would I put my hand near a man's testicles? Is to prove you're serious about what it is that we're entering into. You don't touch his testicles, but you put your hand in a very unseemly place. No one comes back from that story and say Abraham appears to be a homosexual. Now, because the scriptures desire to relate a message that King David and Jonathan had a powerful love between them. Jonathan loved David so much that his father tried to kill him because he saw it. It had nothing to do with homosexuality. Nothing. But anyone who wishes to try to discredit, not you yourself, brother, but anybody who wants to try to discredit it, they can do so. But then they got to go through all the book and they have to pick out all the other places where men kissed. There's a lot of places through the scriptures where men kissed. Not in the mouth. They didn't kiss on the lips like we in having sex or anything like Norton romantic thing. They kissed in the neck. They kissed in the cheek. They kissed on their hands. It was a gesture of honor. And that's all it was. David and Jonathan. And let me share something else with you before we go.
Yes.
This is the key to brotherhood that so many men don't know. But yet Jonathan and David understood it. And I'm going to share with you this. This is the key to brotherhood. The love between two men, straight men, not gay men, straight men, that's really about this life. The love between two men will far excel past that of a love between a man and a woman. Two different things. It will far exceed past that. And nobody's gay. Nobody's homosexual. But these men, it's about honor. It's about integrity and loyalty and commitment. Whereas the love between a man and a woman, it's about what I can do for you and what you do for me and how you make me feel and how you obey my voice. But when you're dealing with men, it's a different world. Go ahead, Brother Asa. State your piece, please.
So my piece is also suggested. I don't want to say my mind is construed or anything, but when you hear something like says, your love to me was more wonderful than the love of women, right? For me, I cannot help but thinking, what the love for a woman is like.
Can you tell me where that verse is, please?
2 Samuel 1, 25 to 27.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and speak.
Okay, so
If you take that one verse, then yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but that's just that one verse.
Well,
You
that combined,
chapter 1.
yes, verse 25 and 20 to 27.
Yeah, but where's the part about the love of a woman?
The last part of 27, the B part of 27.
So what does your verse say?
No, verse 26. It says, I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. That's verse 26. You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful, more wonderful than that of women.
Okay, yeah, your translation is off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad translation. Do you have any other books to translate for you that you can read from? I would throw that trash.
I can use the scriptures.
Yeah, go to the scriptures and see what that says for you.
All right, let me get it. 2 Samuel 1, 26. The scriptures. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. You have been very pleasant to me. Your love to me was wondrous, surpassing the love of women.
So now, what did he say that I didn't say?
Well, I'm just saying that
the love between two men will far supersede the love between a man and a woman. All you just read just confirmed everything that I said. But that's real brotherhood. You got to have another brother in your life that you care so much for that you be willing to sacrifice your life for that brother's life. You probably don't have those people in your life. There's a lot of us who don't. If we had that, we could build something. A lot of males here today don't have enough honor and integrity about themselves to allow that type of spirit to take hold of them, where they will be willing to have a love affair, a real bona fide love affair with another man in righteousness, not this worldly stuff that the Western people teach us. You know what? You ever dealt with people? Well, you might not have ever done this, but like in other countries, those people, like the Muslims in Islamic world, they will die for their leadership. They have that type of love for their leadership. But in America, we don't do that. We don't even sacrifice ourselves for our own family members. I know a story with a man and a woman who was walking down the street. Somebody stuck him up. That nigga ran and left his wife. We don't have that type of love for nobody in this world today. It's very rare. That type of loyalty and commitment, it supersedes any type of homosexual thing, man. This is real love, real power. Foreign countries can relate to what's being said. The American mind, it can't relate too much. They look at it as a homosexual thing. This has nothing to do with homosexuality. It has everything to do with honor between two men. Everything.
Yes, and in this day and age, you did allude to it that men today are very not honorable. Those that you have helped before, and those that you'd have thought you have a healthy relationship with. Sometimes when the test comes, you realize that they were not honorable. So it's very important that there's a place for that. I will kiss my brother, right, and comfortably too, right? It's even referenced in Torah where Moses kissed Aaron, his brother. So nothing is wrong with that. The only thing that threw me off was the fact that their souls were knit and the love was more than that of woman. And it is an open statement that can be interpreted both ways. So I guess with that, with those two verses, I understand your explanation for it, and it is clearer to me now.
That's correct.
Yes.
All right, I want to read something for us. I don't know what it says because I didn't read it all the way yet, but I have something that oh, wait a minute, I got to come out this window. Give me a second. We got something that I would like for us to read, and I'm going to bring it up on the screen. Small thing, but let's see what it says. All right, let me close this. Let's see what this says. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Okay. This is about Samuel. The article found about prophet in the book of Samuel's for other persons named Samuel. See Samuel's, okay? Samuel is a figure who in the narrative of the Hebrew Bible plays a key role in the transition from the biblical judges into the United Kingdom of Israel under Saul, and again in the monarchy transforming from Saul to David. He is venerated as a prophet in Judeo-Christian and Islam. In addition to his role in the Bible, Samuel is mentioned in Jewish rabbinical literature, in the Christian New Testament, in the Old Testament, the Quran. The text does not mention him by name. He is also treated in the fifth through seventh books of Antiquities of the Jews, written by a Jewish scholar Josephus. In the 1st century, he is called the seer. Here's his family. Samuel's mother was Hannah. His father was Elkanah. Elkanah lived in Ramana in the district of Zoph. His genealogy is found in the pedigree of the Kohathites. You know who the Kohathites are?
No. Oh, it's Kohat. Yeah, man. Moses' cousin.
Moses' cousins. Moses was a Kohath. He was from the tribe of Kohath. All right. The Kohathites were the Levites. But the Levites, the Kohathites were the priestly tribe. The priests came out of Kohath because Aharon and Moshe came out of Kohath. They were priests. So in 1 Chronicles 6:3-15, and you should see the lineage of the Kohathites. Let's see if it says it. Can y'all see that?
Yes. bit fine.
Okay. The Kohathites were them. And Samuel came out of the lineage of the Kohathites, or the Kohanim came out of the Kohathites as well. According to the genealogy table in Chronicles, Elkanah was a Levite, a fact not mentioned in the book of Samuel. The fact that Elkanah, a Levite, was dominated an Ephraimite is analogical to the designation of the Levites being to Judah. But they don't know why, but I can explain that. It's because he lived in the region of that land. That's why he was classified as an Ephrathite. His father, Elkanah. According to 1 Samuel 1 and 28, Elkanah had two wives, Peninnah and Hannah. Peninnah had children. All right, they're talking about stuff that's not necessary. All right, so basically I wanted you to see that he is a Levite, and if we do our research, we can find further where it says about his Levitical lineage. Okay?
Yes.
So he was a Levite. Samuel was a Levite. And I want to try to find something else for you to verify Samuel's lineage that he was a Levite. And as far as them two being homosexuals, man, no, not at all. And the Most High, as powerful as the Most High is, and as serious he is, he wouldn't allow no homosexual relationships to go on. He'd have killed some people.
Well, you could have repented of it, so.
He could have repented of it. And what I would have thought that if he repented of some homosexual activities, that it would have been named to us and we would have saw that. He would have mentioned that. But I don't see where it is. Okay. All right. So
but I might add Samuel's behavior. There are some things that he did that didn't really strike as a Levite, right? The Torah said that you should start at the age of 25 in terms of being a priest, but he began service when he was weaned. 1 Samuel 2:18.
No, he didn't begin service. That's not when he began service. That's when he began to live with the priests and being taught how to be a priest.
Right. So what I really want to say is that he started early and not necessarily weaned, because no baby can naturally do priestly duties. But the story suggests that he started his service before the age of 25, which is the age specified by Torah.
No, who says he started service? Nobody said he started service. He didn't start service until after Eli died. After Eli died, Samuel took over. Eli lived many years after Samuel was growing. So we don't know what age he was when he took over.
Right. So another thing with Samuel is that he offered sacrifices at places other than the temple, where the temple was standing. He offered sacrifices at Mizpah, Bethlehem, and Gilgal.
So what's wrong with that?
Well, if those are the places appointed, then nothing is wrong with that.
Yeah, what would be wrong with him offering sacrifices in those places? Anywhere, look at Elisha, Carmel. He was in Carmel when he offered sacrifices, and he was one of the greatest prophets, if not the greatest prophet we've ever had. He was in Carmel with idolaters when he offered a sacrifice to the Most High. There's nothing wrong with that. All of this is in the land of Israel where the Most High placed his name. All of it.
Anywhere the Most High places his name.
That's
just
correct.
As we do today with the feast days.
Yeah, but we're not sacrificing.
Just the same. Well, that's correct.
Yeah, that's different. Right. We're not sacrificing.
So still on Samuel, that encounter with the witch of Endor.
Yes.
Does that suggest he's endorsing sorcery?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Samuel was dead. He didn't have nothing to do with that.
That's what I'm saying. The witch of Endor brought back Samuel.
Yes.
Right? And they shared some words of the Most High in their discourse.
Yes.
So does that appear normal?
Does it appear normal? Listen, let me explain this to you. And I want to say this as gently as I can.
Yeah.
In the world of witchcraft, a lot of things that are normal don't appear to be normal in our working world. In this world, we don't think that that's normal because a woman or a man can do things that none of us walking around are able to do. No, it don't appear to be normal, but in the world of witchcraft, a lot of things take place that we don't think are normal. Like for example, and this is something simple, but for an example, we had a talking donkey in the numbers. Now, what's so normal about a talking donkey?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's our whole book is
Number.
based on different types of things, man. Normal behavior. What's normal? Depends on the world or the existence that you're in. In witchcraft, a whole lot of things are normal. How many times you cried to the Most High and nothing happened? And then you see a witch, they put a curse on somebody and their whole life fall apart. And this stuff is real.
Yes, it is. It is. It is real.
Yeah, so it depends on what you mean by normal. Yeah. So what's your next question?
Okay. Well, no. I those are really concerns about the anointing. That the priest is the question really stemmed from not seeing anywhere in scripture that the father of Samuel is mentioned. So
Yeah.
I do not want to make it look like I'm trying to criticize and push down the
No,
prophet
no.
book. My main purpose is that I do not see where there's a father or a lineage for Samuel, and I know that any king that is anointed that is in service must be anointed by a Levite for him to be acceptable, right? And so that is where it stems from, genuinely.
Okay.
Right. And of course, with all the wrongs that David did, breaking the Sabbath, eating the showbread, all the sins that he could done, which he repented of, at the end of it, we'll be revering him along with the Creator um, in the last days, which, it puts him a little higher than what I see a human being is deserving of. And if there's a human being that was deserving of it, it would have been Moshe. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I would think so. If you want to take it to that extreme, Moshe was the man. He was above any prophet that we've ever known of. But that still doesn't mean that Samuel wasn't a Levite. Samuel was a Levite out of the tribe of Kohath, and his lineage. We just have to do the research. I wish I would have written it down or took it to mind exactly what chapters and verses I used, but I found his lineage.
And we know Elkanah is a Levite, so that's not the issue. He was around a Levite, but to say that he was, we'd have to just assume it for now.
Elkanah was his father.
Well,
So
spiritual father.
no, Elkanah was his physical father.
Right, spiritual. Oh, thank you.
Elkanah had two wives. One of them named Hannah and one named Peninnah.
Good.
Elkanah was his father. First Samuel.
Right. First Samuel 1 verse 1 actually tells you that Elkanah is an Ephraimite.
Yeah. Yes, and I just explained that. Remember, I read that in the Wilkie Encyclopedia that they didn't understand why it said that, and I explained to you why it said that. It said that because they lived in that region.
So that's the nearest to a genealogy that we have for Elkanah.
I'm sorry, say it again.
So that would be the nearest that we have a genealogy for Elkanah.
Elkanah, yes.
Elkanah. Right, okay.
Yeah, and maybe, you know what? Maybe that's what I need to look up. Let me look up Elkanah's genealogy, and maybe that's where I'll find the answer to your question that you're asking for. Elkanah. Let me see if they have Elkanah's genealogy. Okay, First Samuel. The son of Elkanah, Amisa and Ahimoth. Elkanah, his sons. This must be a different Elkanah. He had other sons and daughters, but it's good. All right. I don't think I'm seeing what I need to see. I'm going to have to take some time and look through this and find the actual verses that I can deliver to you so that you can see it. And when I do, okay. All right, let's go here. But when I do, we're going to have that conversation. What I see just off the top, the sons of Korah, Asir, Elkanah, Abishai, these are the clans of the Kohathites. And that's who we're dealing with. Elkanah was of Kohath. These were the certain men of Ramoth Ziphon of the hill country, Ethan, whose name was Elkanah, Elu, Tuhu. All right?
Yes.
So we're going to look this up at a later time. Hopefully I can, at the next class, I'll have this information for you because I've taken the time to carefully look it out. But I'm definitely going to look for it. First Samuel's 1 and 18. And if you think about it, if he wasn't a Levite, he wouldn't have been in the priest doing what he was doing. Most of the prophets of Israel were all Levites. 99% of them.
They had to be.
Yeah. And we know that Samuel was a prophet. Matter of fact, he was the one who judged the people. So, it's not too much of a question. And Elkanah, his father, went to the temple yearly. Well, a lot of the people did that, but Elkanah was allowed in. Everybody couldn't just go into the temple.
Yeah.
And it says when Elkanah went to Ramah, the boy was ministering to the Most High in the presence of Eli the priest.
That's what I was talking when I was saying before 25, you wouldn't be referred to as a boy at 25.
Yeah. So, it's a lot to this, but it's worth looking into. 6 and 3, Elkanah, his son, Abishai, his son, Ashur, his son, the sons of Elkanah, but this may be another Elkanah. So I don't know, but I'm going to definitely research that more so I can give you a more precise answer. Because I don't like having not completely answered your question. Sure, I gave you references where other people say the same thing that I'm saying, but I want to give you the scripture where we know for a fact that this is it. So creator willing, by next week, maybe I'll have those things for you. Let me check the chats.
Well, thank you for that. But I do not want us to miss the lessons from the story of David, in terms of, the importance of repentance and that the Most High, he was very sorry for the wrongs that he did. And we must be man enough to see where we actually fall short and face our consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. And that thing that you had about with loyalty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's just it's something you gotta grow into, because everybody can't do that. Everybody can't be of that type of person.
But our loyalty will be tested, at some point. Every one of us will be tested at some point in the future, and I'm just hoping that when we will stand by, the community of Israel, when that comes, and the laws of the Most High.
Man,
we can criticize, on the outside and say, this person was expected to not betray, and but when we are in a position, it's a totally different thing.
All right, let's go. Before we go, I want to go to Second Chronicles 6:34. I just want to read that because it does cover a lot of things there about Elkanah, but I'm looking for specifically uh, Samuel. But we definitely got the lineage of Elkanah. Uh, First Chronicles chapter 6:34. These are the men who served and their sons of the sons of the Kohathites. Kohathites is the priestly nation, but they're Levites. And within the Kohathites, you have priests. Those who come out of Aharon were all priests. You didn't come out of Aharon, you wasn't a priest. Herman the singer, the son of Yoel, the son of Shemuel. Wait a minute. Who's Shemuel? You see that?
No.
Samuel, that's Samuel's name.
Yes.
Herman the singer, the son of Yoel, the son of Shemuel. You see that?
Yes.
So Yoel is Samuel's son. Yoel had a son whose name was Herman. All right, let's start again. First Chronicles 6:34. You ready?
Yes.
These are the men who served and their sons of the sons of Kohath, talking about the sons of the Kohanim or the priestly sons of the sons of Kohath. Let me bring this up on the screen so that so everybody can see. Those who may be in the audience somewhere else. Of the sons of Kohath.
Yes.
Now the Kohath being the Levites, the first son name was Herman. Herman the singer of the son of Yoel. Yoel is the son of Samuel. Samuel is the son of Elkanah. Elkanah is the son of Yeroham. Yeroham is the son of Eli. Eli is the son of Toah. Okay? That
Yes.
leads all the way back up to the Kohathites. The Kohathites lead all the way back up to Levi. The Levites. Remember that last week's class, or the last class we had, I told you all that there were three tribes of the Kohathi, there are three tribes of Levi: Gershon, Merari, and Kohath. Those three. And out of the Kohath, we get Aaron and Moshe. And out of Aaron, we get the high priest or the priesthood. So you could be a Levite and not be a priest. All right?
Yes.
So there we go. There's your answer right there.
So do you think that adequately reconciles 1 Samuel 1:1?
I'm sorry, say it again.
So that verse in First Chronicles 6, does it adequately reconcile the suggestion of 1 Samuel 1 verse 1, which says Ephraimite?
It lets us know that he's not an Ephraimite. Being an Ephraimite means that he lived in the region of Ephraim. Because Dawid was called an Ephraimite also. His father Jesse was called an Ephraimite. But we know that he's not an Ephraimite. He only lived in the region of Ephraim because Ephraim owned the majority of the land at that time. They're not Ephraimites. They just own a lot of the land. Ephraim owned the land. So because Ephraim owned the land, they called him an Ephraimite, the people of that region. But they wasn't. It was just what they was known by because of where they lived.
Okay. Well, chapter 6 actually mentions that everybody is the son of someone.
Yes.
And just looking at verse 30, it's not 33. 33. It says the son of Samuel. So are we to assume that he's the son of Elkanah? Or that's what it says?
That's what the scripture says. Samuel was a son of Elkanah. Samuel had a son named Yoel. Now, if you do a search on Samuel, son of Yoel, son of Samuel, you'll see where Yoel is indeed prophet Samuel's son.
And these are they that waited with their children. Of the sons of Kohathites, Aman a singer, the son of Yoel, the son of Shemuel, the son of Elkanah, the son of Jehoram. So okay, so it's all mentioning somebody's the son of somebody.
Yeah. Okay. Here you see 1 Chronicles 6:28. The sons of Samuel, Yoel, his firstborn. The second was Abiah. So this confirms what we just read in the beginning of the last chapter. That Yoel was the son of Samuel.
Yes.
All right.
And we see where the Samuel is linked to Elkanah.
Yes, Elkanah, that's his son. I mean, that's his father. All over the place.
It would be good for us to see the original text to which from which this verse was translated. You know, that would actually strengthen our understanding of it.
Which verse are we speaking of?
No, that's the same verse 33. You know.
You want to see the original text?
Yeah, if you have it.
Meaning the original Hebrew?
Yeah, that's correct.
Let me see if I can pull it up. Man, it's all over this book, man. Let me okay, let me share the scripture first. It's all over here. All right. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
All right. All right. I'm going to start right here in verse 19. Well, let's see. The sons of Levi. All right. You see that? The sons of Levi?
Yes.
Gershom, Kohath, and Merari. These are the three sons of Levi. Each one of these three men produced a whole lot of other men. Each one of them men were all Levites. But only the priests came out of Kohath. Kohath had children. They were all Levites, but they wasn't all priests. Kohath's son down the line, who was Aharon, every child that was born out of Aharon was the priest. But Kohath's children was any of these three men who had children, their children were Levites. And these be the names of the sons of Gershon. We're not interested in Gershon. These are the sons of Merari. We're not interested in Merari. Let's go to verse 22. The sons of Kohath. Now that's who we're interested in. These are Levites.
We're talking about sorry. Kohath the Levite, not Kohath the Ephraimite.
That's correct. Kohath the Levite, the tribe of Israel. Aminadab his son, Korah his son, Asir his son, Elkanah his son, and Abisaph his son, and Asir his son. These are all sons of Kohath. Okay?
Yes.
Uzziah his son, and Shaul his son, and the sons of Elkanah. Now watch this. Mm-hmm. And the sons of Elkanah, Amasi, Ahimoth. As for Elkanah, the sons of Elkanah, Zophi his son, and Nathan his son, Eliab the son, Joram his son, Elkanah his son. So Elkanah had a son named Elkanah. Elkanah his son, the sons of Samuel. Now Samuel was Elkanah's son. The sons of Samuel, the first one. Vashni, Abiah, the sons of Merari, Mali, Libby, his sons, and they go on and go on and go on. So there we got it.
Okay. Thank you. So how many? So are we getting that there were two Elkanah, or there was just one?
Elkanah had a son named Elkanah. Later on, we see it right there. We had an Elkanah earlier who had a son named or a grandson named Elkanah. Kohath, Amram, sons of Mushri. These are the family of the Levites. Goshen, Idio, Aminah, Kohath, Asher's son, Elkanah, his son, and Abishai, his son, Asher, his son. Looked like a great grandson.
Yes.
All right. It looked like he might be a great grandson. You could turn it up, babe. Put it on 75. Oh, so much to this, man.
It's a lot.
But you got to take the time to research because a lot of people don't know that Prophet Samuel was a priest. A lot of people don't know this information. All right. Do you have any other questions or comments, brother?
The number of times that David was anointed by Samuel, I'm trying to remember if it was 2 or 4 times.
I'm sorry.
In terms of, is it necessary for a person to be anointed more than once?
No, it's not necessary. It's not necessary.
In what cases would it be necessary?
I don't know of a case where it would be necessary. I just said it's not necessary.
Okay.
But David,
because there were 2 times, there were at least 2 times that Samuel anointed David.
Yeah. And each time, well, one time it was in private and one time was before all of Israel.
Or is it 3 times?
I don't know about 3. If it's 3, I wouldn't know about that.
Well, the reference is there, 1 Samuel 16:3.
I don't know the actual scripture, but okay. I do know that it was first in private, and then the people, when all the nations came together, he got anointed again. David got anointed again.
Okay.
As king over everyone. So David was the only one that I do know that was anointed twice.
Okay. So the reason I brought up is because I saw 3 references to him being anointed, but it may be a repetition of one of the earlier ones.
Yeah, sometimes you'll read Chronicles, they'll give you a story, and Samuel, they'll give you the same story, just from a different view.
Well, no, I'm talking in the book of Samuel. You have 2 Samuel 2 and 2 Samuel 5.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can look at it. We can go through it if you want, but I'm not sure. But I know he was anointed twice.
Okay. But it doesn't change. It doesn't change the fact because being anointed is what is required for the person to act in the position that he serves. Yeah.
Well, the second one will be so that everybody would witness, because when he got anointed the second time was before all the people and not just in private, so that everybody can witness that this is your king.
Right. And then in 2 Samuel 5 verse 3 says, when all the elders of Israel had come to King David at Hebron, the king made a covenant with them at Hebron before the Creator, and they anointed David king over Israel. So that would have been the 3rd time. But there now I would assume as well that those elders were all Levites too.
They don't all have to be Levites. Elders can elect people or anoint people to serve service of the Most High.
Okay, my understanding was that only the Levite could.
I'm sorry, say it again.
My understanding was that only the Levite could do an anointing.
No. Let me explain this to you. This anointing means acceptance. It's not like they're actually taking the holy oils and putting it on your head. In this instance that we're talking about, that you're reading right now, when the elders got together, the elders would have had to have a Levite in there to put the oils on the head of the king. You follow me?
Yes.
But elders are responsible for doing it. Just like a lot of times we read the scriptures where it says, David took this city. David didn't go in and kill everybody. Dawood's army went in and killed everybody, but Dawood was responsible for it. So they're saying that the elders was responsible for the actual anointing of Dawood. Don't mean that the elders put their finger on oil and put it on his head. It means that they were superseding over it. They was in charge of the event. The people elected him.
Okay. So the word, though, I noticed for anointing is the same Hebrew word consistently throughout. So because the word is not a different Hebrew word that is used, then I'm thinking that is a real anointing of oil that is only permitted by a Levite to do.
It is a real anointing of oil that's only permitted by the Levites. So a Levite actually did it. It was a Levite who did it, but the person who was in charge of the Levites doing it was the elders. They got the Levites and said, hey, this is what we want y'all to do. If I throw a party, right?
Yeah.
If I throw a party and we had a good time, we singing, the musicians singing, and people pop locking and break dancing and doing their thing. If that party is a success, it was Prince's party. It was a great party, but Prince wasn't the one breakdancing and doing all that pop locking. But he was responsible for the party. So it was Prince's party. You follow me?
Yes.
The anointing of Dawood the second time around, the elders didn't actually do with their hands touch the oil and then anoint Dawood. The elders said, hey, you Levite, come over here. I want you to do this. They did it, but because the Levites orchestrated it and set it up and did all the acceptance, they got the credit for it.
Okay. So there's another stage as well where David arose and anointed himself. Right. So
David arose and anointed himself, meaning he washed up, man. It don't mean
the same Hebrew word.
Yeah, but it's the same Hebrew word because that's what anointing means, to cover with. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he washed himself. He anointed himself with water. It's an expression. Sometimes it's used in an expression in how people bathe and things of that nature. It doesn't mean that they went through the ritual of anointing for someone to be a Moshiach or a spiritual leader.
Well, if this is the case, then it's very important for us to do consistently study in depth the Hebrew language, because I usually think that where wash self is used in scripture, it's not the same as anointing self. And once I see the word anointing, I'm thinking the Levitical way of anointing a king. So that's the only way. I didn't know that I could actually anoint myself.
Think about it. When you take a bath and you oil yourself down, you're anointing yourself.
Indeed.
That's all. That's all it's saying. It's not saying that you're making yourself holy and righteous and pristine. It only means that you're anointing. You're only anointing yourself, covering yourself with oil, with water, whatever it might be.
Our lotion itself, for our lotion, same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So David, in terms of the lineage of David now, him coming from Ruth, being a Moabite, does that keep him in? How does he change from being a Moabite to be of the tribe of Judah?
How does Dawood change from being a Moabite to the tribe of Judah?
Yes.
Where did you get that Dawood was a Moabite?
Well, no, just the fact that he's coming from Ruth. That's all.
It doesn't matter what the woman was. It only matters what the man's seed is. And as long as the man is Judah, we trace our lineage through the men, not the women. The woman can be from any tribe on the planet. As long as that man is of the tribe of Israel, then that child is an Israelite. That's why the lineage that you read about people, it always says the son of this man, the son of that man, the son of that man. It's not till you get to the New Testament that they talk about they mention a woman and try to make the son of that woman because they're trying to get something in that wasn't traditionally fitting within our nation. We always traced our lineage through the men, not the women. So your woman, your wife could be of any tribe on the planet. That doesn't change the child's nationality. That child is a child of Israel, no matter what.
That's correct. That's correct.
We don't trace our lineage. We don't trace our lineage through the woman. We only trace our lineage through the men.
And we should be very consistent with this, not to fit any idea of doctrine. If that's what it says in Numbers, that is the father stripe you should be aligned to, then that's how it should be continued.
All the way through history.
Yes, if I can ask just one more.
You can ask as many as you need, bro. This is Shabbat day. I'm here till the sun go down.
All right. In Torah, the tribe of Levi is elevated above the other 11 tribes. At what point was Judah authorized to replace the authority of Levi? Because if I was to link myself to a tribe, I would not want to be part of Judah. I want to be a part of Levi.
When did Judah take the place of Levi?
Yes.
When did that happen?
Well, it's just by reading the prophets, you get the idea that somehow, the Most High's anointed is along the lines of Yehuda. But what the Torah says is consistently that, the ones who are anointed to actually administer service should be Levi and Levi only.
Okay.
Maybe we need to find that text that shows that Levi was the one that was given the job to serve.
Yeah. Let me try to answer your question in the way I think that you're asking it. With the understanding that I think you're looking for. The anointing oil doesn't go on common people. The anointing oil go on the elite of the people, the priest, the king, the prophets. Those are the three people that I can say offhand without really thinking that the anointing oil went upon. So anytime you anointed a king, you had to anoint him with the special sacred oil. The whole tribe of Judah wasn't anointed. Only the king. Only the prophets was anointed, and only the Levites were anointed. So if you wasn't of those three, currently that's all I can imagine. If you wasn't of those three, then you wasn't getting no anointing. Even if you was of Judah, but you was not of the kingship, then you didn't get anointed. So at no time did Judah take the place of the Levites or the priests. Never. It didn't happen.
Okay, well, that's very good to know, because that's the tribe that I still recognize as the tribe to serve. And
what do you mean by to serve?
Well, according to, I'd have to give the text.
You don't have to give the reference. Speak it in your mind, and maybe we'll find it together.
Okay.
Or maybe I'll familiar with it.
Well, the kings of Israel, did they all come from Judah?
No. Matter of fact, I don't think any of the kings of Israel came from Judah. Only David wasn't of Israel. It's a difference. Remember, there's two different nations, Israel and Judah.
Northern and southern, right.
Right. So with those two kingdoms, the northern kingdom was called Israel. And all of their kings was of different lineages. Judah, all the kings of Judah, except for the female queen, because we did have one queen who reigned as king, but all of the kings of Israel all came out of the tribe of Judah.
Okay. So why would we need to have the people from the tribe of other tribes other than Levi leading in the Old Testament era?
Because we did what we wanted to do and we didn't do what the Most High had established. You have to read in Numbers, I mean, in 1 Kings chapter 11, where King Shlomo, the prophecy, the prophet Ahiah came to him, came to Jeroboam, and told Jeroboam that he would take over the kingdom in the future. When Shlomo died, his son Rehoboam took over, and then he taxed the people worse than what Shlomo did. So therefore, the people, the majority of the people, went with Jeroboam to a different place, to a different city, and they founded Samaria there. Omri was the man who owned the hill, the land. Omri was a great general warrior. He led for a long time as a king. Omri was the man. But that's where they built this new kingdom, and it was called Samaria.
Yes.
So they did their own thing. And when they got there, Jeroboam, who was a man ambitious for power, what he did was he set up kings and priests and Levites of people who was the worst of all the people. Because what he was looking for was loyalty from people to him. He wasn't looking for a pedigree of special sacred people to the Most High. He just wanted people that would be loyal and faithful to him. So he set up holy days that should be kept in their land so that the people don't go back to Jerusalem, because he was afraid that if they went back, their hearts would miss Jerusalem or Judah, and then they would stay there and wouldn't come back to him. So they set up false priests and false prophets and all kind of stuff over in Samaria, and it became known as Israel. Later on in life, it became known as Israel, or the tribes of Israel. And then we have the tribes of Judah, which was King David and the lineage of Judah.
Yeah.
So that's how it got into play. That's how it happened.
So it's the choice of the Israelites, not necessarily that the Most High ordained it.
Absolutely.
That's sad.
See, this all the history that you need to know so that you can properly teach the people the Most High of our history. And that's how that history went down.
And that's one of the reasons why the Most High, in Torah actually warned the children of Israel that when you go into the land, you're going to want king like all the other nations had their kings. So I'm even wondering, because as far as I know, the Most High is the king, and there's no other king.
That's right.
In the truest sense of the word. Men just want to, the other nations, they want to have a king, of course, rightfully so, but children of Israel never needed a king. The Most High had placed a priest, Levitical priest, to serve them, and that would have been adequate, for them.
That's right. Correct. But like man, we have greater desires. We don't want to do what the Most High has for us to do. We want something bigger and better because we think we know better.
Yeah. So when I look at the life of David, I'm thinking that he should at least do what the Torah mentions that a king would do. A king in Deuteronomy 17 actually says that he must, I think there's something about wives and horses. He shall not acquire many wives for himself. And he did the total opposite of that, which is very disappointing.
There's something that you don't know about King David.
Yes.
During King David's time, we didn't have the Torah in our presence that we can refer to and learn from and live by. We lived off of the teachings and traditions of our people. The Torah wasn't found till many years later with King Josiah. But at that time, we didn't have the Torah. You don't hear nothing mentioned about the Torah in the book of Samuels and Chronicles.
Oh, I
You,
missed. So
did you
is
say?
the oral Torah that they went by all along until King Uzziah?
They only had what the Levites taught them. They had it originally, but it was lost. It was inside the ark. It was covered up. They didn't know. They didn't go in the ark. Nobody touched the ark. Didn't happen. So you don't
Okay.
read references of the Torah or the laws of the Most High in those books. Men lived by the teachings of the priests that understood their convictions to the Creator. Later, when they found the book of the law, that's why they started doing Passover and stuff. That's why they had to consecrate the people. That's why they cried out and apologized to the Creator for not doing what He had established for them to do. All that stuff was lost a long time ago. Remember with the Philistines? It's a whole big story when you read the Tanakh or read the Bible. There's a whole story there, but a lot of people don't catch the storyline. We think that our people always had the Torah in their possession, but we had it, but it was lost. It had gotten lost.
So we're in a better position than them because we have the written Torah here and they didn't have it.
We ain't got the written Torah, bro.
Well, we know in terms of it in a recorded book.
Yes. Yeah,
To
we got
reference it. That's what I mean.
we have a version of it. Yes, that's
A
correct.
version of it. Okay.
Yes.
Because even when I look at Deuteronomy 17 verse 18, it says that the king should write down his own copy of the law, and I saw none of the kings, the goodly kings that wrote down a copy of the law. And now I'm understanding because
No.
it baffles me.
Well, don't let it baffle you, because although it said he had to write it down, doesn't mean that he had to tell people he was writing it down.
But of the 30 kings, at least one would have actually, it could have been mentioned if it's so important.
Why would somebody have to mention it? Because they don't. Did you see anything where anybody said, "I circumcised my son"?
No, only because it's a command that it shall be.
Circumcising your son is a command too. But you don't see anywhere in the book of the laws, not the laws, but outside of the laws, where somebody said, "I circumcised my son." The only place in the book of the law, even in the book of the law, where you see a child getting circumcised was the very first one, Genesis 17. And then the second one was Zipporah actually did the circumcision to the baby, but that was it. Other than that, you don't really see those things. But yet we know it was a law. Nobody didn't write down what they naturally did. So just because you don't see where a king wrote that he's writing out of the book of the law all his days doesn't mean that he wasn't obeying it.
That's true. But I can only assess the kings based on those 3 verses in Deuteronomy 17 that speaks to what are the 3 things that a king must do. You know, the king must not have many horses, many wives, and must write down the Torah and read it every day. So I guess none of those 3 kings having not fulfilled those would have been a disappointment for me.
No. Well, let's look at things in a different way. This is how I view these things. Yeah. This is important that you understand this. A king should not multiply his women, his wives, like he does his horses, right?
Yes.
How many horses does a king have?
Maybe hundreds, maybe thousands,
maybe hundreds. How many kings do you know that had thousands of horses? I mean, thousands of wives.
No, none.
There you go. So therefore, they would have kept that commandment because they didn't multiply it like they did their horses. A king has to have an army, and every horse in that army belongs to the king. The average was thousands of horses, thousands of armies, thousands of men. Okay. I think an army is 1,000 men, correct? I think it's 500 as a platoon, something like that. They got different dispensations that they call it. But in his army, he had to have 2,000 men as an army. He had to have a whole lot of horses. So therefore, he wasn't supposed to have that amount involved. So therefore, they're falling in alignment with the scripture that you chose. Now, on the average man's mind, 2, 3, 4, 5 wives is multiplying your women.
That's many.
Yeah. But that's because we don't have much and we don't know much about the way of our ancestors. As a king, 4 or 5 wives was almost nothing, as long as he doesn't go overboard and have too many. I agree with the principle because it would take his mind away from the Most High and serving the people. I agree with that principle. But now, who's to say that this man, anyone, had over 1,000 wives? I did hear about some of them, though. Mansa Musa, I think, had a whole bunch of them. He was one of them supposed to have a whole lot of wives. There was a couple of kings, but they wasn't Israelite kings. They're supposed to have like 1,000 wives, 2,000 wives. But anyway, so that's your answer for that. That's how I see it. They didn't multiply their wives like they did their horses. We had thousands of horses. As a king, we had thousands of horses. We didn't have thousands of wives. So therefore, we would have been guilty. And also, if they were guilty, you got to remember that most of our kings were wicked. Most of them was wicked. There was very few righteous individuals in the midst of so many, a plethora of wickedness and wicked individuals. So a lot of things that should have been done wasn't done. A lot of the law that should have been followed wasn't followed. That's just the reality of our people. Excuse me. Are you there, Brother Austin?
I'm here.
Okay. So that's how it goes. And listen, family, Brother Austin is asking questions, but if any of you have questions, please feel free. Either we could send you the mic or you could just type it in the room. If you have any questions, just please write them down, type them in the room, do what you do. See, even in this command that you wrote, it says, and it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of his law, of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. It doesn't say he has to pronounce that to the people. It doesn't even say that he has to tell people that he is doing this. It's only a requirement of what he must do. Okay, so that would be one reference as to why you don't see it in history, going down in history, that any king has done this.
What about after the time of Joash? Weren't there a few more kings after his time, having this rediscovered the book of the law?
Was there many kings after his time? Yeah, there was kings after that. Didn't last for very long, but yes, there were kings after that.
Yeah, I find it also interesting that the Most High he actually maintained the relationship with these kings, even though it's not something that he had commanded.
That's true. That's true. The Most High says in the law that he wishes for his people, the wicked, to live and not die and not perish. All right. All right. Go ahead, brother. Remember, family, anybody else in the audience, if you have questions, you can type it in the room or you can take the mic and ask your questions. Brother Asa just seems to be the only one bringing forth the things that he needs to bring forth from his family so that we can get an understanding of what their questions are. There are a lot of us who will live for lifetimes in this way of life and will never ask a question and blindly walk with individuals. And that's not a good way to be. Ask these questions, family. The things that you know, that you don't understand, ask these questions. And then sometimes you got to ask a question just to test your leadership. It might be something you already know the answer to. Ask him. See if he's worthy of being your spiritual leader, guiding you and teaching you in the laws and the ways of the Almighty. And a lot of times you won't know unless you test them. Is there a question with that, Brother Asa?
No, it's just I'm just sharing a reference because I alluded to it that only the Levites should serve as priests, and there's still no instruction where kings replace priests, and if that is the case, Levite should be the tribe that we look to as
Look for
opposed
what?
to
Look for what, though?
service.
Okay, spiritual service, yes. All right. Brother Ronald Powell, please forgive me. I didn't see that you had posted this. So let me try to see what it is that you're requesting. Is it appropriate to discuss past traumas with someone who prefers not to, especially if they are the source of the trauma? Can you offer a biblical perspective? I think you might have to be a little bit clearer on what your question is. When I read it, it sounds like you're saying like you want to, if somebody got issues, you want to talk to them about their issues, but they don't want to talk about it. That's what it sounds like you're saying. My recommendation would be if somebody don't want to talk about their issues, don't make them talk about it. Because sometimes you'll get a rejection or a rebellion or you get lies and the person never confesses up to what they have done or what they're guilty of. So if this is a person that you have access to, that you can talk to, relate to, and conversate with, just write them a letter and give it to them. Explain your position, give them the letter, let them read it for themselves. Because through that, you could stir up something inside of them that will cause them to want to have that conversation with you. You might be effective that way. But a lot of times people don't want to face their demons, man. That's what this whole class was about. And we got demons all up in us that we never, ever challenge to destroy them. But we should, because that's what the Most High requires of us. All right? Is it appropriate to discuss past traumas with someone who prefers not to, especially if they are the source of the trauma? That what you just said can go in a lot of ways, man. Especially in relationship with a husband and wife. Let me share with you. In my opinion, I don't think that a righteous relationship, that a husband and wife should be married and arguing and fighting all the time and contention. No, I don't think that that's a righteous relationship. There's a balance that's not there. It's an off balance. Neither should a husband and wife agree on everything all the time. There's a falseness there. That means she doesn't have a mind of her own that she can think. Because a woman has to be able to think. But when they present what they're presenting to you, if it's not right, you shut it down. If it is right, you embrace it and you go with it. But to argue with your woman and to fight and to go back and forth with your woman is a male and not the traits of a man. Men don't argue with their women. And sisters, if you got a husband or a man living with you and a relationship going on and y'all find yourselves arguing all the time, then he has female tendencies. He has female tendencies. Any man that's always arguing with his woman, you have female tendencies. Shut it down, get rid of it, replace it, move on. But get away from that, because that is contention, and there's no way that a man can build a home with a contentious woman. She's not for you. You're not man enough to have her. And I mean that. You're not man enough to have her. How should we be baptized? What is baptized? What's baptism? Explain to me what it means to be baptized. What does it mean to be baptized? What is it? What is baptism? What's that all about? And where in the Torah does it tell us anything about being baptized? The closest thing that you'll find in Torah that speaks about anything is submitting yourself underwater, immersing yourself underwater. We took what we call a mikvah. Oftentimes in the ancient days, a mikvah was a ritual bath, things of that nature. But baptism, somebody holding your head under the water, I think that's what you're talking about, brother. If that is, then yeah, we need to have those kind of conversations, because baptism is a Christian thing. It's not a Torah thing. And anyone who claims to get away from Christianity but still practicing baptism, you're still a Christian. And that's why you're practicing it. But they claim that they're not. All right? That's right. We don't baptize. It's not Torah. And the closest thing you get to that is a mikvah. A mikvah. What's your question, babe?
My question is, if we have time, can you go into the details as to the whole ring situation and why people saying it refers to an idol and why we shouldn't do it and things like that?
All right, I see this conversation is about to turn. Go ahead, girl. I like that.
You saying that about me?
No, Latoya Zion. She says the woman is not always contentious. Sometimes the man is not allowing his woman to rebuke him. Sis, you must have just got into class. I explained to you earlier, and let me clear the air first. What I'm about to say to you, sis, is very important. And it's not because I know you. You know, it's not because I know you. It's because I care about you. No woman should be looking to rebuke her husband. No woman should be looking to rebuke her husband. I brought this up earlier in class. If your husband does something wrong, he's a bum, he's doesn't pay bills, he don't take care of the children, he don't eat right, he's an alcoholic, he's a drunkard, whatever his issues are, whatever they are, you speak to him but once. And when you speak to him respectfully, but once. You lay out all your issues and you don't go toe to toe, you don't argue with him, you just speak to him and tell him your concerns, ask him to get some help. You leave it alone. After a period of time, you see that this type of attitude and conduct is still taking place, you take it to the Most High and you ask the Most High to help your husband in this situation. Help him as far as what's going on. And if you see that nothing is taking place, you take it to leadership. Take it to the Most High first, take it to your husband, take it to leadership. You should always go to the Most High first anyway. And then you take it to leadership. And your leadership should get involved. And if they see that your husband is guilty of this behavior, then they have to deal with him to try to correct him as brothers the best they can. And that's what we have to understand. Women should not be in the business of trying to rebuke their husbands for anything. And that's what takes you out of the realm of your femininity. Let's go to Leviticus. Where she say Leviticus 19. Leviticus 19 and 17. Okay, sis, I'm going to read that for you. It says, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. but that's not you as a wife. Yes, that was a good one, sis. But that's not a commandment to you as a wife to your husband. That's different. That's a brother dealing with another brother that he secretly hates. That's different. But you know what to do. You have the instructions and you know how to move forward. Sarah didn't correct her husband. Sarah did not correct her husband. Sarah did what I just said for all of you to do. Expose him of his wrongdoings, take it to the Most High, leave it alone. And if he doesn't do anything about it, then you bring the leadership, involve the leadership, and have the leadership sit down with him and try to fix him. That's what you do. Sarah spoke right when she spoke to her husband. And I promise you that when Sarah spoke to her husband, she was still in her femininity. She didn't get aggressive. She didn't become manly like. She didn't get overbearing. It wasn't no argument, no fight where Abraham felt like he just wanted to walk out of the house. It wasn't one of those things. Because Sarah was a good example, one of the best examples for our sisters today. She didn't waste her words on vain thought and vain talkings. She dealt with it exactly where it needed to be. She presented it to her husband, like I said to you, and she left it alone. If you notice, she don't keep repeating herself. She said it one time and she left it alone because once was enough. With a righteous man, once is enough. With a wicked man, you might as well hold your voice and don't even talk to him because you're going to get met with rebellion. All right, what's that right there? My son was born Thursday. I just want to make sure he gets a better chance than me. Oh, congratulations. If you just had a son, congratulations. May the Most High be praised. She says, go ahead, sis. Go ahead. Now you want to fight with me. Well, look, sis, let's find out who Leviticus 19 is talking to. Okay? All right. It says, speak unto the congregation of the children of Israel. Speak all to the people. Talk to all the people. And let's see, let's go to the Ivrit just so we can get it all cleared up. All right. Okay. Speak unto all the sons, B'nai Yisrael. Okay, sis, I guess I'm going to have to pull this up for you just so you'll see it. Let's go, sis. Okay, I apologize, sis. Please forgive me. I apologize. Let's bring this up so we can all see. All right. All right. Can you all see that? This is the scripture that she just pulled. Leviticus 19. And she says Leviticus 19 is speaking to all Yisrael. All right, so let's see. Aim, we're going. Let me answer this question, Aim, and then we're going to deal with that in just a moment, if you don't mind. If I have your permission to move forward, Aim. All right. Aim, you with me? All right, Sister Toya. It says, Dabar el Baal, Dabar Kor Adat B'nai Yisrael, speaking to all the congregation of the children of Yisrael. So yes, it says, speaking to all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say to them, ye should be holy, for I, the Most High, am holy. That's what it says. So you're right, sis, when you say that this law is being spoken unto all the children of Israel. So let's read. Let's see what it says. Say unto them, ye should be holy, for I am holy. Ye shall fear every man. Who's he talking to? Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Most High, your Elohim. Where does it say that every woman should fear her father and her mother? Where is it saying that? It's not. So he are speaking to the men. Turn ye not unto idols, nor make yourselves molding gods. I am the Most High, Ha Elohim. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offering to the Most High, you should offer it on one accord. That's right. The men represents their households. It shall be beaten the same day it is offered on the morrow, and ought remain until the third day. It shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten the third day, is an abomination. It may not be accepted. Therefore, every one that eateth it shall bear their iniquity, because he hath profaned the holy thing of the Most High, and that soul should be cut off from among his people. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, ye shall not wholly reap the corners, neither shall you gather the gleaning of the harvest. And thou shalt not glean the vineyards, neither shalt thou gather the grapes, the vineyards. You shall leave them for the poor, the strangers. You shall not steal, neither shall you deal falsely, neither should you lie one to another. You shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shall you profane the Most High, thy Elohim. I am the Most High. You should not defraud your neighbor, neither should you rob him of the wages. And if you notice this, all this stuff that they're speaking about is all masculine things, things that men do or men are responsible for, and not things that women should be responsible for. Ye shall not swear by my name nor my name falsely, neither shall thou profane the name of the Most High, Ha Elohim. I am the Most High. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him of the wages of him that is hired. Shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear the Most High, thy Elohim. Ye shall not do unrighteousness in judgment. Who's doing the judgment? The men. You shall not do unrighteousness in the judgment. Thou shalt not respect the persons of the poor, nor honor the persons of the mighty. But in righteousness thou shalt judge thy people. Thou shalt not go up and down as a terebinth. Now this might be for the women. Thou shalt not go up and down as a terebinth among thy people. Neither shall thy stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Most High. Now in reality, that's still addressing men. Thou shalt not hate the brothers in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. No, women are to follow laws. A single woman? No. See, now we get into a whole conversation. Let me finish the first question, the first comment, and then we'll go to the second comment, and then we'll keep on going on until you're clear. But believe me, I'm with you right now. You have my full attention. All right. So I want to address all of your issues. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt not anywise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of Israel thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Most High. Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let your cattle gender with diverse kinds. Thou shalt not sow thy field or mingle thy seed, neither shalt thou mingle linen and wool come upon thee. And whosoever lie carnally with a woman, you think he's talking about a woman? Whosoever lie carnally with a woman, that is a bondmaiden, betrothed unto a husband, and not all redeemed, for nor freedom given to her, he shall be scourged. And he shall bring the trespass offering, and just so on and so on and so on. But in a nutshell, sis, all of these commands that we read can be applied to both male and women, male and female. But specifically, it is to be done and performed by the males, because the men are usually in positions to do All of these things that the Most High say do or don't do specifically. Now, does that mean that the women don't keep the laws of the Most High? No, that's not what that means. It doesn't mean it at all. Women are responsible. Women are responsible for doing the laws of the Creator, even if she's single. All the women that are under my lineage or my tutorage or my covering, my instructions to them is to live your life as if you're married already. The only way that you can live your life as if you're married already is by doing the laws of the Most High. You have to conduct yourself in a righteous manner. So, yes, even single women should keep the laws of the Most High, His statutes and His commandments, even if you're single. And if you're a single woman, you should have a covering of some type in Israel to guide you, some righteous man that you know in your life that you feel is a respectful, honorable person. You should speak to him and allow him to be your covering. Ask him to be your covering. And you will quickly find out how righteous he is by the way he conducts himself, and how he talks, and what he deals with, and how he educates you, and how he teaches you. So, yes, women are responsible for keeping the laws of the Creator. Yes, they are. All right. So I don't think righteous men, righteous counsel. Okay. Yes, that's correct. All right. Let me go to Ames' question, and then I'll. You had a question, didn't you? All right. Well, go ahead. Let me take Ames' question first. All right. Aim Kater. She says, is there anything wrong with a man having some feminine traits? After all, the Most High in Scriptures is referenced with feminine traits. let me clear this up for you, everybody, so that the whole world knows. Any man who is a man, he has to be in touch with his feminine side, which means when I say his feminine side, he has to be compassionate. That's an act of femininity, compassionate. He has to be merciful. He has to be patient. He has to be in touch with his feminine traits or his feminine aspects. It has nothing to do with him switching when he walked down the street wearing a bra and trying to put on panties. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the way he conducts himself outside of his aggression, outside of his anger, it's outside of his discipline. That's what it, excuse me, that's what it means when a man is in touch with his feminine traits, which means that he's one that you can talk to and he'll give you both sides of the story from both points of view. All right. This has nothing to do with no homosexual stuff or none of that crazy foolishness to be in touch. He won't be walking around with a skirt and a dress and leotards and tights. Matter of fact, if you see a man in leotards, I don't even care if he clean, he a dancer. You see a man in leotards, something going on with that man behind the scenes that you ain't aware of. So let's move on past that. Isha, what was your question?
My question was, can you go into the explanation of the rings and why some people say that rings represent idol worship?
She says, what is the reason why some people say that wearing wedding bands, rings, is a form of idol worship? Maybe because they don't know enough about the history of it. Because in the Tanakh, it speaks about a token of marriage. And a token of marriage could be anything that you give to your wife as a token of our marriage. A ring is a symbol of a token of marriage. So therefore, there's no problem giving someone a ring and say, here, this is our token of our marriage. Wear it. Nothing wrong with that. Some people take it on because of the research that they've done or heard. A lot of people go by what they hear, and they gravitate toward it because it's what they want to say is a pagan practice. A token of marriage could be anything. It could be a rug if you chose to make it a rug. All right? All right.
And we were known to wear jewelry. So
Yes.
Do you think
We wore a lot of
Back
jewelry.
then, they did rings as well. I mean, our people, not
Yes, we
other
did
people.
nose rings. We did jewelry. We wore rings on our fingers, rings on our ankles, rings on our toes. We wore rings all over, especially our women. Even the men did a lot of that, but the women especially. All right. Brother N33DLT, is that your name? I mean, how do you say your name? If you can tell me your name, I'd appreciate it. Our sisters have been hurt. They don't want to be submissive. They want to be strong black women, which is a way is beautiful, but this is by design, so we're out of covenant, which leaves us open. Very, very good. Very good. Good wisdom. Righteous men, righteous counsel. Very good. May the Most High be praised. Are the commandments the only women can do? Are there commandments that only women? Yeah, there's a lot of commandments that only women can do. Like when your nida come on and you become unclean, can a man do that? When you have a baby, can a man do that? No, men can't do all that stuff, those portions of commandment. And Sister Natoya says, Yah is our covering when our father and mother forsakes us. No, the creator, if that's what you mean by Yah, the creator is your covering at all times, and not just if your mother and father forsake you. But that has nothing to do with you getting a male covering in this dispensation of time in your life if you don't have a husband. You need a male covering. All of the females in Israel should have a male covering. The Most High is masculine, and all throughout the 5 books of Moshe. All right, the Most High is masculine until you start reading the Hebrew. And once you start reading in Hebrew, you understand that the attributes of the Most High, not the Most High himself, the attributes of the Most High is both masculine and feminine at different times. Like, for example, Elohim. The root of Elohim is Aloha. That's a feminine word, Aloha. Yeah. And then when you pluralize it, it becomes Elohim, which means more than one, Elohim. And then when you bring it back to its senses, now Elohim is plural and masculine. So you took a feminine word and made it plural and made it masculine. Now when you're talking about the Most High, he is Ha Elohim, then you made it singular all over again. So there's a lot to it. And a lot of people, through much study, much learning, much allowing yourself to learn, a lot of these things will come to you. Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Benjamin. He says, a woman came from a man. He has both traits within him. Absolutely. And scientists today, according to what scientists says, you were first a woman in the embryo, and then the ovaries turned into a sack of what's that? Testicles, and then the follicle came out from the urethra that goes through the ovaries. That's what they say. I don't know. I didn't see it. The Most High didn't reveal it. I'm only telling you what scientists today say, how you start out. But yes, having feminine traits don't mean that you're feminine, you're homo, you're looking for something else. That's not what having feminine traits is. Feminine traits in a man is a man being able to express compassion, mercy, kindness, things of that nature. Because a lot of men can't express that. Always father, never husband or wife. Brother Asa, I don't know which one you're talking about, but okay. You my man, and I trust that you're speaking righteously. Things for women I know are uncleanness at Brother Asa. Very good, very good. After giving birth or monthly, very good. Todah. All right. The Hebrew / male and female all wore expensive jewelry of gold and silver. That's right. That's right.
Still do.
And still do. That's right. We love it.
We do.
Let's come a couple more comments. I don't think it's something to rush because we have to prove people first. What is it that you don't think is something to rush, Sister Toya? I mean, Natoya, Zion. What is it that you don't think is something to rush? And I totally agree with the part where you have to prove people first. I totally agree with that. But what is it that you think we shouldn't have to rush? And a virtuous woman, Shabbat Shalom, says, a virtuous woman is regarded, wisdom is regarded as she in the book of Proverbs. The spirit of wisdom is how the Most High created the earth and its inhabitants. Yep, may the Most High be praised. Psalms 27:10. When my father and my mother forsake me, then the Creator will take me up. Absolutely. And when he take you up, he's going to take you right in under the coverings of a man of righteousness, of virtue that can lead and guide you. That's what he's going to do. Wisdom is feminine, sis. She calls to men, her son, at a virtuous woman. Wisdom is feminine. That's what she said, I believe. I thought that's what she said. Yeah, I thought that's what she said. All right. Having a male covering. Are you talking about rushing to have a male covering? If you single, you better rush. It's just that simple. If you're a single woman in Israel today and you don't want to be single and you want to worship the Most High, then you need to rush to find a male covering. Rush. But at the same time, you do have to be careful about the individual you choose. Because if you choose the wrong one, it's not going to work out for you. But you can also break off. If you find out that this guy is not on a righteous level, you separate from him. Ask him to give you a bill so you can go about your way. Because if you got a spiritual covering, you should have a covenant with that individual. You don't just get to say, I don't want to do this no more. No, it has to be in writing and it has to get approved. I don't want to do this no more with you. And I'm done. But let it be because you're righteous and he's not. Don't let it be because you don't want to face the demons that he's exposing to you. Yeah, having a male covering is not something to rush. Natoya, that's precisely what I'm saying. Read between the lines. May the Most High be praised. Woman is, I agree, sis. All right. So is there any other comments, family? Any other questions? Anything else that we need to speak about? Yes, there should be always a covering in a woman's life. Is there anything else we need to cover, family? Any other questions or comments? Believe me, I'm here for y'all. So it doesn't matter what you ask. Anything pertaining to this way of life, anything pertaining to the reality of life, we're here for that purpose. And we'll address those issues, even if it's about today's class, with allowing demons to lie hovered inside of you, buried inside of you until they are ready to come out. Well, Sister Toya, new Toya, one of the things you can do is you can always go back and watch the video because it's been recorded. So if you have questions, please ask them because I'm here. Let's go with the questions, Sister Toya. I can send you the mic and you can come on and speak because I know you can speak. You're a good speaker. There you go. You can come on the mic and speak. You don't have to be seen if you don't want to be seen, but at least you can ask your questions. Sister Toya, I just put the link in the room. You go in, you set up the page, and you hit the link, and then you can come on the platform. If you don't want nobody to see who you are, then you don't have to open your camera. But if you do want them, you don't mind, then you can open your camera. Let's ask those questions. It might help somebody else to get understanding. This Ain Kater says, the Most High works through his created to cover you when we need covering. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. So, Sister Toya, we would like to hear some of those questions that you may have. That's what we're here for. This is Shabbat Day. All right, let's rock and roll. Go ahead, sis. You got the floor.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, shalom, family.
Shalom, shalom.
So I want to be mindful of what I say. So I'm gonna take it a little bit slow. So I wanted to ask, okay, so like, let's say there was a council. You're in council, and in this council, okay, so first of all, I'm asking this. How can you tell if you are really dealing with a righteous counsel? Because the Most High do tell us to seek righteous counsel, so therefore we just can't seek anybody for counseling. So
Now,
how would you know?
that's very important of a question. That's extremely important. Because you're in counsel don't mean you're in righteous counsel. Some counsels will be formed just to try to tear you down in unrighteousness. So you have to make sure that this person is really motivated toward the Creator, fears the Creator, and desire to serve the Creator. A lot of people claim to be doing that, but who knows? And you should only choose people that you feel you can trust in that area. And like I said, if you get along the way and you see that person isn't what they profess to be, then you move on and ask somebody else to do it. But you always try to find somebody that's going to walk right before the Most High in His truth.
Okay, because I'm happy you answered that, and you said seeking someone that you yourself, like if I want to seek counsel, I should be able to find the counsel that I feel is righteous, not the counsel somebody picked for me.
Okay, well, maybe you have to explain to me the situation because if you've done an offense, you don't have the right to pick your counsel. If you've done a crime or something evil, you don't have the right to pick who you're going to have to judge over you, except if the people that's picking to judge you, you got issues with or you already know them. No one should be sitting in judgment over you that you already know because the judgment will be biased. Either they like you or they don't. Either they're going to rule in your favor or they won't. And it won't have anything to do with the evidence that's being presented against you. They will overlook the evidence and go with their personal feelings or hatred or love for the individual. So these shouldn't be people that you know. And if you do know them, you should only be associated with them and not people that you really know to that degree. And if these are righteous judgments or righteous counsel, and it don't matter if they know you or not, if they are righteous, then none of that matters. None of those issues will matter. But you have to just be real careful about those who sit in authority over you.
Okay, so um I've experienced a council where the council didn't really know what was going on. They just had so happened to catch some of what went on, but they never knew the full story. And the council came in to judge the situation, and they only went based on what happened in the end without hearing the full matter.
Well,
And then,
no one should
mhm.
make judgment unless they hear the full matter. How could someone pass
Isn't that the
judgment
law?
and not? Yeah, that's the law. I mean, it ain't the law, but it's a proverbs. I mean, the Creator does, and the law says, "Seek out a matter diligently." But Proverbs says you can't answer a question until you heard the full matter of a question.
Praise yeah. Can you? Is that my phone doing that?
No, it's my computer is messed up with my phone. It's hooked up to my phone, and every time I get something, it buzzes through the computer. But please forgive me. Go ahead, I'm
Okay.
listening.
Yeah, praise y'all for that because I'm just learning and I'm just going through certain things. So I just wanted to know um about seeking righteous counsel, basically. Also, in righteous counsel, if you are amongst a righteous counsel, and excuse my babies because they may be in the background, but if you are amongst a righteous counsel, and if they're righteous and they are counseling a situation, and you have one person in the council that's being counseled slandering your name while in counsel, I would assume that the council would correct them while they are in their sin, because like the Leviticus 19, you were just reading that 17 tells you to rebuke. And these are like, okay, you say that's only for men, I guess, but
No,
um
I didn't say it was only for men. That's not what I'm saying. Women have to obey that command as well, but they have to put a female twist to it. It's a law given to Israel how they should conduct themselves and how they should live. Then you do the female version of that. But if you got somebody in council that's speaking ill of your name and you're in council, that's a problem.
I think the problem comes when the council are not rebuking that person. So
Rebuke it.
therefore,
I'd agree with that.
okay, so therefore that counsel isn't righteous. So you shouldn't have been seeking that counsel in the first place because they are not even taking the steps that the Most High tell us to take in a counsel. You're supposed to judge a situation in justice and righteousness.
That's
So if you can't do that, yes. And if that person can't do that, they shouldn't be judging a matter. Like I say, rebuking is I'm really big on that, even in my own situations. If I'm doing something wrong, a lot of people I come amongst, I always be telling, like sisters, I would tell them, correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes we're just not comfortable with the correction, but when the Most High is giving us instruction, we got to learn to adjust because I fear y'all. I don't want to, argue with the word of the Most High. So that's why I have questions because I want to make sure that I'm not blocking my blessings.
okay.
And yeah, because I don't know, like so basically I wanted to seek out my own counsel and everything because I feel like the situation wasn't handled correctly.
What you do,
So
sis, just so that you'll know, you can always appeal a decision from anybody who made a decision in reference to you. So if you had a counsel in a hearing and you disagree with that decision, you can appeal that decision. Any court, open court that doesn't allow you the rule of appeal is because they have an agenda that they're trying to succeed in. If they don't give you the opportunity to appeal your situation and have a different hearing, then that's because they have an agenda against you. So I'm not familiar with what the situation is you're talking about. I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. And I say that before the Almighty. It doesn't matter to me. So the words that I'm speaking to you are righteous words. These are
mhm.
things of reality that needs to be dealt with in our community. People will gang up against you. Before you even show up at the meeting, they already deemed you guilty. You go sit at the meeting or the conversation to hear what's going on, and no matter what you say, you're guilty. No matter how much evidence, how much it happened to me in my own life. No matter what you bring forward and what you present to the family, they're not trying to hear it. And everything you say is only halfway said as far as they're concerned. You didn't do enough. They already got you guilty in their minds. So, and then a lot of people be having hidden agendas towards you when they know you. They have hidden agendas because something happened 20 years ago that they never got over, and they didn't like you because of that. Now that they got the opportunity to try to bring you down, they do what they can. Believe me, it's a wicked world we're living in, and we're living with some wicked people, and they called Israel. A lot of Israel ain't Israel. Their spirits are from ancient times. They're familiar with our people, but they're not our people. But we don't know because we're not spiritually inclined. They'll be right in the midst of us. There's a lot of Edomites living there with us. There's a lot of things living with us that calls themselves Yisrael. Yeah. I think sis got kicked out, maybe. Yeah. There's a lot of that stuff going on in this nation. Okay. You can come in if you choose, sis. It's your decision.
to see.
All right. Shalom, shalom. Is there an instance in Torah where a case was retried or appealed? I'm not sure because I don't know really too many cases in Torah. I don't know too many cases in Torah. Well, the only thing I know about really in Torah is when the Most High dealt with the matter. And when the Most High dealt with it, he was right. Actually, you bet, be sure you know the Most High knew what he was talking about. And this brother right here says, I thought Yeshua was baptized. Okay. All right. That sounds good. Can you guys hear me? Can everybody hear me fine? Brother Kezu say he can't hear. Can I be heard, family?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead, sis. What's your next question?
Okay, so I'm trying to be careful with everything I say and do. Okay, so how would you handle a situation? Because I look at it, I'm just gonna say, I'll ask the question first. How do you look at a situation where somebody is in your face threatening you in any way? Like we could say if they had a gun and they tell you I'm about to shoot you and you got a gun too, how would you handle that situation? I'm just asking for a righteous response.
Is my righteous response before the Most High. If somebody is in my face and they got a gun and they're threatening me with that weapon, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Then I will most likely be the only one to walk away from that situation. That's just how I would handle it.
Okay. You would just walk away, even if you had a gun.
What I said. That's not what I said. I said more than likely I will be the only one to walk away from that situation.
Okay, got you. Okay, I understand.
You don't play with weapons. When people got weapons and they pull weapons and threaten you with a weapon, if you have a weapon, then you have every right to defend yourself. If you don't have a weapon, you have every right to defend yourself. If your hands are a weapon, then you utilize them to defend yourself. You can try to talk your way out of it. You can try to do whatever you can do out of it. But that's not a nice situation.
Okay, so what if they threaten to like they're threatening to beat you up without the weapon, just threaten to put their hands on you basically? How would you handle that situation?
I'd probably be walking away.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter to me what people say out of their mouths. I've heard that a lot of times. I've dealt with that a lot of times. People can say a lot of stuff, but if they put forth any type of action to back up their words, then something else has to take place. But I usually let words, I remember who you are and what you said, and I will deal with you accordingly. But I'm not going to necessarily erase you because you ran your mouth. You're not going to get that from me. I'm not going to have you removed because you ran your mouth. That's not who I am. And that's not self-defense, just because a person talk. Now, if a person talking about they getting ready to shoot you and they reaching inside their jacket, that's a different game.
Okay, thank you. And it was another thing I wanted to add. Okay, so if you were to okay, so let's say this person threatened to hit you or something, and you reacted out of hitting them. Would you be in the
say that again?
Okay.
So
if somebody threatened to hit you and you end up hitting them because of the threat, would you be in sin for that reason?
Well, that all depends on how they threaten to hit you. If only thing they did was ran their mouth and you knocked them out because they ran their mouth, then yeah, you would be wrong for that. But if they ran their mouth while walking up to you, then you take them down. Just that simple. But if they did not put forth any physical action to hurt or harm you, they just going off with the lips, walk away from that. Don't even get that no energy. Just stay away from that type stuff. Mind your business and keep it going. Get away, and then you know how to deal with that individual. You don't.
Okay, so I think my questions have been answered. If I think of something else, I'll
Say something else to you while you're thinking. You got to think about this too. If this person has been known to kill people, shoot people, hurt people, this person has a reputation for being that kind of person, and that person say they're going to do that to you, you can rest assured that they're going to try to do it to you. So therefore, that gives you the right to defend yourself at that point. You understand what I'm saying? If this person has a reputation that you know this person is a bona fide killer, this person beats people, torture people, kidnap people, and you know that this is what they do, and they tell you they're getting ready to do that to you, you don't have to wait. In my opinion, you don't have to wait to execute righteous judgment. But if this is not the case, and you just going through something with somebody, and they say, "Oh, I'll beat you up," and you want to bang because they said, "I'm gonna beat you up," then that's wrong, and that's not what you should do.
okay. So it was a situation where somebody was like, "Oh, I'm about to whip her," I'm about to do it. Like they telling you that they're about to do something, and you're there, so you just standing there like waiting on them to do it, or whatever. You, as long as they don't put their hands on you, you should just walk away.
Well, you're wrong for standing there waiting for somebody to do something to you.
Okay.
If you're in a situation or you're in an environment where somebody is threatening to do something to you, try to walk away. I had a situation one time not too long ago where somebody called me. What do you say? Well, you said you're a coward, or you're a pu something in that area. I said, what? He said, you this and you that. I said, man, this is not the time or the place for this. I turned around and walked away. I turned around and I kept my eye on him, but I tried to walk away. He walks up on me after I tried to get away from the situation. So he got everything he deserved after that. You don't let nobody walk up on you. Because if somebody walks up on you, that means they mean to do you harm. Prince is a warrior. He don't play like that. It's just that simple. Whether I win or lose, I'm a warrior. And I'm not just going to let you walk up on me and have the upper hand to try to demise me. It don't go that way. In righteousness, I stand my ground and I protect myself, and I walk away from situations that I can walk away from. But everything can't be walked away from. I don't instigate situations because I know me. I don't instigate situations, and I try hard to avoid physical confrontation because I don't want to see nobody hurt. I don't want to see nobody in jail, and I don't want to see anybody dead. Therefore, I do everything in my power to avoid controversy. I don't even want to argue with my wife. My wife says something too crazy, I'm walking in another room and won't talk to her. What's wrong with you? Why you won't talk to me? Because you said you wasn't going to make dinner. So I'm going to just leave it alone. What am I going to keep talking about it for? It's just that simple. And that's just who I am. And I would pray that there are more people like that. Just leave it alone. Just walk away. You ain't got no points to prove. You ain't going to get no nothing. Just leave it alone. If the two of you are having negative confrontation and you see that person coming, just go the other way. Just go the other way. But everybody don't let you go the other way. Like that guy, he wouldn't let me go the other way. I tried, but he wouldn't. He walks up to me. He says, come here, let me holler at you for a minute. So I walk outside with the brother to see what the brother. I thought he had something good to say, like we get ready to fix something. This nigga say you's a coward. What? I'm a what? Man, I ain't got time for this. Come on, bro. I got things to do. I'm a prince in this nation. I can't be doing this out here, running. Man, I don't do that. Leave me alone. Stop. You a coward. You a pussy. Oh, all right then. I'll be all that for you, bro. We cool. All right. You got me. I'm done. Yeah, you right. It's cool. Let me go about my way. And it don't always work that way because when I turned around and walk away, he walks up on me. You don't walk up on somebody while you threatening them because you're a fool if you do. You threatening somebody and you going to walk up on them while you threatening them. If that person lets you walk up on them while you're doing that, then they got issues. They not warriors. They not soldiers. They not really about it. And that's another thing, another problem that we have in this world. A lot of people do this. They yap. They talk. But for real, they're cowards. They're afraid. They're scared. And they won't execute anything. They waiting for you to do it. So they can say, see, she hit me first. And you not being on guard, you're going to do exactly what they want you to do. Turn around and walk away, sis, and ignore them. That'll hurt them more. Just ignore them. And another thing I've learned is that most people that come for an argument, they're prepared if it gets physical. Meaning they got a knife, they got a gun, they got a bat, they got a stick, they got some mace. They're prepared for a physical altercation. They're ready. But you have to learn to ignore people. You have to learn to walk away. Because most people are empty words. Most people are not really about that life for real. And that's what we don't know. The ones who are really about this life, and this is one way you can tell, just one instance, and this is not even 1,000% accurate, but it's very a good indicator. The ones who are really, really about that life who will put you under the ground are the ones who don't talk much.
I agree.
They ain't the ones you're going to see on Broad Street that's running their mouth. And then a lot of them that will really, really do this, nobody knows about it. Because they do it. And they don't have to get somebody else to do it. So you got to watch it, sis. You know, the ones that's usually running their mouth, that's because that's all they do. Run their mouth. That's what they do. Run their mouth. But the ones that's really about really about the business, that's really about that life, you ain't gonna see it and you ain't gonna hear it. All you're gonna know is you can't wake up. You're gonna be in La La Land for a long time, just dreaming, trying to figure out what's going on. I've been asleep for a long time. It seemed like you dead because you didn't see it. I mean, it's sad, but it's the reality. And a lot of times that happened to the person that was running their mouth. The person that ignored them and just walked away was a killer, a for real, bona fide, put you to sleep person. And you ran your mouth, and in his mind, he was saying, boy, if you only knew. And you talking about what you going to do, I'm going to do this. You making him look bad in front of his girl and all that stuff. And he just sitting there saying, boy, you really don't know who you talking to. But because he ain't responding and arguing and fighting with you, you think he's a coward. You think he's a chump. You think he's scared. But you can really tell when somebody's afraid of you or not. You can really tell when you're in the midst of a conversation or discussion with somebody and they really punctified in their spirit, they just scary, you can tell. And you can also tell if you stop talking so much. You can also tell when you're talking nasty to somebody you shouldn't be talking nasty to. Because they'll just look at you like, all right, bro, yeah, you're right. You got that. It's cool, bro. He'll hold his wife's hand and walk down the street holding his wife's hand and let you have that argument. You won that, bro. All right, no problem. You got that. And next thing you know, somebody reading about your obituary. What happened to him? What happened to her? Oh, we don't know. They got their head cut off. They found part of the torso in a trash can. They don't know where the legs are. Those are the real people who will handle their business. They don't need a gun. They will do what they got to do. But I'm just prolonging this situation. It's not necessary. Let's move on to something more positive. We just make sure that we respect all humans as we would like to be respected. And as long as we're doing that, we should be fine. When you start talking about somebody, you ask a question about somebody coming at you, running their mouth, let them just keep running their mouth as long as they're not getting physical with you, as long as they're not running up on you. And don't try to go back with a stronger, disrespectful thing. Just calm your spirit. Let them do what they do, and you go do what you do. Leave it alone. All right? That's right. Lewi and them executed it right. They said, we're going to get it this way. And they wasn't no joke. And they went in and did what they had to do. Sister Toya, you have any other questions?
Okay, before we move on, because this has a lot to do with me. So if I hit someone that was threatening to me, what would be my punishment according to the Most High? Without the judgment, because the judgment was so wicked, but I ain't gonna say they were wicked. The judgment was.
I don't know nothing about a judgment, sis. So, all I can do is try to help you the best way I can. I don't know.
I was just saying that. I was saying that to say, like, if I was to hit someone, do you seek counsel?
What all happened around that to make you hit that person? Because if that person was running their mouth, walking up on you, they deserve to be hit. They deserve to be put down. But I would say this to you too. Try not to hit nobody unless you're going to take them out. That way you don't have to worry about nothing. Don't try not to ever put your hands on anybody unless you have the intentions of destroying them from this existence. It's just that simple. Try to not do it. But you have to tell me the circumstances around the situation that caused you to put your hands on somebody. What did they do?
Okay, so a lot of stuff was said, but I'm not going to go from the point A to B. So what really caused me to hit them is because they were saying, oh, I'm about to whoop her A on the phone with somebody else, telling somebody else this. And this is what they were saying. They said it like 2 times. That wasn't the thing that caused me to hit the person, because I was walking off and I came back because I was hearing this person say stuff that was slandering, saying that I've been causing problems since I've been amongst them. This was a slander, because that's definitely false. So they were saying that amongst people that are new, and me, in my mind, I'm just like, really, you're really the one that been putting me in all the mess. So when I said that to her, I think she called me a bitch, and that's when I think I grabbed her face and smashed it and then hit her one time, and somebody broke it up.
Ooh, you grabbed her face and smashed it, huh?
Yes. So I just wanted to see what would be my
bitch.
Yes. Yes. And I wanted to understand, like, what would be the proper punishment for either one of us.
Did you hurt the person?
I'm not sure. They said there was a knot. That was it. Other than that, it was nothing that I know of. They were still able to go to work and everything.
So if they was able to go to work, you didn't cause them to be bedridden, you didn't hurt them in any fashion. So what? Their pride was hurt because they got beat up?
I don't know.
I mean, that's the only thing I can see. And if you're going to judge based on the law, you have to go by whatever the law says for you to do. And here's the law. The law is that if a matter rises too hard for you to make judgment in because it's not clear, then you have to go to the leaders or the elders in those days and let them hear the matter. But not no righteous and wicked elders or leaders, but righteousness. Let them hear the matter and let them render a decision. And when they come back with a decision, and this is the law, Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, starts at verse 8. When they render a decision in righteousness, you have to obey that decision in righteousness. It says righteousness when it says pertaining to the law. That means in righteousness, pertaining to the law, their understanding of the law. So now, when you're in a position of leadership, you have to make a decision. And that decision is based on the future and the safety of the people. You follow me?
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of that is based on the decision of the leadership. But I'm going to say to you right now, in my opinion, you was wrong for hitting that sister for running her mouth. You were wrong, and you shouldn't have done it. You should have just ignored what she said and walked off because your life wasn't in threatened. She wasn't trying to physically hurt you. She just running her mouth, popping off so people could see her. Let them run their mouth. It's cool. Let her run her mouth. But then you put her in a certain box that you know not to deal with her. It was a female, right? You said a woman, right?
Yes. And of course, she'll know not to do that again.
Yeah, but look what is brought upon you.
Well, I really don't understand what's being brought. I just want to understand, like the judgment. Like we
But
bring
listen,
it to someone,
look,
and
let me say this to you. See, this is the problem that I have with this situation. Because I know a little bit about your situation, I can speak a little bit. And what I mean about your situation is means your environment, your living conditions, and what you submitted yourself to. You've been living where you live for several years now. That means that you submit yourself to them. That means that you're willing to do what that leadership says for you to do. You can't now pop up when it doesn't look good in your favor and you think it's been a cross up contamination in the judgment. Now say that this leadership is not good enough to lead me. That's not how it goes. You shouldn't do that. When you saw a long time ago the wickedness that was being exposed, you should have left. Matter of fact, you did leave. And then you came back to that same situation, same community, and nothing's changed. But if you feel so adversely against it, you don't wait till something in your favor is ruled against you to now say, oh, this wasn't right. I got to go. You knew what you was dealing with when you first came to that community and you saw the first uprising take place in that community. That's when you should have vacated and said, I can't do this. I'm striving to live in a righteous manner. Therefore, I need righteous people to be a part of. And if you feel this community is not in that order of righteousness, you shouldn't have never been there and you still shouldn't be there. So I think that the sister who said earlier, a virtuous woman, she said something like, why are you following among these people? Do you have the means to separate yourself? If you truly feel that way about people in the community that you live with, you must leave. You must separate yourself because it's not going to fix itself. Somebody's going to end up getting hurt. Somebody will end up getting put in jail. It can get a whole lot worse. It can get a lot worse.
yes, and I do agree with that. So I am in the process of moving around, but I was trying to go to another country, so I'm waiting on my passport. So that's what I'm doing now.
You're trying to go to another country.
Yes,
All
because
right.
I have family that.
Sister Toya, let me tell you something that you might not like, but it will be good for you for the rest of your life. And please hear my words, and I say what I say to you in all wisdom. What the power of the Most High has blessed me with, this is what I'm speaking to you in. I don't know your situation. I don't know what took place. I don't know what happened. I haven't been privy to that information till you just brought it to my attention. But what I will say is, if you are truly the cause of the problem and you don't fix you, no matter where you go to live, you're going to have a problem. Whatever it is inside of you that you have not mastered, no matter where you go, you're going to still have issues. They might come in different forms. They're going to be large, though. And they're going to develop within you because you have not fixed who you are as an individual. So therefore, when you get somewhere and certain spirits are ignited, you're going to have the same effect or the same outcome. Somebody gonna say something out of their mouth and you gonna pop them, but that person might be carrying a weapon. Then they pop you, and then your little children won't have a mother no more. Or if they do, they have a mother that's deformed, handicapped, somebody that need to take care. And your children are young and they need you. Your whole demeanor. See, as Israel, we got to get that ghetto out of us. This is not a warfare with your own people. We have to learn that. Now, I'm not saying that that sister was right for what she did or what she said, but you shouldn't have hit her. You should have went to leadership, talked to leadership, and try to get her reprimanded for disrespecting you in the public face with everyone else. That's what would have been my advice to you in that situation. But for you to just ball your fists up or open your hands and smack them, you lucky she didn't call the cops and press charges on you, because a lot of people would have done that. So you should be lucky that that didn't happen to you.
And I agree with that. But I also agree with she just can't threaten nobody in the streets because you can end up dead that way.
So because she threatened somebody on the street, right? And
Mhm.
a person in her community, right? What's the best way to handle that situation?
It's to walk away.
Okay. And do what after you walk away?
Just I guess seek what's best for you, because at this point it ain't no counsel, it ain't no righteous
What
counsel.
do you mean, no counsel?
Unless you seek, not amongst us, but if I go somewhere else and seek some counsel, that'll be different.
Okay. Then if you
Like a
feel that,
righteous counsel.
if you've always felt that way in your spirit that there's no righteous counsel there, you shouldn't have been in that community, and you still shouldn't be in that community if that's the way you feel. Anybody who submits themselves to the leadership of someone else has to say or feel or understand that this person has authority over me. They have to, whether you're a man or a woman. You have to do that. And you have to give yourself to that authority, whether it's in your favor or not. If it's not in your favor and you don't like it, then you either appeal it or you go somewhere else and leave. But if it's true
Mhm.
and you got issues, your issues need to be addressed and dealt with and corrected. Because if not, no matter where you go, you're going to take them spirits with you.
Well, the place where I'm trying to go is with somebody that I know that I stayed amongst, and it was more of a righteous um setup. So that's where I just chose to go that way, because they are at least trying to do what's righteous. I can be amongst anybody, to be honest with you. My biggest thing is, I know we all got issues and we do need to heal. My biggest thing is, like I said, is the elevation. Where do we take a pause and really think, what did we do wrong? And that's why I'm asking you these questions, because I'm trying to understand what would be my punishment for me hitting her.
Yeah, but I don't hear
Um
you saying, what did I do wrong?
well,
You
you just
worry
told me I was wrong for
you
hitting
worry
her.
about how you going to get beat after you did what you did. But I don't hear you saying, well, Prince, what did I do wrong? And how can I get better? How can I change my behavior? I don't hear that.
You already kind of told me. You said I was wrong for hitting her. I should have walked away. So I
Right.
take that. And next time I will use that. I will try to use that. It depends on the situation. And also, like you said, I'm saying it to say, if they're coming after me, if I'm walking away, of course I'm gonna have to defend myself.
Yes. Yeah, that I agree with totally. But that wasn't your
Because
case
I didn't
situation.
even react. I didn't even react. So as soon as I was disrespected, I waited because I was already being threatened, and all so much other stuff that was said before I even did that. So it is not like I'm ready to fight somebody. That's not the thing. Like, I would rather them agree to fight me and we do it fairly, but we shouldn't even have to go that far.
Why don't y'all get some boxing gloves and go in the basement? You
I
know?
feel like sometimes we need to get to the root of the issue. If First of all, if you've seen that person do this to many other people and they have not got to the root of that issue,
What's the root of
in
the
my
issue?
the person that disrespects and threaten people all the time, if you are not handling that person and you're allowing that person to do that often, of course something will eventually happen.
So, sis, there's so many things going on here. If you see that this leadership that you are up under is an unrighteous leadership, then you should vacate that immediately. You shouldn't wait till a situation happens with you and your family, then say, oh, whoop, see, no, that ain't right. No, that ain't what you do. But before you vacate, you should always ask yourself, what is it that I can learn from this situation? How can I improve? And I mean, these are real questions because you have to address the man in the mirror first. You have to better yourself. But you said something earlier, and I need to ask you this. You said you used to live in that community before that you want to go to now. Is that right?
Well, no, it wasn't a community that I stayed in. It's a person that I met while I was in the community, and we stayed amongst each other.
It was
And
a
she was
person
kind
you
of,
met while you was in the community that you got along with, and she was pretty cool.
well, she was really pushing more of what thus says Yah say, and that's where I was at with it. Like, because she asked me a few things, and I told her like how to deal with it. I was just telling her to go to the Most High,
Yeah, hold
and
on a
she
second.
actually, okay.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
You said that this sister that you know was really pushing what thus saith the Most High, and she has a place to offer you where you can come and live, and you're thinking about going to live with her. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's her and the family, but she got leadership and stuff. So that's the thing.
Who's
It's
her
a
leadership?
righteous setup.
Leadership does she have? A husband?
Um, well, a husband and whoever else is there. And yes, she has a husband, so I know this order.
Okay. And you said you was fellowshipping with this sister prior to. Wait a minute. Aren't you married?
Well, I don't know because it's already like a bill of divorce in place, I guess.
What do
So
you
I'm
mean it's
just
still
not.
in place? You guess. What are you
Well,
saying?
because at sunset, that's what I heard that was going to happen at sunset. It was going to be a bill of divorce written out, and
Okay.
I
So
just
your
don't think.
husband's supposed to give you a bill of divorce.
Yes, I
And
don't
your
know how
husband gives you a
true.
bill of, and then what? I'm sorry. Say it again.
I mean, I don't know how true that is, but I mean, that's what was said.
He's your husband. Why can't you ask him?
I did. It came from him.
And okay, then it's true. If your husband say he's gonna do it, then it's true, supposedly.
Hmm.
So if your husband gives you a bill of divorce, did he also tell you you got X amount of time to get out the house?
Yes.
How much time did he give you to get out?
He didn't give me a time, but I know I'm leaving after that. I have somewhere to go.
All right, but you know that you can't leave until you get that bill of divorce, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, when you get that bill of divorce in your hand, then you're free and you can go. But if you do get a bill of divorce in your hand and you free and you go, you never look back. You
Yeah.
understand?
Mm-hmm.
No, no, I mean that.
Oh, my mind is made
No,
up. The Most
man
High
gives you
already
a bill
showed
of
me.
divorce, it means he doesn't want you. So you leave. He's not trying to fix you because if he's trying to fix you, he don't give you a bill of divorce.
Yeah.
If he gives you a bill of divorce, you go. That means I don't want you no more. And if he doesn't want you, it's either mean that you're not good enough or he's sick in his mind. Because if you're a good woman, why would a man not want a good woman? It's because he's sick. And if he's not sick in his mind, then that means that something's wrong with you. And if something's wrong with you, then you need to lay at his mercy, ask him for forgiveness, and ask him to help you and work with you to make you better. Because if
Mm-hmm.
you're the one with the issue, wherever you go, you're getting ready to go into this lady's house with her and her family, you're gonna mess that up. You're gonna tear that up if you are the one with the issues.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was actually part of the council, and he didn't even.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. No, you didn't just say that your
Okay,
husband was part of the council to make a decision over you.
yes.
All right, I don't need to hear no more of that, sis.
Okay.
That's a joke. That's a joke. That's take that to the Most High, sis. Let the Most High deal with this. Because if your husband sat on a council to make a decision whether you was guilty or innocent, first, let me put it to you like this. If there's ever a hearing where somebody's trying to come against you and your family come testify against you, then that's not your family. If your family come and try to sit and counsel against you, that's not your family. That could never take place and be in righteousness. If that happened to you in this life, then it's sad. How long ago was this?
Like 2 weeks ago, maybe.
You in the community with Nasi Rav, and I don't see Nasi Rav allowing nothing like that to take place. I don't. He must not have been present at this council, because Nasi Rav would never let your husband sit in judgment over you. I don't see that. Is you saying that that's what happened? He was fully aware of this, and he let your husband sit in counsel over you, or maybe it's something that we're not understanding.
Okay, so he was part of the council. He agreed to their whatever they came up with, but I was explaining to him that they were not handling the situation right.
Who's the him and the he? Who are you talking about?
Well,
Husband or Nasi Rav?
yes, my husband and both of them was there. It was 3 people, so they got a actual judge to come in. And the person who was judging the situation didn't even know the full story. Like I said, he didn't know the full story. So based on him hearing that I hit the sister, I was charged a $200 fine for hitting her. Yeah, so they just told me I had to pay $200 or whatever.
That's all they said to you?
Yeah, they said that, and it was gonna be like a warning. I did it again, that I would have to leave.
Okay, so so
and he agreed to it. But the thing about it is, the
So
sister was in the.
wait a minute, please. Just give me a second.
Okay.
So what part did your husband play in this? You say he was on the council.
Well, he was just sitting there. He didn't say too much. He just agreed with them, but he knew the sister said some stuff that was false because he was a witness to it, and he didn't correct her, or nobody corrected her. She was just saying slanderous things that were slandering. It was a gossip and a talebearer. It was a lie, basically.
At this
she
time,
was
sis,
saying stuff.
all I have
Yeah.
is your side of the story to say.
Yeah.
Is so I'm not making any judgment. I can't make any judgment. None of that exists right now.
That's a fault. That's a fact.
Yeah, but if your husband was sitting on,
I didn't even really want to know. I didn't even really want to put their name out there, honestly.
Why? What's the secret? What's the secret?
It's not a secret. It's not a secret. But
That's cool.
people do have to be warned, about issues. So that's one thing the scripture tells us to do, to warn people, so they won't fall victim to the same situation.
Yes.
So I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but I don't. With the outcome of what took place, do you admit that you was wrong for hitting the sister?
I can say, I guess, by hearing what you were saying, like I should have walked away. Yeah, I would say I was wrong.
So,
but I also feel
say that you didn't know you did something wrong.
No, I didn't, because I blacked out, and that's the thing. Like, I blacked out for like 30 seconds, and I realized I hit her, and that's why I say it's important, because first of all, we don't know each other's background. We don't know each other's background.
Wait a minute, sis. Wait a minute. You just say you blacked. You blacked
like 30 seconds.
You blacked out for 30 seconds, and you beating on her for 30 seconds while you blacked out. Is that what you just said?
Well, I just know I blacked out, and they was breaking it up. Somebody was breaking it up.
Sister Toya, if your husband gives you a bill tonight, if he does, you need to beg him for forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to ask him to be merciful to you, and ask him to help teach you how to be a better woman, a better wife, and a better servant to the Creator. There is no way that you could not know that you punching somebody, smacking somebody, or kicking somebody because they ran their mouth about something you said, about something
because they threatened me.
Yes. Yeah. But we supposed to be in a different mind state living as Israelites. We're supposed to be in a different condition. There's a lot of things that will take place on the street that's not supposed to happen in our communities.
Mm-hmm.
For the simple fact that you didn't understand that you were wrong after doing something like that shows that you and your husband need to have a real sit down, and you need to submit yourself to his authority in every way possible so that you can get some healing inside of yourself, not in a Israelite community, babe. Sis, you don't do that within our communities. We are supposed to be a different type of people.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to demonstrate different types of behavior. We don't move into a community and bring the ghetto with us. That's
Well, I
not.
didn't expect it to be already here. It was already here before I came.
Yeah, then you should have left when you got there and you saw it. That's what I'm trying
Mm-hmm.
to explain to you. There's another sister on this page. She gone. She left. She used to be there. She didn't like what was going on, so she left. It was her opinion. She didn't like it. She got up out of there. So I'm saying the same thing to you. If that's what you feel, and you heard those brothers that left our community, right? Them two brothers that left our community, they didn't have no complaints, but they felt
Mm-hmm.
it was time to go. So they left. It is, people can do what people choose to do. There was no arguments, there's no fighting, there's no mischief, and but they left and they came and they moved into community that you was a part of. You follow what I'm saying? People get up and go when people feel opportunity is better somewhere else. Because most people don't have any loyalty. Most people don't have any commitment. But if you see that there's evil or wickedness, none of them brothers would ever tell you anything about evil or wickedness taking place over in Beulah Land and Temple Kepharim, because we don't do that. None of them can talk about being mistreated, disrespected, unfairly, not provided for. Nobody could do that, because that's how we take care of our people. We care for our people. We don't disrespect our people. But a lot of people run from responsibilities and they like to take the easy way out on a lot of things. So you got to make sure that you're not one of those people who's running from the responsibility of bettering yourself. Look at your name, Netoy Yah. That's a strong name. You know what I mean? You have to be accountable for your actions and what you did and what you do, and come to the realization that you need some healing to take place. If you feel the people that you're dwelling with is of an unrighteous nature, then don't dwell with them. Even if you have to physically live there, you don't participate in what they're doing. You don't chit chat on the phone. You don't find one that you think is a favorite and relate with them. You stay away from all of them if that's what you feel. Even if you have to physically live there. You got enough children, you got a husband, just keep it to your house. But you got to realize the part that you play in all of this, and you got to fix it from within. You have to fix it from within. I don't advise you to go live with the girl that you was telling me about. I don't advise you to go live with anybody. I advise you to humble yourself before your husband's feet. Ask your husband for forgiveness and mercy, and ask him to teach you about the Creator. That's what
I've
I would.
already done that. I've done it. I've done it over and over. I asked to. I'm not gonna go deep into that, but I've done that even today. To today, I asked, "Can we study?" Like it's to the point I know I gotta leave. The Most High already made it clear to me that I have to leave, and I feel like I had a dream and everything. Right after all of this happened, the Most High gave me a big blessing, something I've been waiting on for years. I got blessed the next day after this happened, and I had a dream the next day after that about this in this same community. I know it's time for me to go. It ain't no doubt about it. We've spoken on so many issues that we had, trying to figure it out, but it seemed like a lot of stuff is just not being heard. Like if I come to somebody humbly, um, it doesn't matter at this point. Like the Most High already showing me what's time for me to do, and that's why my mind is made up. I have to leave. It's just going to be in order. I got to order my steps as I walk. I'm asking the Most High to lead me, and I know I have a healing to do. That's why I am hurt, because going through so much in an Israelite community, um, not just this community. I've been in a part of another community which they were doing things a little bit better. Um, I learned a lot, and when I came here and I started asking questions about why they don't do it this way, because I've learned a way that they do it in other communities, like as far as cleanliness, women separating themselves during their uncleanliness, certain things I was seeing, and I knew then this is not for me. But
What
of
did you
course,
say?
I was with.
They don't separate themselves when women are unclean?
It's a lot to that. I don't really want to go into that
Because
situation, but
we were there, they did. And you're saying that they don't?
well, it's
That,
not being taken serious. Is all I'm saying.
okay,
Like
close enough.
certain things. Okay. So when it come down to a place of worship for the Creator, I truly believe that, and this is my personal feelings. I truly believe that a woman should not go into that place at all while she's unclean. That's what I'm saying.
I would
You're
agree.
unclean. First and foremost, we shouldn't be even having services in certain areas that we're not aware of what took place in this place
I
area.
agree with that. Totally.
So I look at a lot of stuff, and I've already been speaking and speaking and speaking about, because I'm trying to heal. And that's one thing that hurts me the most, is because I know where I need to heal at. So that's why I don't want to take on other people's issues. We all got healing to do. And that's why I feel like right now, it is important that I separate myself. No hard feelings. I have no hard feelings, but I know I have to separate myself. The Most High has shown me in so many ways. And I truly believe if I stay in this position, something is going to happen bad, because the Most High showed me in a dream. So I definitely got to go now. I have to go. So now I'm just waiting on a situation. And like I say, I was dwelling amongst myself for a minute, and I really had a lot of peace. And that's because I was able to. But it's one thing about being amongst yourself, like you don't get the correction you need when you're amongst yourself, because you'll be thinking you're doing everything right. So it's still important to have people around you that's going to hold you accountable for your own actions. Come here. Go ahead.
Okay.
So I just don't know. I just, whatever the Most High lead me, that's where I'm going. And this is something that I prayed upon years ago, even before coming here. When I was asking the Most High where I belong, Ghana came twice in one day. Somebody told me about Ghana, and then the sister called me. She was telling me that they were leaving, and she wanted. So not just then that, after I left New Mexico and I went to Louisiana, back home for a bit. um, one of my sisters, she was like, well, I'm leaving to go to Ghana. So it was coming to me in so many times, to the point where I'm like, maybe this is my journey. Maybe I'm supposed to be here. I don't know. And even after this situation happened, I know I have to leave. No matter if I make it right with him, this is my personal journey. The Most High don't want me here. So I don't know how to deal with a situation where if the husband don't want to leave, he's cool with staying here. Do I stay here and die? I don't know. Like, I don't know, because I don't feel like the Most High want me here.
You stay with your husband. You can't break up your family. If your husband says no, that's what you do. You
Well,
just
that may be the reason he's giving me a divorce. So if that's the case, then I'll be free to leave.
but you always do what your husband set out for you to do and for the family to.
Hmm.
And if you have an issue with your husband and anything that he says and anything that he does, you take it to the creator and let the most high deal with
Hmm.
your husband. Your husband is not for you to deal with, but the Almighty. You have
Okay.
to remember that. And if you women, females, if y'all remember that, your marriage will be a whole lot better. So, but sis, you got some serious issues going on that you need to have some answers to as soon as possible.
Okay.
So, my recommendation to you would be to go on a fast for several
That's
days.
what I'm. That's what I'm doing now.
Yeah, and pray to the Most High for guidance.
That's what I'm doing. Because I really don't. Like I said, I can take accountability for my stuff, because I'm not here. Like, why would I leave my hometown to dwell amongst people? Not, like I say, I'm not just speaking here, because this was not my first stop. I was in New
Well, what
Mexico.
happened in the other
Um,
community that you was living in? Why'd you leave?
Well, it wasn't really the community why I left. I got married, and that's why I left the community. But
Why couldn't you get married and still live there?
I'm not there anymore
No,
in the
no.
community
You said you got married and left. Why couldn't
because
you
the,
ever
the
get
because
married?
my husband wasn't in the community. He had just moved there to New Mexico.
So why couldn't he come to the community that you was from?
It wasn't that he couldn't come to the community. He just didn't want to.
Oh, okay. All right. I need to take this call. I need to take this call. Iman, can you take over the class for a few minutes, please? Excuse me, Sister Natoya. I'll be right back. Please. It's an emergency. I got a real bad situation going on. I need to address this. Second time they call.
Go
I'll be
ahead,
right
babe. Go ahead. Shalom, everyone. Sister Aisha, truth can, I'm not saying truth can't be bashing, but if everybody doesn't know the whole story, then it is, in some ways, it can be considered bashing. So I'm just asking everyone, because the whole story is not out there. And we got to be mindful of our reactions to one side of a story at all times, no matter how emotionally connected we feel to the story or anything. You know, I know Sister Toya personally, me and her have had our conversations. We've talked, and most people know me that I've had my situations in Israel, but I don't ever, especially publicly, speak about it in a bad manner because one person may not know the story and may take it and run with something that could not be completely true. So that's all I'm saying. And I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad about whatever they feel, because I know we all have gone through something in our lives that does not feel good to us, that was not done to us correctly. But we just have to stand in our own integrity, because that's who we're responsible for. The Most High is going to look at our integrity, not nobody else's, when it comes to his day of judgment upon us. So I'm just saying, be mindful of that. We have to be mindful of our words and our actions and our deeds at all times. And so, that's what my plea is at this point. I'm read a lot of the comments. And, a lot of it emotionally is triggering. So I'm just asking us to stand in our integrity, stand in the best person we are, and let's not allow anything or anyone to bring us out of ourselves. Because that's when we prove to another person whatever they were saying about us, when we go into the character that they have already described. If we're not of that character, let them keep talking, because that's all it is. So many people have said so many negative things about me publicly, behind my back. I found out I've never gone back and retaliated against them. I've never gone publicly and bashed them. I ignored them, honestly. I truly ignored them, because the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in who I am. The proof is in the work that I do daily for the Creator. My life is not about proving them wrong or what they say about me. I don't care, honestly, because if I look at my children, I look at my husband, I look at the things that I accomplished, the things that the Most High blessed me with, and I know that regardless of whatever they think or say, the Most High loves me, and he's showing it to me through the works of my hands, through my children standing up and being great people, through my husband doing the work that he is. He blessed me with a magnificent husband. So if people want to call me out of my name and say all this stuff, hey, I hope they feel good about it. I really do. I do understand standing up for ourselves, but we have to be mindful when and where to do that and how to do it. We're grown. That's the other part. We are grown people. We are grown people with children. We have to set the example. We have to. We have to set the example no matter what someone else is doing. So I just want us, I really do. I'm taking a breath, because I will honestly say that this whole conversation is triggering for me. So I'm not even going to act like that I'm holier than thou and I'm not in my feelings, but we have to watch ourselves, and we have to be mindful of when we react emotionally versus sitting back, praying to the Creator, allowing Him to give us an answer, and then moving forward with that answer and seeking wise counsel, and not just sitting amongst others who, you know, um, who just want to have something to say. So, and then be mindful of our choices, everyone. We choose, if we're in a space and it keeps happening, we're choosing to stay there. We making that choice. And so a lot of the stuff that's coming upon us is a choice we've made. Of course, we don't want to be hurt, but if you're there and you know that it's happened to you, no matter what community you belong into, in whatever relationship you're in, if you know that that person is continuously hurting you and you stay, then you've made the choice. So we really have to be mindful of our choices. We have to be accountable for our choices, because a person can't do more to us than we allow, to be very honest. Like, that's something that I've learned through all the pain I've gone through. If I allow it to continue to happen, then I'm going to continue to be hurt. So we have to seek better for ourselves, be accountable, and remove ourselves. And like everybody said, if you can't remove yourself physically, remove yourself from just the midst of everybody and stay within yourself, within your house. That's the best place to be at times, sometimes. Yeah, I just think we just have to be true to ourselves. And as Maisha was saying, correct yourself first. Because as soon as you correct yourself, believe me, you'll see what it is, and you'll do what you need to do. You'll make better choices, because that's all we can do. Truly, you're hitting somebody doesn't correct them. Honestly, even when I think about when I give my children makas, it's not that it corrects them over and over. Beating, sometimes they get used to it. It's the actions, it's the things that you teach your children, you teach each other. It's things that you can teach a sister or a brother that do you wrong. I can tell you right now, quite a few people who have done me wrong have come to me and apologized because of the way that I handled it. I didn't curse them out, I didn't spasm, I didn't fight them, but I handled it a certain way, and they came back and apologized. Because I know the hands, when you start fighting, they could be deadly. And if I'm going to fight somebody and it ends in death, it has to be for a very good reason. A very good reason, y'all. And somebody tailbearing, I mean, the Most High is going to deal with that. But if they come at you and they trying to kill you, then yeah, you got to defend yourself. But words.
All right. All right. Sister Toya, we pray that you have received what you need for the time being. You do have my wife's phone number, so I know you can call her and have those intimate conversations like you may need for some healing, for some prayer, for some meditation, because I know that's what she's going to offer you. But do what you can do to make things right with your husband first, before anything. And if your husband gives you a bill and you are to leave and separate in peace. Don't let it be a big fight, or argument, or discussion. Don't let it be where you can't come back. You know, separate in peace. But you do whatever he tells you to do. All right.
Okay, and I appreciate both of you, and
Do
I definitely agree with Princess Medaya, because um that's one thing, like hearing one side of a story. It is important to hear both sides, because it can be tail bearing if you whether the statements you're saying is true or false. Um, no, I don't think that would that be considered as tail bearing or gossip.
it's the same thing.
Oh well, is okay slander.
Yes.
Well, yeah. So I just kind of speak on my issues. I really didn't want to put out the information on where it was. I mean, it might be important to do that, but at the same time, it's always important to hear both sides of the story. So that's why I didn't want to say anything about the community right off, like where I was and where I was located, because not too many people know where I'm at. Not too many people know me as a person. They just probably know me on Facebook. So yeah, they wouldn't have known if I was here or there, you know. Yeah, just speaking in general, that's what I like to do.
Well, sis, if you're going to bring out something, there's no need to hide anything because we're in Israel. This is the
Yeah.
nation we're in. You don't have to speak in riddles and dark speeches around people. If you want to talk about them, talk about them. Let it be known. You don't
Yeah.
make everything full transparent so no one's asking questions. You see how many times the sisters in the group, what community? Who are they talking about? Where are they coming from?
Well,
You know, just
I
make it
wasn't even saying that.
your
I
life.
really wasn't saying that.
We're not going to allow you to go but so far in disrespect toward those brothers and sisters. No matter what we think, no matter how we feel, he's still a prince, and that's still a Hebrew community. So you can't go but so far in speaking in a negative sense because we're not going to let that happen. I'll shut your mic down before you do all that. But at the same time, while you're giving somebody an understanding, you have to display it as best you can within the reasons of respect, but you display it the best way you can. All right? And you've done that. You know, you spoke, you gave your opinion, and I pray that you accept our advice and work on you, fix you, get
Hmm.
you fixed before you're so busy ready to push the anger and aggression out to the rest of the other people, especially when you live in
Hmm.
a community. But do we have your permission to pray for you?
Sure.
All right. Well, I'm unclean right now, so I can't pray. So, but when I'm able to, I will. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely.
Hallelujah.
All right. Is there anyone else who need to speak? But you know what? Sister Toya, I really thank you for being brave enough to come up to speak your piece and to share your personal experiences with the rest of the family. There are so many, you don't even know the healing that you just brought to yourself just by having this conversation. There are so many of us who bottle in our emotions and it destroys us from the inside out. It destroys us, it kills us. What we need to do is begin to express that a lot more. Those that we feel are of a righteous character or a righteous nature, we need to speak to them often and let that be our guide and help in our decision makings for our lives. So may the Most High be with you and thank you for coming out and sharing your portion of your experience. All right. Do we have anybody here, any of the brothers that or sister? You know what, Sister Ornita, are you available for Tefillah, Belela? Sister Ornita, are you available for Tefillah? Virtuous woman, are you available for Tefillah? Ima, you cool, ain't you?
Okay, I am.
Okay. All right. Can you close us out, please?
Okay. Oh, Heavenly Father, Ha Elohim, Yotzeh, the one whom we serve, the one and only true power. We humble ourselves as we prostrate ourselves, as we cry out unto you, O Creator, asking your permission to approach unto your throne. O Most High, we thank you and we pray that you have allowed us to come before you in prayer and discernment and asking and crying out unto you and begging for your forgiveness for all of our sins and iniquities, those known and unknown, O Creator. Please, O Most High, help us to better ourselves, to not repeat the sins that we do, O Most High, to continuously ask you for forgiveness over and over, O Most High. Most High, we ask you, O Most High, that you be with those who are in need at this time, O Most High, whether it be mental, emotionally, physically, financially, in any way, O Most High. We ask that you be with those who are sick at this time, O Most High, who are ailing from disease, who are ailing from a cough or a slight cold or a headache, anything ailing their bodies, O Most High. If it be your will, heal them, O Creator. We ask that you be with those who are in this imprisoned injustice system, O Creator. If they are free and innocent of the wrong deeds that they have been placed on, O Creator, if it be your will, free them. Allow them to walk out of those chains and those places with their heads held high into their families' arms, O Most High. So many known and unknown names are battling injustices every day. Some don't make it out, O Most High. They're murdered before they could even speak. Be with the families of all them, O Most High. Most High, be with our fatherless and widowed. Be with those who are unsheltered at this time, O Most High, who need covering from the heat, from the cold, from the rain. If it be your will, O Most High, give righteous covering to the fatherless and the widow and the single mothers and women. O Most High, we ask that you be with all those who are mourning at this time, O Creator. A special cry out, O Most High, to our sister Shimonia and her family for the loss of her son Luke. Shield her, O Creator. Shield her in the way that only you can, O Most High. Lift her up, carry her through this process, O Creator. Most High, we ask that you heal all of us, all of those, anyone who has gone through trauma within the Israelite community, no matter where they were. Heal them, O Most High, so that they can move on within their lives without being triggered, O Creator, but remembering the things that they need to do to not place themselves or be in the midst of anything like it. O Most High, we ask that you be with all those who are carrying life at this time, O Most High. Be with those women, O Most High. Cover them so that the seed that they carry, the child that they will bear one day, will not have to bear any of the sickness or ailments that they are holding on to, O Creator. Be with all of our children, O Most High, the ones who are at our feet, our ankles, and the ones who stand taller than us, O Creator. Watch over them, O Most High, as they cry out in their own ways, O Most High. Keep them safe, O Creator, especially the children that are not in our homes, O Most High, who we may not hear their cries, but you do, O Creator. Watch over them, O Most High. Most High, in our family, we're dealing with a tumultuous issue, and we're asking, O Most High, that you heal our sister. You keep all of us covered and strengthen us. Strengthen her. If it be your will, O Most High, give her life. Show your miraculous deeds, O Most High. Give her your mercy, O Most High, as she has been a devout daughter of yours, O Creator. Most High, so many are dealing with internal issues that they cannot speak about. Hear their cry, O Creator, because they don't feel they can talk to anybody, but they can talk to you, O Most High. Most High, I ask that you continue to cover our community. As these gates are locked by chains, that you give it another ceiling of covering, O Most High, that nobody can break. That you shield us, O Most High, with peace, prosperity, love, kindness, integrity, humbleness, in a space to just be with one another and live in righteousness that you have already bestowed upon us, O Most High. Most High, I thank you for your everlasting love and mercy, for your forgiveness, for you giving us another chance to wake up and do right by you. And so I ask, O Most High, on this day, that you hear us one more time, O Creator, and grant us, O Most High, the wishes, the desires of our righteous hearts, O Most High. And show us any wrongdoing in the prayers that we are coming before you. Correct us, O Most High. Be with those who are calling out unto you, O Most High, that may not know you by name, but they know you by your feeling. Allow them to come unto you, O Most High, willingly, because as you have always stated, you want a willing heart. Most High, I thank you for blessing my Ish with the strength to teach today, to answer the questions, to be a light, to be a voice of reason, to be a voice of understanding, to bring out hard points and to bring out the soft points. Continue to bless him, O Creator. Bless his works, bless his hands, bless his mind, bless his body. And O Most High, exit, if it be your will, to bless everybody that can hear the sound of my voice, whether that's here today or will listen at a later time. That we go before you, we come before you in a cleanly state, O Most High. And we cry out unto you for our people, O Creator, are in a devastating state, mentally, most importantly, Most High. We are mentally disturbed, and we need your help. In order for us to be physically strong, we have to become mentally and emotionally stable. Toda Rabba, Most High, for this day. We all say, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabba, Selah.
Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. All right, family, we have to call it quits right now, just for the day. May the Most High be with you all and your families. May you all embrace what you can embrace from this lesson today. Take it, utilize it, incorporate it in your essence, and become a better people, ultimately leading you closer to the King. It is unto you, our prayers for you. Should approach the Creator in total submission and focus and concentration to give Him the best of us. Lalato family, thank you all for coming out, and may the Most High be with you all. Lalato Lakim. Shalom.